Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Happy New Year to everyone. Futures green, very green here on this holiday shortened week. The first trading day of the year sees the Qs up at least 1% here to start the morning. Likewise with the SPY up 0.6, the Dow up 0.4, and leading the way here is the Russell 2000 up 0.75%. Oil negative on the day, likewise with nat gas, but Bitcoin trying to work its way back into 90,000, trading at 89,312. Good morning, Adara. What are some of the headlines?
Good morning, Sharif. There's a lot of headlines to talk about here. A lot in the tech space. Morgan Stanley and Digitimes both saying that the outlook for these memory chips in 2026 is very strong. We have ASML and VRT both getting hefty moves here, both up around 5% on upgrades, a double upgrade for ASML. Tesla, of course, with its Q4 deliveries on watches. European sales continue to struggle. Apple getting a rating market perform rating reinstated here by Raymond James. So lots to talk about, a lot of analyst moves too.
All right, guys, nice and green here to start the first trading day of the year. Good morning to both of you guys.
Good morning. I'm going to say it's nice and blue to start the first trading day of the year.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even realize. Yeah,
I
good.
didn't even realize everyone's wearing blue today. Although
Go Maple Leafs.
Go Leafs, go, the Jays. That's actually North Carolina blue.
Oh, yeah, we're all in blue. I didn't even realize that. Adara as well. Okay.
Obi's not in blue, but Obi's sweater is
Is he here?
his sweater's legit today. Obi's going to be in. For JoJo's probably still somewhere nice and warm.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Happy New Year. We got the first trading session of 2026. It's weird because I feel like it's Monday, but it's actually a Friday. It's just bizarre. It feels like a Monday morning, like we're supposed to be starting the new year, starting the week, but we get one session and then we get the weekend. So I don't know what to. Volumes right now seem pretty low. I guess we didn't really know what to expect there, but there are at least a few stories. Like this Baidu was up for no reason a couple of days ago, and then now maybe we find out as they're doing a spin-off and the IPOing one of their segments, and they're up double digits. Baba's up double digits. Then you have a swath of EV names, all the Chinese EVs reporting their deliveries. We're going to get Tesla as well. They're up 1.5%. All of the chip names are strong. The market's up a point. Although it was up over 1% earlier, we've dipped a little bit back in. So far, so good starting it off. And I trust everyone had a fun and happy New Year.
Yeah, you know, I actually didn't even look at silver yet. That's been the thing that's been moving. Yeah, up 4% there today after a little bit of a wild end to the year in SLV. It's gonna be interesting to see what the year wants to do. I mean, right now we're still up 1% right here on the Nasdaq. We have faded out just a little bit here this morning. Looks like it wants to hold in and around VWAP at 89.3 coming into play. Look, this year will be starting every single day at 8 a.m. So make sure you do join us like you're doing right now. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. I know there's not many of you with us yet, but you'll be here coming in. It does feel really weird that it's a Friday. I was saying that to you last day. It was like, how's it a Wednesday? Like we had Tuesday off, Wednesday you're back in, or whatever. I had Tuesday, Monday off, but as it continues here, Monday, Tuesday into Wednesday, end of the week here. Let's see if there's enough volume to get it going. I have Bitcoin on my mind as well. We'll see what that does. I still think it's going to be a big year. I was telling Sharif I'll probably just buy a lot of indexes here. I own too many stocks. I'm looking over here. I just have so many different names that I own. But ASML is not one of them. ASML has been a huge mover here in the pre-market. This should be the next one to, at some point, decide to split, not reverse split. As you're taking out right now, a great little level right here. Like imagine this was $100. I think this would just bring a lot more action to this name. You'd be like, oh my God, we're about to break out right now. But ASML just continues a tick, tick, boom right there up to the upside. I think this is probably the next best name looking at a split candidate, or Eli Lilly. I thinking one of those will probably be the next one to go. Netflix down here to $94. That should be a good trade here today. Maybe we'll look at some Netflix as we go, only up 0.3. And then the name that I think, has a big 2026 is going to be Google. I don't think we need the whole rest of the world to work here for Google to work. So I'm looking at that one as well. No Randy today, not too many people in. We're all in though. And as you said, Obi will be in on the midday as well. So yeah, so far so good. Fabian, Ramin, everybody ready to kick it this year. So we're excited. And then Sia this year too. We should have Michael coming on. He's here every single Monday and Friday. So he'll be a staple, I'm sure, in 2026. And like I would say, we've added Sia to the team here. And yeah, we're getting really excited about what this year is going to bring. So yeah, we're excited, man. People trading Tesla here today. That should be a good one.
Tesla.
I don't know. Looking at everything really. Baidu had a good story there,
and Baba's up
as well, and Alibaba. Oh yeah, okay. All the Chinese names probably starting to kick a little bit. Oh, Baba's up 4%. Is that right?
Points for Alibaba.
Okay, maybe I should get out of the rest of this.
Yeah, 4% for Baba. Oh, look at that! Oh, come on! Look at this crazy.
Yeah, we got to get rid of that.
I'll get rid of that in a bit. But no, 4% for Alibaba. You've got NIO.
Okay, that's a good move.
Neo gapping up here, XPeng, Li Auto as well. So all those EV deliveries is going pretty well. And then BYD. We'll probably talk a little bit about BYD overtaking Tesla. But so there's a difference between how many EVs you sell and your stock price.
Yeah,
that's been very distinct. And guess what? Sharif, Li Auto, back to some growth? Because they were having like declines in deliveries, and then I think they're back to growth this quarter.
You know what's interesting, Neil, is that we see other companies kind of take on Li Auto's technology, which is kind of that, what people like to call it hybrid, but it's not, right? So they have a gas engine on there that just charges the batteries, and then the batteries propel the car, so you get that natural EV feel. Some of Li Auto's ranges on their cars, 1,300 kilometers. And what I mean by some other companies trying to take that technology, I'm talking about the new, let's call it the new energy vehicle F-150. We see that Ford is going to discontinue the F-150 EV, and they're going to come out with an extended range battery electric vehicle, which is going to have that sort of Li Auto gas engine on there to charge the batteries, and that's going to give it much more range. So interesting to see there that the technology good, but the company executing poorly. Let's talk a little Tesla over here. So European demand in focus as it always is, as that company continues to struggle on that continent. Let's talk a little bit about this, Adera. Tesla registrations in France, as well as Sweden, saw major collapses. We are talking about 66% declines year over year for registrations in France, down to just a little bit less than 2,000 vehicles. For the full year, registrations in France were down 37%. It was a lot bleaker in Sweden, quite frankly, a much smaller market, to be honest, though. December registrations in Sweden, 71% decline year over year, under 1,000 vehicles, now 821, with full year registrations in Sweden down 70%. But there was an outlier here, Adera. Norway was a bit of kind of a bright spot for Tesla in Europe.
As per usual, as of late here, Norway seeing an increase here in Teslas, 89% year-over-year increase in December registrations, now up here to 5,679 vehicles for the month. That's a new annual record also, for the year. New annual record for Tesla in Norway, capturing over 19% of the market share in 2025. This is the 5th year in a row that has actually led Norway's EV market. And nearly 96% of all new cars sold in Norway are electric. So Norway continuing its EV push with Tesla really leading the way here. Of course, Q4 deliveries for 2025 also on watch.
Yeah, it's, you know what though, like ultimately, how much does, I know Europe matters, but when you think about it, like some of the Chinese EV names are doing a better job of, I guess, acclimating themselves to the European market where you're going to want the smaller model vehicles, and they've been doing a pretty good job with growth there. I know NIO, that's certainly the case. So, like, I don't know how much I want to have that count against. I got rid of that silly wicket on Alibaba, had to. But I don't know how much that's going to have to count against Tesla here. Like, we're going to get their delivery numbers at some point. I don't know if we have an actual timing on that, but if you see some craziness happen, then Tesla delivery numbers have come out. And again, it hasn't really been weighing too much on the stock in a general sense. I think what we recently had was a dip off the highs just because you were at that 500 level was psychological. It might be a bigger deal. Heck, I mean, Elon was tweeting this morning, suggesting he's going to be heavily supporting the Republicans in the midterms, and that kind of sentiment, who knows, maybe that'll end up mattering more to the stock than how they're doing in Europe. The delivery numbers, I think we're anticipating a bit of a disappointment because that's generally how it's been when they bring them out. So I would think if there's a surprise, like you're almost better off, like if they surprise, that could be a nice shot to the upside because it hasn't been counting against them. And all of a sudden, if we see some quality strength, that can be what gets us back into the highs. So we're gapped up 1% only because, heck, the market's gapped up too. And then this morning, really there's been weakness. If you're really looking at it, it's been selling off, maybe because of this midterm thing. Maybe it's because of the strength of the other Chinese EV names. Maybe it's because of Europe. Who knows? But I was sort of looking at it like this: we can't get past those mid-60s unless we get a big deliveries number, fade that level until we get some reason to push back through it. So it could be deliveries. I don't know, but I think it stays a short until we get something changing in the sentiment. And again, it could be deliveries, but that hasn't mattered for a while.
I mean, it's been a pretty rough week for Tesla, right? It was all the way at all-time highs, and in the last 5 days, really been getting crushed on the daily, right? So, I mean, I think that today, all this news that comes out is just sort of telling us what we already know, and that is this is not going to be moving on deliveries. It's not going to be moving on cars, unless they, like Neil said, they blow out of the water. We're not worried about what they're delivering right now. I mean, if they can get a better number than expected, then great. But we just got to trade this thing on the expectation that, yeah, maybe politics will swing in his favor again this year. That'd be interesting. There about supporting the Republicans if they can have another sort of a red wave sweep there in the midterms. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know enough about it. So we'll see if that helps his case there. We do know that Donald will be very, very much liking any support for the right there. And if he's going to give it, then yeah, maybe that does help for, I don't know, permits or whatever needs to get done on that side. But you know what? I think it's still that AI talk. It's still the full self-drive. It's everything about that, right? I mean, the cars are pretty awesome. I don't think there's any denying that. It's just a matter of, does everybody who owns one already owns one? And what about all the competition that's coming through? So this looks like a good level to me, 455, to be honest with you. It's too close to make a decision on that right now, but back down into the 200 period, 453 is where we're sitting now. And to me, that looks like it really, drop, pop, right into there. Then we gave it up in the afternoon and we started to head to the downside there on New Year's Eve. But, at the end of the day, this looks like a pretty good company here going up 1.5% today on that kind of a news. So yeah, I mean, the story is negative and the stock is up and it's beating the market here. So yeah, a little bit of a fade back into 450 makes a little bit of sense for me. Was that over to Neil or what? I missed that one, but Adara over there for upgrades and downgrades. We also do have a treat for you because Adara will be on the Midday show today. So we're excited for that one as well. All right, Adara with the upgrades and downgrades.
Will very likely be at least looking at the first name here in this upgrades and downgrades. That's right, ASML getting its price target doubled from $750 to a whopping $1,500 by Althea Capital, with up around 6% this morning. Vertiv also getting an upgrade here. Barclays raising its price target by about $20 here. It's up about 4.5%. Synovus Energy, Goldman Sachs reinstating coverage on this one with a $20 price target. Jefferies raising its price target in ASO, Academy Sports, by just $1 amidst the Olympic excitement. So first two upgrades, the second two just kind of more price target increases or overall analyst notes. Oh, my bad. This next one, though, actually is not a downgrade, but it's the only kind of negative analyst note I could find today. This move here from Raymond James on Apple is being attributed as a downgrade by a lot of outlets. Raymond James reinstating a market perform rating on AAPL this morning. Again, downgrade, kind of iffy. No price target given on this name either. No other downgrades today, guys. Back to you.
It's like
so much action.
Cumulatively, there's been like 3 downgrades this week. Like just nothing. Maybe 4.
But even those upgrades were kind of like.
Yeah, I mean ASML. Okay, I can get I can understand that. We're talking about how they need to split. Always remember ASML's primary market is going to be Amsterdam. So at 11:30 they'll be closed. It closes there 11:30 our time here in Eastern time. And usually get a bit of a volume spike then. Maybe by that time it'll have taken the all-time high. That's the question to be asked. Clean bounce off to 50 here. Actually, Sharif was mentioning this morning, these guys have a monopoly, right? Because if you're making high-end chips, then you've got to use their high lithography machine. And it's impressive, but when you really think about it, everybody needing to use your technology is going to lead to somebody trying to make a breakthrough and replicating your success. You don't usually have that kind of a monopoly forever, and some Chinese firms have been making some inroads there. So there is a potential headwind coming for these guys. And I was thinking, for myself, if that day does come, I feel like Lam is a really good pivot if you like, the sort of chip machine manufacturing space, like the guys that make the machines and make the chips. So Lam's a good company for that if you ever have that kind of a catch up by some Chinese firms with what ASML does and does the best. But it could break out. I don't know if it's breaking out today. I just showed you guys. We're about $11 from the top, so about 1%, and this thing is taking out the highs. I do think that's going to happen. Don't know if it'll happen here today. And it's not much of a day trading stock either, but yeah, another good company in the space, as I was saying before, Lam Research here, another one that trying to take out the highs. This has just been riding the trend, much like the entire market has as well. But if you're looking for some different exposure with an American company, then I think this is a similar type of play in Lam.
One of the greatest American companies, if not the greatest of all time here, Apple, with the only downgrade that we could find there today. So, up with the market, a little less than the market today. So, it's interesting because they came out here, what was it, Needham, Raymond James, and they just said it's fully valued at these levels. So I think that makes a little bit of sense. Its PE is up to 32 right now. So it's a pretty generous PE. Apple's generally between 25 to 30. So you're a little bit extended on Apple's value right now. It's price to earnings ratio. So it's PE over 32, a little bit extended. So I could see a pullback in Apple happening just a bit as, people want to buy companies for better prices and cheaper valuations. And I don't think there's anything wrong with Apple. Like they were mentioning, it's still a core holding. So we'll see if this one can come back in, even into this 271 to 272 area. It's too early. Like there's really no volume, 147,000 shares. Some of that is obviously going to be this big dark print rate into here as well. So I like Apple moving forward. Like I was saying, I think that a lot of the trading this year for me will be on ETFs and on indexes rather than buying individual names. I've sort of spoken to that point. I think the AI trade is getting a little bit long in the tooth just on some of the valuations. Do I think it's still going to be working? Yes, but I don't know about a stock like Apple or even any of them really, Google, anything. Microsoft's still near lows as well. Can't get going. Its high was 540, so you're still down that 15 or so % from its all-time highs as well. I don't know if we actually got it well here. I guess that's really the high up there, 550, 555, 560. So, look at the trend that Microsoft's been on lately, right? There's been so many other winners in this market, not just sitting around in these big cap names. We talked about what Amazon did this year was virtually nothing, and there's other names like that as well. So S&P 500 up 17% year to date. Now we start the new year flip over. We'll see what that can do today, or what that can do in the new year. Going back into the banks, I think makes a little bit of sense. And then SoFi as well would be a nice play, I think, for 2026. We'll see if that can get going today, up another 2%, beating the markets and performing quite well right here. I think we might have just got near a low, hopefully short-term bottom in and around $25 there for SoFi. So, yeah, there's going to be lots of stuff going on, man. Look at even Bitcoin's trying to go right now, breaking through 90,000. So I've got Bitcoin written down on here. I've got the market written down, and we'll figure out if there's anything else. But up 2.5% right now for BTC. And that barcode, that's been barcoding for a long time, man. Basically ever since the middle of November when we got to $52, and we've just sort of been bouncing. It's been nervous to hold your Bitcoin at these levels because you're not certain about where we go from here. But if you've just been closing your eyes, it hasn't been too much to be scared about over the last month and a half. So we'll see if Bitcoin can finally get a base, which it looks like to me it's trying to do that right now. Maybe we can start sloping up here and get going on BTC. Maybe now is the time to buy some Bitcoin, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm probably going to be buying some more indexes, as I was saying to Sharif, in the next little while. I got to put some RSP money to work and deposit some more money into that account, but we'll see. Will
you deposit any into DJT is the question.
Almost all of it. That's the exact ETF I was talking about, involved in Fusion. I mean, it's a no-brainer. You also get the coin.
You get everything. You get a token. You get a, they didn't name the token. You get a token, DGT token. You get Fusion. You get a media company. It's literally turning into like a conglomerate.
Yeah,
that being said, I'm only bringing it up because it was in play on Wednesday. Everyone, if you remember, the news on Wednesday with DGT was that token news, and it's up. I mean, everything's up 1%. It seems like everything is up like 1%. 1 to 2%. It's also up 1%. But I'm just gonna I just reminded myself to pay for locates because I'm still not I almost said hugest, the biggest believer in this move. And it came right into hugest English meal. 13.8 was the high. So I just want to look key off of that level. Like it's pretty simple. Like if it fails to get back above like what was support to resistance, that 13.8 top. Like the good short was after that 13.8. It's either we fail there or maybe it's even a breakout through 14. Because it feels like a breakout through 14, or if it can't break 13.80, just short that, and then I'll ignore that 20 cents in the middle. So I've paid for my locates just in case. I'd expect, with volumes not the largest, yeah, lots of things are up, and there's going to be a bunch in play. I want to have at least a few things that were, at some key levels, or they were in play on Wednesday, and therefore I would expect there to be a little bit of sort of day two type action here for DJT. So that's going to be on the radar. Maybe didn't make the note, but it's on the it'll be on the old iPad there at 13.80. Yeah, so there's going to be a bunch to watch for sure. I do believe we're going to have Michael at some point. But here's my question. I want to throw back to Sharif and ask you about this ASML. How present do you think the issue of competition is going to be for them? Are you worried about that this year, or is this something like, yeah, whatever, the Chinese are years away?
Like I was telling you off camera before we went live, Neil, widely speculated in the kind of microchip semiconductor world that something's cooking right now in China, just given who they've hired. They've hired a lot of ex-ASML engineers. There's also been, accusations, as there typically is, about intellectual property right theft by the Chinese. So here's what the consensus amongst analysts is, and there's really no hard consensus, but generally understanding that something's cooking right now. They've got a machine, a deep ultraviolet lithography machine, extreme ultraviolet. The Chinese already make their deep ultraviolet, which is kind of the second step down. So extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, likely made by Huawei, and likely to see some sort of production come off the line at the end of this year or early 27, but nobody can really tell. But that's okay, because ASML's already investing, I should say, in the next step, the machine that is after the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. Forget the name of it. It starts with NA or something like that. But that's kind of where analysts are focusing on now. They're saying that's going to be ASML's new moat, which would put the Chinese behind. Now, separately, the Chinese, even though they're able to kind of take a lot of ASML's technology by hiring their engineers, what they're not able to get are some of the mirrors from Zeiss, which is a German company, which is obviously separate than the Dutch company. So a lot of supply chain, a lot of kind of technology bottlenecks for this specific part of the microchip semiconductor supply chain, or stack, we should call it. All right. That's my little 2 cents there. Let's go on to Baidu, because Baidu's up very nicely here to start the morning. And the reason is because they plan to spin off their AI chip subsidiary, Kunlunxin, I think, and pursue a Hong Kong listing. The company has confidentially filed with the Hong Kong Stock Exchange the deal size as well as the valuation, but the structure, that remains undecided. Baidu currently owns about 60%, a little bit less, of that Kunlunxin, and emphasize the transaction is not guaranteed. A little information here on this company, because we're just kind of throwing it at you there. It is core to Baidu's ambition to become a full-stack AI company. They make chips, they make servers, they are integral in data center, as well as how models and applications jive with the chips. And while Baidu still very much relies on NVIDIA's top-end compute, Kunlunxin's chips are increasingly powering, I should say, inference loads, and we've seen that that's kind of the next shift here for why chips are used. Pre-training and training is kind of the old thing, and now we're looking to inference workloads. What more can you tell us about this, Adira?
Yeah, so Reuters estimating here that Kunlunxin's revenue actually exceeded 3.5 billion yuan last year, which actually reaches break even. External sales set to account for over 50% of revenue for this fiscal year we just ended, of course, 2025. The unit won just over 1 billion yuan in orders from China Mobile, which also participated in a funding round, which valued Kunlunxin at roughly 21 billion yuan. JPM also projecting chip sales could grow sixfold to 8 billion yuan by 2026. So that would be this fiscal year. So
you recall, guys, we reported to you on I believe, Wednesday, that Baidu was up 5% in the pre-market. We didn't really have an understanding as to why. We were trying to make some inferences as to general overall AI strength. But here it is, up almost 10%.
Yeah, the gap up that didn't make any sense on absolutely no news, and then 2 days later, or 2 sessions later, I should say, you get this gap up on obviously some positive news. So I mean, whatever. Someone probably knew something because it spent all of Tuesday consolidating as well, and then on a Wednesday, all of a sudden there weren't any buyers on the stock. So go figure. But I actually think this is filling the gap in right now as we speak. The old Chinese company gaps up double digits into the ether, and this in this particular case goes to the high. I'll get to that more about that in a second, because look at this and look at Alibaba, very distinctly different. No, I think it's going to pull some of this gap back, and I don't wonder if it's closer to like 139, 140. Like there already has not been a bid this pre-market. Presumably there was some buying on this. If we're making that assumption, which feels like a good one to me, that some of the gap up that we had a couple of sessions ago, an accumulation, was maybe in advance of knowing this was going to happen. So I could see some profit taking. And if we dip, maybe not all the way, but certainly looking like a 139.5, a 140. But this has been an impressive run for Baidu. Baidu's been winning in the region for a while. And we were talking about this last week. Like, just have a look at how much better this has been doing. It's not, you're only getting back to the highs now. It's not like it's, the US markets were at the highs, so it's not like it's that great. But if you juxtapose that, say, with an Alibaba, which is trying to make a break of this little down pattern it's in, very, very different trajectories here. And a lot of times, this is thought of like, yeah, they're the big guys, they're the best of the best. And really, Baidu's been performing much better, at least looking at the chart. That said, when I look at the two of them, this trend line is very distinct on Alibaba. And today, it actually has a chance to not just test it and lose it again, but to close above. So as I was saying last week, or it's not last week, it was this week, but earlier in the week, if we can finally close above this trend line and hold it the next day, then I want to look for a swing in Baba. But getting here is just part of the story. It's been failing this top every single time when you look at it. So, as far as the day trade goes, I don't put too much stock in it unless we're breaking out that top at 153. If we don't, then I think Baba's probably pulling back in like it has every other time.
Yeah, I sold some Alibaba there. I bought some at 160, sold at 160, so that was nice. FXI right here. Just looking at, we looked at this over the last couple of weeks as well. I don't know why it's still Uber, but look at this. I mean, it's a nice move up here for this ETF, finding a base there at 38 bucks and looking like it wants to actually start to break higher now, taking out that 50-period moving average. So, yeah, I think China's back in play. I mean, you may not like it. A lot of people won't invest in China just because of the politics, and there is a little bit of uncertainty, obviously, there on what the government will do with their monetary policy and sort of the backdrop as well of the tariffs and the threat of potential delisting of Chinese stocks. I don't think that will happen, but that was talked about in 2025 as a sort of a threat there. But you're all the way back into the 50-period moving average. So let's watch FXI today. If it continues to break through this $40 mark, I think you just buy it, and then you wait for maybe that's at 7 or 8% back up to the all-time highs again there. Because, yeah, man, I mean, a huge economy over there, and they're not just going to sit on their hands and let, as Sharif just mentioned there about ASML, they're going to sit in there and start to, look at competition and see if they can't beat it. And we know that the margins are always going to be a problem when Chinese names start getting involved. So, yeah, I like the space there. I like the fact that they're doing their own TPU stuff in China. And, yeah, we'll see if that affects Google and NVIDIA, names like that. And, H200s, now being shipped into China. So I like what FXI is going to do here moving forward. You're just at the 50-period moving average. So if you've been an investor, just watch out. Now you're up about that 7 or 8% again from this 200-period moving average, which held real nice like. So I'm sure if I zoom this out, you'll see that it's been a real, probably even down into here was probably legit as well. Yeah, this looks like this will be good. So yeah, what a good opportunity that would have been there to buy off the 200 period for FXI. So I think it goes now. Let's wait to see what happens with China in 2026. Feel pretty good about the whole politics thing right now. I don't know. I'm not hearing too much. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's a calm before the storm. But yeah, we haven't heard China talk as much as we did earlier on in the year, later in this year. So we'll see.
That'd be a good thing.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see if they can get this all sorted out. But here we go. It's FXI time, up 3%, beating the U.S. markets. Maybe it is time to find some, broader exposure to your portfolios, not just in the U.S. We talked about ASML, and here goes FXI today. So, all right, it's 8:30. We're getting on the show.
Energy, a little interesting story over the last couple of days, coming from two fellas you don't typically see agreeing. I'm talking, of course, about Senator Bernie Sanders and Governor Ron DeSantis, obviously of different parties. They have found rare common ground, according to the article, opposing the rapid expansion of AI data centers. They're really focusing here on the cost of electricity as well as grid reliability and, of course, job displacement. Sanders, for his part, he called for a national moratorium on data center construction. He's arguing here the pace benefits corporation, but it exposes workers and communities to economic risk. DeSantis, he unveiled the AI Bill of Rights, and that would specifically allow local communities to block data center projects, which is obviously directly challenging federal efforts. These moves conflict with the White House pro-AI stance, and critics are arguing here that the U.S. Power grid lacks sufficient capacity to support the current pace of Dara because they really haven't been adding new capacity at the same rate as the Chinese. What more can you tell us?
There's also concerns here. Rising electricity bills already becoming an issue here for voters. As Sean mentioned earlier, we do have the midterms coming up later this year. This is particularly going to be an issue in swing states, which ties AI infrastructure directly to cost of living issues. Residential electricity prices actually rose roughly 5% last year. They're forecasted to rise another 4% this year, which does intensify scrutiny on these AI projects. It's worth noting, too, generally a bipartisan issue has kind of been these AI concerns. We know as well with chip restrictions, we generally tend to see the party kind of agree, or both parties agree. So interesting look here. Again, some bipartisan agreement when it comes to an AI-related story.
All right, guys, any looks here, Constellation Energy, or any of the other big energy names that we've been talking about lately that are connected with AI?
Yeah, I mean, I still like GE Vernova. Like Constellation, GE, I think certainly some of the frothier names people still like. I think you got to wait a little bit on those because at the end of the day, right? Like if the big concern is power, then ultimately there's grid concern issues with or without these data centers. So I would think that gives you a bit of a moat around some of these names. And yeah, they've gotten frothy too, but there's been some decent consolidation here for quite some time. Like suddenly, respecting the moving averages again after going a little parabolic here as far as GE Vernova goes. And then you got to think of it, you play it both ways. Like you get a little bit more support if, and I don't think it's that likely, any of these measures were to happen. Well, power can still be good pay if it does cause a little bit less spend in the data centers. I just can't see it. I don't really see this little moratorium on data centers when you're trying to ensure that you lead the way. Like right now, the administration wants to make sure they lead the way in AI. So what are we going to believe? We're going to believe that potentially you're going to jeopardize that because you have a couple of voices trying to speak out against it. Whether they're right or wrong, I'm not trying, I get it. Energy prices are going up. And certainly the strain on the grid is very, very real. Like you can't argue any of that. Like some places you're getting 5-6% growth in your electricity bills. And yes, data centers do have, they are a part of it. But that sucks, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stop. And I think that's where you have to look at the other side of it. I don't think we're at the point where that's going to be a terribly large concern in terms of the build-out. A bigger concern would be if some of the hyperscalers don't start actually seeing some real revenue and real return. That's a much bigger threat than this. And it sucks to say that, but that's just the truth. So, I don't know that that's going to be a bigger story. I think the bigger theme is going to be whether or not some of the hyperscalers can or can't get some real revenue out of AI to justify their spend. That's going to end up weighing a heck of a lot more in whether this bubble is bursting or we get some kind of a pullback.
I like Oklo down here. I mean, this is the one name that's at least at its 200-period moving average. All these other ones that have been like the year of the magical investing, that has come to an end, and SMR is way below, and just looking at Oklo, like this one could be one that has a chance to bounce. You know, you went from 195 all the way down to $65, $70 right there. So I think Oklo right now, and forget about where you've come from, it's where you're going, and you're at the 200 period moving average. So I know we have Michael coming up right now. I think he would agree that this chart right into here, if you're going to be looking for trading something off of a 200 period moving average, especially, it's been so beat up. I think you can give this one a shot in and around 7. I mean, we're here, 70 is the low. If you sort of just go, and you just sort of crank it down a little bit into here, maybe you play it off the 60 mark if we get into there where we've seen some sort of past support, but you do have to like the space and understand that when you are putting on a name like an Oklo or an SMR or Nano Nuclear, NNE or anything like that, there is a chance that it just keeps on going down. I mean, you're one downgrade in the space away from all these names losing another 20 or 30%. You know, you're one Jensen Wang talk of, you know, power's not an issue anymore, and then all of a sudden these things are cut in half. You know, you're one story away that these things have become more efficient and you don't need the same sort of output anymore. There these stocks go, or could be the complete opposite, right? And we all go the other way, and they're talking about how scarcity this power is. But, you know, are they really opening up another 3 Mile Island? We'll have to find out. But Oklo and nuclear power and all these SMRs, small modular reactors, we're just going to see if they continue to be something that the market wants to invest in, because they sure as hell haven't been over the last 3 months, right? They've been absolutely destroyed. I mean, this is from 57 down to $14. And the reason why I chose Oklo rather than SMR is that the 200 period somewhere up here, yeah, you're not even close. This is $30. You're all the way down here now into some potential areas of support. But I'd rather buy a stock where the market seems to like it and not just, you know, trying to see if there's any flat bottom breaks happening around here. So yeah, SMR should be interesting. So should Oklo. I like both those names if you're going to be looking at a power play here, and I would rather choose OKLO than any of these other names right now, though I am in SMR. But all right, without any further ado, we do have Michael coming through right now. Let's go back over to the desk and see what Mr. Nosh is talking about here. Happy New Year to you, Michael.
There he is, Mr. Nosboss. I like the background. It's not as ominous as that black background was on Monday, but I did like it. Gave very supervillain kind of vibes, but he's back. First of all, Happy New Year, brother. Hope you had a fantastic one. I hope you and your fam have a great 2026. Just, you know, get that out of the way. But then, of course, I looked at the charts to see what we were going to review. And I like a lot of them. A lot of ETF talks. We're talking some SPY, but we're also talking some equal weight. Give us your take on the new candle, new month.
Yeah, I love this when, you know, an appearance on here lines up with a fresh new monthly candle, because, you know, I say this every time, but I will reiterate it every time. Even though we're short-term traders, we're day traders, we're swing traders, once a month, you get a monthly candle close like this, and it makes so much sense for the amount of time it takes, right? Put on something you like on Netflix or whatever, and just go through a list of your favorite ETFs and your favorite stocks. It really helps you kind of zoom out. It's kind of cathartic in a way. We get so mixed up in the day-to-day action and the news and stocks gapping up and down, and I just find this very simple exercise that might take you 15 minutes or a half hour once a month. Just zoom out on the monthly chart. Can really put the whole market in perspective. And there's a really good theme here as we go through some of these charts. So first one here is just the S&P 500. Again, we're looking at monthly candles. So each of these represents a month. And we've got about a year and a bit of data here just to show basically what the year was like. We had the big dip down. We know we had this big rally. And then look, 3 months of absolutely nothing. We're at kind of the exact same price we closed at in October. It's a nice consolidation. I've just drawn some lines at the top and the bottom of the consolidation. And it just goes to show, you know, people talking about bubble talk and overextended markets and all that. And especially when you look at the headline number at the percent that the market closed at, it was a great year. But if we're looking a little bit short term of what happened over the last couple months, not a whole lot. And then the next chart here, like Sharif was saying, is RSP. And this is the same 500 stocks as in the S&P 500, but they're equally weighted. So, you know, some random bank or manufacturing company you never heard of has as much weight as NVIDIA, which is different from what you normally see in the market. And same thing, but even longer, right? We had a little bit of a topping tail that could be a little bit concerning for last month, but we're like 4 or 5 months of nothing, and we had just broken out of the 2024 high. So we're barely above that 2024 high, and we haven't done anything for a long time. That to me doesn't seem like a really hot, overextended market that I'd be super interested in shorting. It seems like something that's probably just trying to break out here. And last but not least is the Qs. I just brought in that just to show where tech is and just show the relative weakness that we've been seeing. So the SPY was closer to its high. The RSP actually closed at a new all-time high, just barely. But the Qs were still in the middle of that 3-month range, and we're a little bit lower. So just showing some, again, relative weakness from the tech sector that we're seeing here. So where's the strength? If we go to some other charts, we can see here the IWM. This is looking a little bit better. Topping tail is a little bit more pronounced, so maybe we worry there, but less of a consolidation and more of, again, that new all-time high break. And then really the star of the show is the next chart here, which is financials, XLF. Now, it's not as fun or as interesting as I saw the guys talking about nuclear power and AI and data centers and all that. But who funds all that, right? It's banks. It's going to banks and getting loans. So the fact that banks had this 5-6 month consolidation and we just broke out last month into new highs, that to me is encouraging, because if banks are strong, they're going to be more willing to lend money to all these other startup and more fun corporations to make. So although you might want to not even trade this, it's encouraging to see banks doing very well. And then last but not least, healthcare. And I talk about this all the time. It's tech, finance, and healthcare. And the three of those make up over half of the S&P 500. So we want to see these three sectors healthy. And huge push up on healthcare 2 months ago in November, hit that all-time high, and then just put in this nice, quiet inside month last month. It's looking really strong, and it's holding up against that area. So even if we continue to see this consolidation in tech, if we have a continued breakout in finance and we have a continued breakout in healthcare, that's going to lift the overall market, even though, again, everything is big tech weighted. So again, highly recommend you take once a month, you put on the monthly chart, which is probably a way bigger time frame than most people look at, and you just go through these charts and you get a pretty good understanding of where we are and what's happened over the last few months, which is really not a lot.
Great call there, Michael. Thanks, Neil. What I really saw there in the first couple of charts that you were showing, especially the SPY and the Qs, was you had that big move up after the tariff tantrum. The bottoming tail candle seems to be basically present on all of them. That bottoming tail sort of hammer candle there in April. But then you kind of get this consolidative phase after, I think, 5 or 6 green months. Would you kind of view that as more of an accumulation zone after the kind of the big move up? The market wants to kind of digest new valuations, hangs out in a little bit of an area till valuations catch up with price, and then you start stair-stepping up. Is that kind of the shape that we're forming there?
Yeah, I'd say that's exactly right. And I'd say it is... it's very right for, if you think about this as a daily chart, for example, if we're a lot of short-term traders here and day traders, the beauty of trading and technical analysis is it's fractal in nature. So we're looking at monthly charts and what happened over a year. But imagine the same thing happened. You're looking at your stock. It had a quick run up in the morning, and then it kind of spent all afternoon chopping around, but didn't really give much of that gain back. That is going to be a way more encouraging sign than the stocks that rip up in the morning and then just turn around and crash back down. And that's what I see happening. And, on Monday, we'll talk a little bit about the election seasonality because we're coming into an election year. But I would honestly like to see more of this. I'd like to see another couple months of this sideways consolidation while the market digests gains. And the most important thing we want to see is us not giving it all back and us just hanging out here for a little bit of time, digesting these massive gains we had and kind of building a base for a next move higher. To me, that's healthy market action.
We got to take a picture of this bottoming tail candle on all these different time frames in April, and that's got to be in the textbook there as, yes, the bottoming tail candle, especially on a monthly chart, can tell you something. That's a huge bottom wick there I see on all those charts, Michael. Great to have you on, and Happy New Year, and we'll see you Monday.
Happy New Year. See you Monday, guys. Have a Happy New Year.
There he is, and as always, a happy New Year to you as well, Michael. And look, hopefully it'll be a good one. We like bull markets for sure. I think sometimes when you're looking at, now I'll just take the XLF for example here, like when you're looking at that kind of a bullish run, the financials have been fantastic. You see the stair step up, breaking new highs. It can give you an opportunity to maybe like hammer down on some names that have been doing relatively well, let's just say, in the group. So just have a quick look at from December 11th, that's when you broke the high, and then you get the higher low. And obviously, some names in the group are gonna have very similar setups, but one in particular that has a stronger similar setup would be WFC. Like when you were pulling back underneath, this was pulling back into highs, and just, it's obviously it's doing the same thing as the other financials, it's just doing it with a little bit more strength in the ETF. And this is one that's on the radar, I think, if you're looking for momentum, certainly. And when we talk about stair steps, let me just finish the thought here. When you talk about stair steps, you want to pull back into prior high, pull back into prior high, pull back into prior high, which is what we did on Wednesday with XLF, what we did with WFC. So this would be one, if you get a green day today, to look for on Monday to play strength next week. And I did almost get him like, yeah, to look for the rest of the week, but no, it'll be, you get strength today, and we hit that next step, pull back into prior high, you get a green day today, you play continuation on some of these banks, and then I would play directly, looking at one of the stronger ones, instead of necessarily, the ETF's fine, it's just, if you're playing the pattern, like the individual names are going to move a little bit more. So I like WFC for that. But that's more, need the confirmation today that we're bouncing off that high, then you look for this one for some strength going in, to start next week.
I just have the sticky notes out. I put it in there. A lot of you guys asking about it right there. So there's the TQs, the IBIT, Uber, and Silver. So they all have the word long attached to them today. So we'll find out if these are the names that are going to rock and roll here. I like Uber trying to break out, and there's no major story on it. We've looked at it for a while now, and it looks like it is trying to right here break through this 8250 area on Uber. So looks pretty good on the daily chart right into here, trying to get that side working. So I think that Uber looks like we got a lot of that garbage out of here near 80 bucks. We'll see if it wants to continue its upside push here. Uber up 1% today. Looking to see, I wrote down 81.50 for dip buys. That was the close on Wednesday. And we'll now have to wait to see if this 82.50 holds, as it looks like it wants to break and shake right now. Like it could break, come back in, and then get going. But even here, there's your 82.50 area. We are a little, I'd rather it be now at 82 bucks. So if it does come back down and relax a little bit here near 82, which is your 200 period moving average as well, I could see this being sort of the kickoff spot for a nice little upside move here in UBER. I think a beneficiary this year of the trade in the robo-taxi space as well. So I like Uber up 1%. So thank you so much to Michael for coming through again. He'll be back here every Monday and Friday as long as he is willing, and we are happy to have him on. So thank you so much to Michael Noss for everything he's done for us this past year, and look forward to another big year from him as well. I wonder when he's going to be visiting us here again. That should be good to see him in person. We show off the new screens and the new area that we have in our studio. It's very, very awesome things happening here in 2026.
It's crazy for anybody like that comes maybe by like once every, for Michael, it's probably like once a year. Like Jeff Mendel comes by like three times a year, and still he's shocked. Even Raheem's here literally every other week. And at the same time, we'll turn around and be absolutely amazed by the work that's been done. By far, this is my new favorite thing. I love that scroll ticker. I think we got to get it up everywhere. I'd put it on the desk. I'd put it on the screen. I think it's just absolutely gorgeous, and give you, again, it just gives you a sense of what we're trying to be able to accomplish. We got the desks around us, so we'll be able to have conversation, turn around, and be facing Dara, Sharif, or obviously when Brendan is back as well doing the morning show. That's what it's going to be all about. C has been a fantastic addition. Before we throw back, we were mentioning silver a second ago, which silver's on my brain as well here today. Every single day for the last week, it's just been the bigger mover. We haven't always referenced gold as much. And what's interesting, I was going through some charts, at the same time as Michael, And what happened on GLD, or at least is happening this morning, is a bit interesting. Because like you got right to almost the dime of what would be Tuesday. Yeah, it'll be Tuesday's high, and have been immediately pulling back. And I look at that dip, and there's a few stocks that have dipped. I mean, Rivian dipped. I was looking at three names that had dips this morning: Rivian, Gold here, and then it was like Hood. Rivian had some delivery numbers, so I can deal with that. Gold doesn't seem like there's a terribly good reason for it. Like silver is a little bit down from the gap up, but clearly still holding on to some strength. You know, like you're above the prior day high, and it's not really, just didn't fall nearly as far. So maybe something worth keeping an eye on, but certainly I'm coming in looking long in silver today, so therefore the fact that it's strong relative to gold doesn't really hurt me, but it is at least interesting to see GLD show some relative weakness, A, to the market, B, to the other metals to start it off. So that's worth pointing out. I mean, if you happen to be trading gold over silver, silver's been doing much more, has had much more volatility, which has made it a better trade, but certainly gold doing some odd things this morning.
All right, let's talk a little Chinese EVs as they did report some deliveries not long ago. Let's start with XPeng here, having a decent December, 37,508 vehicles in December. That is just a 2% year-over-year increase. Year-over-year growth was modest, but December confirmed a little bit of stabilization. When it comes to full-year deliveries for XPeng, they did surge 126% year-over-year, having delivered a little bit less than 430,000 vehicles. It was really driven by a rapid scale-up and improving product mix. Overseas shipments, though, and we've seen this a lot more with Chinese EVs because they really were trying to exhaust their domestic market before they started looking abroad. That surged as well. 45,000 units were shipped overseas. That is a 96% year-over-year increase on that number. And they've expanded their footprints in 60 countries and regions by the end of last year, kind of opening up new charging stations and infrastructure. But NIO also reported there. How'd they do?
NIO here, 54.6% year-over-year growth here for December deliveries. That's a record for them for December. 48,135 vehicles delivered. Now for their Q4 deliveries, 124,807 vehicles. That's a 71.7% year-over-year jump. Fiscal 2025, NIO delivering 326,028 vehicles. That's up nearly 47% year-over-year. Talk about Li Auto as well. 44,246 vehicles delivered in December. That does push them above that 1.5 million unit milestone. Deliveries up 33.35% month over month, but down 24.5% year over year for the fiscal year. Li also reporting a year.
All right, just to comment on one quick thing, guys, before we go back to the boys. So recall that, number one, the Chinese government was giving a lot of EV subsidies, kind of moved the needle for the sales on these cars. And then secondly, there were a lot of price cuts by all three of these manufacturers, which caused a race to the bottom. So profitability for them, despite the good top line numbers for deliveries, could be in question. We also saw the Chinese regulator kind of take backlash a little bit, telling their companies to stop cutting prices. So just keep that in mind. Good deliveries don't always mean profits, guys.
That is certainly true. And good deliveries doesn't also necessarily mean good stock charts, right? Like if you look at the sentiment in deliveries for the Chinese EVs versus, and it will include BYD, and then look at the daily charts of the stocks, and then juxtapose that with, say, like Tesla. Well, why? Because Tesla has some other things going for it in the future, which you would make an argument. I'm going to specifically say for XPeng here, you could make the argument. If you were going to say, well, how come Tesla gets the benefit of all the other things they're doing, what would be that name that, in theory, has that same opportunity? Well, XPeng, they got a pretty decent, at least according to, from what you were able to see, if anyone looks online, they got a pretty decent robot, which is going to have production starting this year, so they say. So this is a name that looks pretty interesting. It's not breaking out yet. I would venture to say the 200 period moving average has been a problem the last couple of sessions. Maybe you get something here today, but this is what I'm keeping the eyes on. Just because if you're looking for, like, whoop, oh, great, and now my 15-minute chart has decided to go. So literally it's gone. No, I'll just go back to, and my 3 is gone as well, so I'll get those loaded up in a quick little second. Both of them must have simultaneously crashed. But if I'm looking for a name this year in the Chinese EV space that I think could play into the whole robotics theme as well, this would be the one I'm keeping an eye on. I just don't like it when it still feels like we could be catching a falling knife and rejecting this 200-period moving average. All I was going to get at today was you need to get above 2060 or so. That's been the local resistance right around here. But again, doesn't seem like it's going to have that kind of volume, but it's the one that I'm keeping my eyes on because they do offer this autonomous robot as a potential upside for them as well, and already doing some impressive things there. So if you're looking for your, I don't know, Tesla light, I suppose, this would be it.
Yeah, for me, I'm not interested in any of these Chinese names. I mean, we keep talking about BYDD, and that stock has been a complete disaster. So as Neil's point, it's just because you might be delivering cars doesn't mean you actually have a good stock, and people even want to trade you. So I'm going to stay away from China as much as I can this year. But Rivian is something that had a huge move, right? I mean, an absolutely monstrous move off of some of their AI news. And you want to talk about full self-drive. These guys are getting into that game as well with their R2. I'm already in line to get one of those. Once they're released, I think that will definitely help the stock if they're as hot as I think they will be. And then we'll get the delivery numbers for Rivian, and they're going to look really impressive moving forward, I would think. We just need to start making some money on this stock, and if they don't stop losing per vehicle, and I don't know what the margins are going to look like on their new stuff, but hopefully a little bit better than what they're doing right now. Get the name out there. They've partnered with Volkswagen. They've got, I think, a decent opportunity, especially with that plant in Georgia, to get some U.S., potentially some governmental support. I'm not sure how that's going to go, but, when we're talking about jobs and keeping them here, I think Rivian has a good opportunity to benefit from that kind of talk here in 2026. So down to 17, I mean, would really suck if that does happen, because then you're losing, 15% from here, but that is possible. And I think this is a good buying area. I don't know about yet. I'd like to see Rivian. The stock looks really good. It's definitely one of those names that we've seen Tesla get hit over the last week, so does Rivian. Instead of dip buying any Tesla shares, I just did that a couple weeks ago. I think we'll be buying some more Rivian. I'm still long Rivian. I've really just sold it one time when we got into this 18 or 17 area, but still holding long Rivian and seeing if that one wants to work out here into the new year. So for me, for EV, I like Rivian, and then just can't believe how well GM has performed and all this. So, just trying to hold on for dear life up here on the top side of GM. I actually got out of some of this last week. I did not get out of any Ford, and we'll see if this one wants to keep going higher. I don't have a whole bunch into all of this. Sharif was joking with me earlier and said that Joey and him talk about how, I own the whole market, and I pretty much do. I have 30 to 40 different stocks, and Ford, GM, Tesla, and Rivian is my exposure to the autos. Need to get a little lighter than that and maybe focus on certain ones. But I own Tesla for robotics, not for anything else. But we'll see if Ford can get going. That's into the 50-period. Hey, look, they were great this year. They haven't been great overall, those names. But GM much better than the rest of them. This Chow Chow International, that's going to be on our note as well. There are some names that are, this is another cloud name. Yeah, this is, BBAI. Yeah, we love some BBAI. I'll definitely look at that one. BBAI was a big winner for your boy in 2025. We'll see if it can happen again. And I know a lot of you guys made a lot of money on BBAI, so congratulations to that. Chow here goes from $11, must have been a split or something, or I don't know what happened here. We'll have to find out about this one. But just about last month, we went all the way down to 75 cents or so. And now today, you're starting to get back up to the upside here on Chow. So this is going to be another one of those names. We're about to go over our watch list, but it's on the watch list today. So, go grab that. I'll just show it to you what this looks like. We also have Sharif's morning note. You can grab this one for absolutely for free here, our watch list. If you go right down to the bottom, here's Chow Chow Cloud International. So unaudited financial results. So thanks to Derek for putting this all together here. Just talking about any of their statistics. We'll go over this. Maybe it's part of our rundown. If not, we will talk about it. But there's Chow Chow. Was up 50% when the note got sent out, of course. Now you're up 63% on a little bit of a bump right there up into $1 and change there for CHOW. So there it goes. We'll see if I can get above $1. A very interesting name. Needless to say. All right, I don't know if we're going through the rundown yet, but it's 8:58, so we're getting closer to that. A half hour left till this market opens up. Join us every single day. Oh, Rivian Deliveries just out, 10,974 versus 9,700. So Rivian delivers a little bit better of a number there, and you can see the stock not doing anything. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Rivian moving forward. But get that watch list. We're joined every day now Join us every day at 8 a.m. as we continue to watch the market move around early, and we're done at 4. And it should be a good midday today. It'll be OB and Adara at 11 o'clock, so that should be really, really exciting. Yeah, Bitcoin.
We had that pair?
I'm sure we have.
At some point, probably.
Yes, we have. The best pair. Yeah, they call it, it's Adobe.
Adobe, yeah.
Yeah, that was what we talked about.
That stock.
They'll be trading some ABDE this afternoon. All right, let's go back over the desk.
All right, guys, let's have a look at the future. 682 is what we closed out on the SPY on Wednesday. We are well above that now. We're trading at 685.78. So we're going to use that closing print from Wednesday as our first level of support. That's 682.5, give or take. If we really start catching a bid here, first of all, we're going to look to that 687.50 where we consolidated for a period of days. If that doesn't stand in our way, we're looking at that 690 area as resistance. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list sent to you every day. It comes in bright and early. Adara prepares it, and we all use it. And it helps you organize your day, lets you know what's running, what the top stories are, and what to prioritize. And of course, no good morning routine is set without a good watch list. Let's look at the first ticker here, TSLA. European demand diverges as deliveries loom. We're talking, of course, about North American and world deliveries, but their France registrations already coming out, and they collapsed 66% year over year in the month of December, selling less than 2,000 vehicles in that entire country, with their full year 2025 registrations down also 37%. Even after the rollout of a cheaper Model Y and a cheaper Model 3, it didn't seem to move the needle, at least in that jurisdiction, nor did it in Sweden, where December registrations fell 71% year over year, selling less than 1,000 cars there, 821 cars, and their full year 2025 registrations declined also 70%. But as we spoke about to start the show here, Adara, Norway, as it typically does, a bright spot for Tesla in Europe.
Yeah, Tesla, a bright spot here in Europe, certainly for Norway. I'm just waiting to see if we have these Q4 deliveries out. I'm not seeing anything yet, but Tesla is moving around a little bit here, so I'll keep looking. Norway, in the meantime, 89% year-over-year increase in December registrations for TSLA. That's actually a new annual record for Tesla in the country. Tesla capturing 19% of the market share in 2025, which actually leads Norway's EV market 5th year in a row. Roughly 96% of all new cars sold in Norway are electric. So Norway continuing this EV charge. We're going to wait here, though, for these Tesla Q4 deliveries because it's stock moving here.
We can cover the Rivian ones, as Sean did mention that. So there you go. Rivian Automotive manufactured about a little bit less than 11,000 vehicles, and they delivered about 9,700. That does end in the month of December. Just keeping my eye on that. And that was all produced at their Illinois facility. For the full year of 2025, guys, Rivian produced 42,208 vehicles and delivered almost the exact same amount, 42,247 vehicles. So no glut of inventory, at least from what we're seeing here initially from Rivian.
Oh, Tesla Q4 deliveries just got dropped, I think. So they miss on their deliveries. Tesla misses, but they just come out right now. Model 3 and Model Y deliveries, 406,000. So they miss. So you have them, Adara? Yeah. Okay, let's go back over to Adara to hear about what Tesla's look like.
Like their website, I can just show you guys here. Total production for Q4 2025, 434,358 vehicles. Total deliveries, 418,227 vehicles. Now, that was below the consensus estimate Tesla put on their website, which is around 422,000. 2025 here, total production, 1,654,667 vehicles. Total deliveries for 25, 1.636 million.
Can we get that back on there, just our screen there again, Ramin, if you have it there? Yeah, so so those are the numbers there exactly that we're looking at right there. So you can see the production versus deliveries numbers. They're going to have a little bit more inventory there. Would like to see that a little bit bigger. Subject to operating lease, okay, 3%, that's probably not a big deal. But there it is, yeah. So this is just going to be Model Y and Model 3 data. So those are the two big ones. But it doesn't look like it's not moving the stock at all. Yeah. So this is, I mean, another point to that this stock doesn't give two what's about deliveries really, unless it's a crazy number to the upside. I don't expect it Yes, Ramin's mentioning that the market's not open, but yeah, no, no, it does not count in this situation. The market being open, Ramin and everybody else, will just provide a little bit more liquidity. If it was a horrible number, then it would have come all the way back in. So great question there for Ramin, wondering about this trade. I think it's going to now trade more aggressively, obviously, off the open, that we get a little bit of data. We didn't even mark that down, that we knew that that was coming out. So, but there it is, Tesla deliveries soon, and they're out now. So just as we talk about them, they shoot to come out. And I wrote down the same stuff there. I didn't write down anything for Tesla, but we've already talked about it today. I think a drop into 450, that's where we sort of bounced off of there on Wednesday. That could be a nice area to dip by if we get into that. Tesla has very violent moves, and as you can see, it's well off of its all-time high, right? You're actually back down now 10% from where we've been. That's a decent move. Like, that's a nice year play. You get a stock, you move it 10% in a year, you take that. But there goes Tesla right now starting to go back up to the upside. So they just can't figure this stuff out, right? There's 455 just a couple of seconds ago, now up to 459, looking to take out 460. So I would say if this is going to be bullish, then yeah, man, I mean, the market's already up. Finally, Tesla now going to start to get going. The numbers didn't look that impressive, but who really cares? It looks like the market wants to take this name higher right now. So Tesla, dip buy is now on for me, especially if it acts like this. I'm a dip buyer of Tesla. I don't see how you can't be right now. The market is telling us which way this name wants to go. So for me, Tesla's a buy, and congratulations again for anybody that was able to buy something near that 450 mark. It looks like you have a temporary winner on your hands. They're going to break 460 right now. So yeah, go Tesla. There it goes, man. Like the stock, and no reason not to.
Yeah, they're giving some individual numbers, but again, none of the individual numbers on like Model Y or. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything's too crazy. Like Model 3, 406 versus 421. Like, there's small misses, but ultimately the market doesn't seem to care. We knew deliveries were coming today. My note, I was like, look, we have to wait till the deliveries come out. And if they were, if they were a big beat, because we haven't cared when they've been bad. Had they been like a big beat, I think that would have made it incredibly obvious, and we would not be trading 2% up. We'd be trading like 5 or something like that. And I thought we'd be breaking out 465. So that didn't happen yet. We're at 460 now. So 65 still ends up being resistance. I look at it on the 15, and outside of Wednesday, both days since this gap down, we've managed to find a key level at $465, whether it was at the open or whether it was late in the day. So until we get through that 465 level, I think you can fade that. I'll probably adjust to thinking, I was kind of like, look, on Wednesday I left you with, hey, we want to buy at 444. That's just because I want to bounce the 50-period moving average. I thought one more down day. We've been downward trending in Tesla. One more down day and you get that 50-period moving average. Based on this bounce, that's now obviously less likely. So the first play is going to be looking at that 465. If you don't break out on the 15-minute, then I think you can play a fade there. And I know we kind of talked about Rivian without actually maybe going over the stock itself. Just have a quick look at this $20 level on Rivian. Like 2 days in a row. Resistance, and then go all the way back to the 19th. Look how big the breakout was off the 20 level. Yeah, I think that's going to be the key to watch at the open. Rivian failing any kind of attempt to get back over 20, and I think this one becomes fade. And if it holds on the 15-minute, then you can take this breakout and give it to 20. So Rivian's got a kind of a more obvious key level for this open than Tesla does.
SIDU next on the list over here, guys, trading over 10%. We covered this one briefly to start the show. They do plan to spin off their AI chip subsidiary, Kunlunxin, I had to look up how to pronounce this one, and pursue a Hong Kong listing. The company has confidentially filed with the Hong Kong Stock Exchange the deal size, the valuation, but the structure does remain undecided. More on that later. Baidu currently owns a little bit less than 60% of this Kunlunxin company, and they emphasize a transaction not guaranteed. It is, of course, pending regulatory approval in China. It was founded, Kunlunxin, back in 2012 and it's core to Baidu's ambition to be kind of a full stack AI company where they make the model, the chips, and the servers, data centers as well. Baidu still relies, of course, on NVIDIA's top-end chips for their AI compute, but Kunlunxin's chips are increasingly powering the inference workload, still using NVIDIA for training. What more can you tell us, Adair?
Yeah, it's worth noting here, Reuters estimating Kunlunxin's revenue actually surpassed 3.5 billion yuan. Last year, that would be roughly break even, and external sales are actually set to account for roughly 50% of revenue, just over 50% revenue, in fact, in 2025. So last year, the unit won just over 1 billion yuan orders from China Mobile, which also participated in a funding round, which valued Kunlunxin at roughly 21 billion yuan. JPM projecting chip sales could grow actually to 8 billion yuan by 2026, so this current year. So worth noting this spinoff was reported earlier, so this is not brand new, this story, but this is, I guess, the company confirming it's more concrete now than it was prior.
The company says, guys, that its chips excel specifically, guys, in inference and cost-sensitive workloads. They're talking about efficiencies, but the company has no plans to stop buying NVIDIA's chips.
There you go, wheels up NVIDIA as usual. So like earlier, we're talking about them, Baidu versus Baba, and you can actually juxtapose that almost exactly with what's going on between, say, Google and Amazon here. Right. In terms of sentiment. Like both of them, like it's not like either stock has been bad this year. It's just like Google's been a ton better than Amazon, and Baidu's been maybe not a ton, but a lot better than an Alibaba. I just don't necessarily love this gap up, unfortunately. It's just, when was the last time, and maybe someone else remember, when was the last time we saw this double-digit gap up on one of the Chinese names where it was already selling off? And if you don't get an early breakout, it isn't like either a nothing burger or just an absolute disaster at the open, where you're waiting for like an hour and a half for it to settle down, and then maybe you get some kind of a chance to go long. Like, okay, well, is this good news for them? Sure, but we're already up 10%. We've already pressed the highs, and when I'm talking about the highs from back in October, and we were already starting to see some profit taking come in. Then throw in the fact that a couple of sessions ago, this was up for no reason, presumably maybe some buyers anticipating this, or that maybe saw this or knew that this was coming or saw it was coming and might take some profit. So I would be very patient. Just let Baidu come back into you instead of waiting for, instead of trying to get this one at the open. I think maybe the 140 level looks pretty good when you go out to that daily chart as a place to maybe nibble to look for some kind of a bounce here today. But I'm staying away from Baidu. I also think there's a trend break happening in Baba, but that's more for next week than anything else. It needs to confirm it today. So I'm going to stay away from Baidu unless I see it dip a little bit further in the early part of the session, and then might try to pick it up before lunch.
Tesla coming back in a little bit here, 457 in change right now for Tesla. So falls right off that 460 level that we hit right about 8 a.m. So there was a level there that we had bounced off of, which is great to see. I mean, I'm glad that we are actually seeing a level here in Tesla that we can play off of. So if we do get a dip down into this 455 or so area, which looks like that's coming in right now, I always try to play off the 200 period for this, but again, with this market just now making a move down, Tesla's making that as well. So we're gonna have to wait and see what's up with Tesla. Was just over 2%. Now it's pulled back into 456. And again, on delivery numbers there today. So yeah, thank you for the super chats there. Tesla, we did talk a little bit about Big Bear AI on a super chat, so I didn't want to ignore that right here. So if we go over into fan funding, and I'll just show you, it was right into here. We had thoughts on Google, Tesla. You like the hoodie, where can you get one? I think only the Maple Leafs. This is a Maple Leafs and OVO thing. I don't even know if they sell them anymore, but I had to get it at the Maple Leafs store specifically. So thank you for that. I didn't even see that one. And then it was over here, BBAI right there. Yeah, this that's the whole point, is this 200 period moving average. So I really like, I go back to the live chat there. I really like Big Bear AI and what they mean for moving forward. You know, whenever you guys go, we hear about some people around here going on vacations and whatnot. When you go through those scanners at the airport for facial recognition and things like that, that's most likely Big Bear AI software. They have contracts with the U.S. government, over $2.4 billion, giving them a revenue floor. This isn't actually a company that's sitting on cash right now as well, so they don't have to, you're no risk of dilution or anything like that for Big Bear AI. But yeah, I mean, it's an AI play there. They're like a Palantir mini, where they're using, their software to pull data and make predictions and just give better systems for both airport security as well as the government contracts as well, however they decide to use those for, again, like I said, facial recognition, body scans, things like that. That's what Big Bear AI is all about. And they just closed a Sage AI deal, which is going to help them with some of that inferencing with the Face ID and the scanning, and build their platform similarly to what Palantir did. So I really like Big Bear AI. I've called it a mini Palantir since when I started buying it, and we've had some ups and downs on this, but it's bounced off the 200 period moving average. So Big Bear AI, a play for me in 2026. BBAI is, I've been talking about that for now 6 to 8 months. Just like we were talking about my good friend Palantir, so much so that we can afford much more than this hat. We want to thank one of our old traders, Prad, who got me this Palantir hat a while ago when we were buying that stock at $10, $11, $8, $7. And we can see where Palantir's gone now, up over $200 last year, and we'll see if we can get there again, up to 181 in the year of magical investing, led by Alex Karp and company. Palantir, just a huge stock for the year. I think Big Bear AI, although it would be nice if it could repeat it, I do think there is some Palantir-esque opportunities there in Big Bear AI. So thank you so much for the super chat, and yeah, we're willing to talk about all of these. I see Obi's over here. Yo, what's going on, Obi? Hope you have a good one. They were getting Cabanos today, so that was part of Obi's idea. And Neil mentioned it before, when Obi has an idea, that's generally what goes down. So he had pizza on his mind the day before. Today we've got cheeseburgers on our mind right now. So ready to go and excited to have you guys part of this right now. Yeah, OVO, and there's a Maple Leafs on the back of this as well. So we celebrate. We watched the Leafs there last night, and hockey is very feverish in my house. So this is one of the most comfortable sweaters you'll ever find. And the World Juniors too tonight, Canada, Slovakia. So we'll see that. We play our NHL now with the World Juniors. So my daughter and I play that, and you can download all the rosters. So that's a lot of fun. Get to learn the guys' names before they hit the NHL. All right, let's go back over there and talk about Apple and their analyst note.
Yes, sir. It was Raymond James resuming coverage on Apple with a market perform rating, arguing, look, the stocks already reflect, the price of the stock already reflects the core fundamentals of the company. And for full year 2027, they're already trading at 31 times GAAP earnings, and that's ahead of their 5-year average PE, which is in the high 20s. So they think, valuations are a little rich here. Raymond James cited iPhone 17 refresh cycle as a key driver behind the recent stock performance. A calendar 2025 iPhone revenue is estimated to be in the range of $217 billion, which is above consensus estimates, with unit shipments projected to rise about 4% for last year to 238 million units. That is followed, though, again, projections by more modest growth of 3% in 2026 and 2027. But services, which is now bringing in more than a quarter of all of Apple's revenue with its highest margins in the low 80s, is providing, that higher margin recurring income that smooths the hardware seasonality, Adara. But there are tariffs and there are supply chain risks that we need to concern ourselves with. Yeah,
Raymond James basically saying that there could be some tariff-related cost pressures. They estimate a $1.4 billion revenue hit in the December quarter, so quarter that just ended. That would actually be higher than that experienced in the prior quarter. Also noting here that continued supply chain concentration in China is going to be a overhang, even though the company is trying to diversify its supply chain.
Apple's gotten, Tesla, by the way, is continuing to fall back down to pre-market lows. But Apple, I think it's getting a little bit boringly nice. Like the last couple of weeks, you haven't had a ton of volume across the market, but Apple had been barcoding before we had this end of the year low volume malaise. It's not, a few stocks will have 3 or 4 days of this consolidation. Well, Apple's been chilling at this 50 period since the 18th of December. It's almost half a month that we've just been hanging out here at the 50 period. So I just don't know what's going to get it to break away from this yet. It's a good consolidation. Consolidations higher are positive things. You pull back and then you find buy support. That's good. Nothing wrong with that. It's just, okay, well, let's get going off this 50 period moving average. And if we're not, then to me, there's no trade. And you might be able to say, okay, look for the bottom end here seems to be 72 recently. So if you're determined to trade Apple, it's a range bound stock, which just means pick it up on the support, which would be at 72, or maybe if it's crazy down into 70. But outside of that type of a trade, there's nothing going on Apple except for accumulation here. So, be patient with it if you're looking to buy. But until we break away from this 50-period moving average, there's not much you can do with this except, hold it and chill out and wait for it to do what it always does.
Yeah, Winter Classic is today in Miami, and it's between the Panthers and the Rangers. And I went to this game when it was in the Big House, and it was amazing. We went there with my whole family, little babies and everything. Open image and new tab here. I'll show it to you this as well. Yeah, here it is, the Leafs Red Wings. It was snowing. It was an awesome day there in Michigan, and we went with the family. And I thought it was always on Jan 1st, but for some reason, I guess it's going to be today in Florida. So yeah, that was an awesome opportunity to go to that game. And I remember we parked on people's lawns. It was wild times there in Michigan, but yeah, that was awesome. Hopefully we can get a chance to do that again. My wife was pregnant with Gia at that time, and Baron was just a little baby, so he was like 2 years old, and we went, and it was a lot of fun. Look, I think Apple's, I'm not super excited about it. It's, I recently bought it down here, so it's nice to see it going up here. I think that's what I'll just continue to do, is buy the best companies when they go down. And if Apple ever does that move, then I'm a buying of Apple. I want to buy all of the shares possible. They've really, they have one of the biggest buybacks in the business right now, so I don't have any fear. They've bought back something like 35% of their shares in the last 12 or 13 years, something like that. So, Apple, although these other companies keep increasing their share floats, Apple, no, they're decreasing their share float by buying stock back, which has been part of the catalyst of the move higher here. When this stock moves, I think you got to pay attention. And right now, it's just not doing anything. So we'll wait to see if there's anything happening in China for Apple. But I think it's just pretty steady Eddie as you go. A small dividend there, and nothing really to worry about. It is the largest holding in all of the major ETFs out there. And you definitely own Apple one way or another. And I own it in the common, and I'm just going to be buying more Nasdaq and S&P 500 this year. So I like Apple, and as an individual stock, if it ever comes back into the 200 period, I think we buy it, but that's $230. That's a minute from now, and I'm not too interested in trading it today. It has no volume, man, 200,000 shares and not doing anything. Not when we have names like Tesla actually moving around a little bit here, bouncing off the 200 period. I like that stock. We have a stock like Uber. We have the futures actually moving here with the TQQ, so you guys know that I'm all over that all the time. So looking at this at 53.50, so that's going to come into play here as well off the jump. And then silver, which we don't even have on the board. That's one of the biggest movers here today. Silver up 4.5% today. So much to look at. Apple a little sleepy today, so we'll wait on it. And yeah, if Apple ever does increase that dividend, oh boy, we will be dancing in the streets. That is for sure. One of my largest holdings, it's Apple. It's Apple, it's Google, or it's Palantir, I think, are the three largest holdings in your boy's account over here. So we'll see if Apple continues to move markets in 2026. I believe it'll be a relatively calm year for them. So we'll wait. Nickel moving? Okay, I don't know. We have to look at some metals. But right now, we're going to a fake metal, which never meant to be a metal. But we're going to go to Bitcoin right here, a store of value. Will it be that in 2026, or will it be down another 7%?
Dropping here, Sean. It was on the way to break 90. Now it's trading at 88.6. So weakness, more weakness for Bitcoin in the new year. Memecoins, though, they opened up 2026 with sharp gains led, yes, of course, who wouldn't have guessed this? Pepe coin, which jumped 26.8% in the last 24 hours with trading volume on Pepe surging 313%. Bonk as well. BONK followed Pepe with 12.1% gain, supported by a 64% increase in trading volume. But you also have the legacy meme coins, and I say that jokingly, of course. Dogecoin, Shiba Inu also joined the rally, 7.9 and 8.3% respectively, surging to a sector-wide move rather than these isolated pumps. The synchronized upside across multiple tokens points possibly to a risk-on sentiment returning at the start of the year here, but meme coin capitalization continues to drop here, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, mean market cap actually up 8.1% in 24 hours, apparently to roughly 39.7 billion. That does reverse part of last year's drop. Trading volumes across the sector up 22.8%. And again, despite that new year rally. Memecoins had a pretty rough year last year. Total market cap dropped from 94.9 bill to 37.8 billion. That's a roughly 60% decline.
All right, Neil, what's your look here on IBIT?
Well, it's already getting bonked to the downside as we can speak. So I think you just got to wait for 88. If you like it, if you like Bitcoin or IBIT today, the 88,000 level, it's right around 50. It's like the $50 here on IBIT's been about that level, and you travel $100 above and below, so it's not like a clean resistance or support at that 88, but certainly down into 49.9 and 50 seems like where this would be headed the way it's selling off going to the open. It's a slight move down in the market and a bigger move obviously in Bitcoin. As you might be able to tell by this line up here, I probably would have been a fade at 51.40. I don't see any chance that we're going to get there today, so probably not much of a trade for me. I just see like there's your clear resistance at the top, and really like you're almost, even if you fill in this gap, like that's not even where the buy support's been. It's been closer to 49 on IBIT. So I think your first look, if you're looking for a bounce, would be at 88K, which is about 49.9 to 50. But I'd rather have been fading at 51.4, only because this will be the opportunity. Like, why not? We were just talking about metals, and hey, Bitcoin's not a real metal. It's not a metal at all, but it's also not like necessarily a store of value. Now, the truth of the matter is, hey, gold and silver have not been trading that way either. Now, silver has been the most volatile name. That's why we're trading SLV the last couple of sessions. It was a good short off of the highs. I want to say yesterday, on Wednesday off of this 66.5, and you can pretty clearly see about 66.5, you're going to find resistance. I just think you go resistance to support and looking for dips into that level. If we don't get dips into 66.5 to be able to play this long, then I'm just going to work with whatever trend we can get. And when I see what happened on this trend, every single dip buy, once we formed a trend line, I was buying 2 sessions ago. So I want to have that mentality. If we're going to hold on to VWAP here, and we've already made the dip into the prior high, then I'm going to be patient looking for that trend to form. But for silver, I'm play back into the prior high, like I just said. Only about 4 minutes to go in here, everybody. Before we go and talk about ASML and that double upgrade, I just want to quickly show the imbalances. Not that there's anything crazy. That being said, you've got to sell on Cisco. So I think on Wednesday, we had nothing on the imbalance locator over a couple 100,000. Today you've got Cisco with a sell of 500,000. BBAI is a buy of 350,000, Neo 340, but those are $5 stocks. Apple's a small sell at 270, and then Intel down here is a small sell as well. So pretty much nothing unless you're really into Cisco for some reason on the locator.
I just got to say, shout out, sitting in Mini-Me's chair is another look at a Mini-Me today. Let's go over and see this man's hoodie. I think he's got the Sean vibes going on over here. Check that out. Look at that, the Looney Tunes. Yeah, there it is. I like that. There we go. Yeah, man, this is my kind of a shirt right there. Good job, man. Bugs Bunny Looney Tune laughs right there. So little Warner Brothers love. Maybe he's gonna be trading some Netflix there today. So he's in the building right there. Good look, man. We like that hoodie look on this side. So awesome look there. Obi, and we'll go back over the desk. 3 minutes left until the open.
One quick, guys. Alethea Capital analyst Warren Lau, he's double upgrading ASML to buy from sell, raising the price target from 750 to 1,500. He has stronger confidence in the company's medium and long-term growth tied to advanced semiconductor manufacturing. Adair, what more can you tell us about this?
Yeah, he's saying stronger than expected extreme ultraviolet or EUV lithography demand, particularly from DRAM manufacturers. That's going to be a key catalyst. Also talking about resilient, deep ultraviolet orders from China, suggesting that demand does remain intact despite some geopolitical concerns here, saying the dynamics support sustained tool utilization and backlog strength for ASML. If you want to see some day trading of ASML, join Obi and I in the midday, because I will definitely be looking at this name.
All right, guys, trading around 6%. What is your look on ASML?
Yeah, like as far as the trade goes, they're not going to trade $1,100 stock that's like a primary in Europe, at least not my cup of tea. I do think you have a chance to break the highs here today, so there's certainly a possibility. I just like the strength that it's going to bring to the overall space. Like you do have all the chip names gapping up overall, and there was some positive stories for TSM as well. So as far as ASML goes, I like them. I do like Lam as well. Lam Research, we talked about that earlier. If you're looking for a U.S. company that's similar but not exactly the same thing, if you want to play some sympathy. But I'll be looking at AMD in particular today. For the obvious reason that, remember that 217 wall that was there for a week and a half? Well, we're through it. So, 217 is kind of come and gone. I'm going to be looking longs over the 217 here with room up to 220 here on advanced micro devices. There's also something kind of weird going on. There's a kind of like a barcode or forever buyer. It's light pre-market volume, but at 218 even, there seems to be a little somebody holding the stock there for the last almost full 40 minutes here on AMD. So if it loses 218, I would suspect it might go quickly all the way down to that 217 level, and I want to be ready for that. But for now, it's holding that 218 like an absolute champ.
All right,
like
so
AMD today.
Yeah, where we're actually going to be trading today, let's call up some names. IBIT right here. I have IBIT on the note here, long around 50 bucks. So we'll see if that can come in. Just bounced a little bit off 50, so we're bidding there right now. We do have the Nasdaq. I trade it using the TQQs. So that's 53.80. I'm going to wait a little low. I'm going to wait for 53.50s. That's what I wrote down. So I'm bidding 53.60 right now. These are just going through my notes. You can go find them at Trader TV, Sean. IBIT, and then Uber would be another name that I'm waiting for as well. And I'm actually bidding all of these just in case we do get a move down. The thing about this is 50 cents already in the out of the money with a spread, so you got to be careful to see where Uber is going to go. I'm going to wait for 81.50 to see if that can come into play there, just sort of a level that we were on Wednesday. So Uber, TQs, IBIT, and then silver. I don't know if silver is going to get there. I have 65.50 written down there. We've actually, that was moved up $1 instead of down $1. So now with only 6 seconds left, I want to thank everybody for watching us here on a brand new year. So get ready to rock and roll. I hope your year as profitable as it was last year, or at least better than it was last year, if not profitable, hopefully less losses. All right, so TQ's moving, nice move to the upside there. Probably Tesla is going to be a mover here early as we got deliveries number from Tesla. I'm gonna always call up Uber and have that on the side as well. Uber, again, remember it's a New York name, so it might take a minute to open up here for Uber, but it looks like it's open now. Yeah, good volume spike there. So Uber trying to get a little lower, we'll watch out for them. 82.50, a possible breakout zone, and the market's going up, so IBIT flat right now as well. S&P 500 and Nasdaq both opening up the new year to nice gains, man. Nasdaq up 1%, ES now up 0.5%. So yeah, we're kicking it off in the right direction here to start so far, but no positions for myself yet.
Whoa. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Yeah, forget about any dip buys in AMD. AMD is now 4% to the upside and absolutely flying here. Like, NVIDIA is strong, but it's not doing AMD things. That's going absolutely ham. So 4 points up on AMD. I mean, I don't know what ASML is doing. That was the name we were just talking about in the chip space. Intel's gapped up and up 4% as well. So the chips are going ham, at least the ones that are not named NVIDIA. Although NVIDIA is at come on, chart, at $190, it's up 4%. Not as crazy of a move. Okay, I'll just show you the black chart. This is what I have NVIDIA up. That's why I can see it breaking out. But all of the chip names going absolutely crazy instantly here off of the open. That's the big story. You thought it'd be a Tesla delivery day? No, it's all about the chips right now. Silver is dipping, so I like 66.5 on silver. That one actually has a chance to come in.
All right, so we're going to go long here. We're long at 180. I just want to try. I mean, this is just a little try here, just looking to see if something wants to hit. 179.50 is sort of the bottom here, maybe, I don't know, for Palantir. So we'll bid here. Now we've got it. We're long at 180 flat. Happy with that. If this drops below 179, I believe that's where I put it. Sorry, 179.50. We're not even waiting for that long. There it is. So in and out quickly on Palantir. That one did not hold, but the market is heading back to the downside.
ES is red right now.
Yeah. Nasdaq is going downside as well. So I don't know what's. ES is not red.
No, I mean, sorry, the ES is breaking the lows.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Weaker than the Nasdaq.
For sure. So the whole market's coming back in. Maybe we'll get hit on our, our Nasdaq position instead of chasing Palantir. Micron, huge move to the upside, up 6%, just breaking through 300. So we missed that move there on Micron. Is that still making a move higher? Wow, good discipline here. Getting out immediately at 179.50 there on Palantir as that goes a little lower as well. Here comes the TQs. Maybe we eventually get our levels. I wrote down 53.50. I'm at 53.60.
Yeah, it looks like the only thing that's really bucking the trend here are those, like I said, those chip names are going absolutely nuts. Here's AMD. It got to 225 and already starting to come back in. It's so weird to have started out looking for a dip buy in AMD and now starting to think the other way. Like 225 is resistance on the daily. If this calms down anywhere near that, I think it might be one of those types of reversion plays as we speak. So yeah, we'll see. Silver's still headed close to my level, but not there just yet. So I'm trying to be patient with this. It is still sliding back in. Like it to get a little bit lower before trying that first dip buy. Like I said, the market's starting to come back in heavily. Unless you're a chip name, you're falling right now.
All right, man, we got a good trade on, I hope, here with IBIT. So far, so good here. We'll see where we want to go with it, though. But we do also have, there's IBIT right there. We also do have Uber trying to make moves lower here as well into our 81.50 area. So we'll take out a little bit for 10 cents there on IBIT, but looking for a little bit more, obviously, on this one. Watch out for Bitcoin, 88.5, 88.6 right now. I'm going to put another offer there at 24 and see if we get that. It's Uber that made that move back in as well into 81.50. So I'll buy a little bit here. We should have actually been long already. I was just too busy with crypto. But there's IBIT, there's Uber. We'll take a bid here and see if we lose that 81.50. That was going to be a marker for us down there. So there it was right there. Now we have a clear out, 81.40. So if we can break below 81.40, then we'll get out of Uber. But put that offer in, bid, enter, get that going. But so far, so good, man. It's IBIT making our money back here for us on Palantir, but we need a little bit of a bigger move there. IBIT, as we wrote down, man, we like that long down near 50. We'll take it, and we'll go over when you're ready to Adara. It sounds like we're ready right now.
Yeah, ASML, we just mentioned that double upgrade from Alethea Capital. This one up in a big way. Looks like we're at all-time highs here, up above $1,150 to start the year for ASML. Back to you.
Yeah.
You like that one?
I'll say. I mean, it's, like you said, it's the chip names that are going absolutely ham. Didn't want to forget our day two play, which was, again, looking for a bit of a fade in DJT. This one, at least, finally something set up remotely, what we're looking for. Bit of a false break of the high, already put in one topping tail candle at about 13.55. 13.5 was the level we went for. At the open, it did the same thing on Wednesday is what I mean, 13.5, and then all the way back in. So going to pay this one back into VWAP. Remember, the story here was, they're getting a DJT token. So, no, that's it. That was the story on Friday. And so looking to fade that for a second day in a row. But wow, Tesla's starting to come back in. Still looking at AMD at that high of 225. It is looking like a double top, so it might be close to, I wanted this long early, but obviously it's gone. So I'll look for a fade here off this 225 now that you've got a double top on advanced micro devices. Super strong early start for the chips into a market which is absolutely tanking.
Yeah, market's down a little bit here. We'll have to watch out for these
ES though.
For these plays. Yeah, I mean, we're fine. We're actually now face slapping, good trading. There's Uber, so we got Uber long. This is off the note, so that's going to be working out. And we have IBIT long, which has been working out. Hopefully that'll come higher. So the only stock we lost on was Palantir, but we're now flat. We made back enough now to not worry about that. But there it goes. Palantir back to the downside, but we'll still continue to watch out for Uber. I like that stock. We'll see if we can get back to $82. And again, this is just something that we wrote down on our note. So we got 81.50s, and that's where it fell into. So we like that. And then we also wrote down IBIT. And if you're looking for a spot, someone sent me this. Yeah, let's go. Right there, you go over here, you go into the sticky note, and these are all the ideas that I had there. TQs, long, IBIT long at 50. That's the price that we like. So that came into there, right there. Uber, 82.50. Sorry, it should have been, 82.50 breakout, 81.50 to the top side. But here we go, Neil. Now we're starting to cook, man. This is what we're talking about. It's the hot dog cannon positions today for the longs. There goes IBIT, really starting to go upside there. So yeah, buddy, so far so good here. IBIT really making him sing. This is a good position for me, and we're pretty happy that we have this one on. So we'll take some out right there on the upside of 38s. For IBIT and see if it continues to go. And then there goes Uber as well. Ooh, just bounced a little bit there. We'll put some, here, let's put some 90. Oh, I'm actually at 96. Let's get some 93s. We'll cancel some 96s, and then we'll see how high Uber wants to go. It's not moving as much as I'd sort of hoped it would have, but we'll see if we can get something there on Uber. But so far, so good here. 2 for 3 on the missed opportunity there with Palantir, but we're good to go here. We're nicely cooking. We're at about half of our daily goal right now with these two positions, so let's keep going.
That's what it's all about, man. You hit those goals, stay green. I just got top wicked on DJT, but I'm not back into it yet. I'm planning on getting back in, but I'm going to allow this candle to close out a little bit here just to see if it can calm down a little bit more. AMD is still testing that 230, 224 area, I should say, as 225 has been the local high, but really it's that 24 that we got to worry about right in here. So a couple of topping tail candles, been in and out just to trim off a little because it looks a little strong. But this ES and Nasdaq, we're basically open range. Well, maybe more so than Nasdaq. We hit the high, and when we basically hit this little low here from 25.6, if we stay inside of the range, then I suspect we could have some serious chop action. If we break underneath, then I think I want to add to a short, but I haven't gotten any longs yet. Silver was the one that I was looking for, and I want to be very, very patient with it. So the chips were strong early. Look, I liked long off 217 on AMD. AMD basically just broke out kind of through random levels. So I'm going to play this back into 222 if it can get there. And obviously, I still like DJT to the short. I shouldn't say obviously. I still like DJT short, but I want to see it close again. Confirm that topping tail before I jump back into it. If you like the metals, well, they're giving you a bit of a discount. First green candle of the day just got put in for silver. It's been all red so far, and this might not even hold the low. So if it can't hold the lows, then I'm waiting even further for silver to catch a bit of a bid. If it can hold the low here, then I would jump in at about 66.7, because 66.5 was my target entry. It just hasn't shown any buying yet. I stress the yet, because I think at some point, usually this thing will catch a bid.
All right, good job there. All right, welcome, man. I mean, same year. Hopefully same results. There it goes. So we've got it right there. Good long, right? I mean, all I wrote down today was longs. So we don't have, like Neil, man, silver didn't hit, but this is why I go over these trades before the market, just before the market opens. Where I'm sitting, what we're looking at right there. IBIT's been really the beast. Well, they're both. P&L wise, they're both identical. I have basically the same amount of shares on both. Thank you, Chris Arthur. You're on that Uber as well. So yeah, man, I hope some of you guys are on some of the plays. I know, I think you've only been, you're in AMD now as well. So you've been in 2 positions. I'm in 2 positions. We did have our position there in Palantir that came and went. So good job there. Hopefully you guys are in that, but its market's been down for the last couple years, couple days. So you got to be careful with where potentially we're going right now. I am ringing the register on all of these, man. We're 70 cents in the money right now, so we can floss this off, man. Uber's been just an absolutely banger of a trade right there. We'll take a 38 there, get a good fill as there goes Uber, almost a dollar club. And, you know, we wrote this one down. I liked it. I thought it was a good little breakout situation. It's been on a nice move here despite what the market's been doing. And look what the market's actually doing now, getting hit to the low side. And our stocks are actually still holding out pretty good right now. So there's a big trade for Uber. Yes, we get that fill. That's a big one right there, man. So yeah, let's go Uber right now. Come crashing in right there with that money exploding there on the Uber. We took the Uber plane today to work, and there it is, 82.50. So almost your dollar right there on UBER. So, and then yeah, man, crypto, there it goes as well. Wow, 2 for 2 on monster plays right there. And then we did, you know, lose a little bit there on Palantir. We lost a fraction on Palantir of what we're making over here, but this could be at a decent buy spot as well. Let's just stay with the winners with IBIT and Uber, and then Neil has AMD and DJT.
I'm out of AMD. That one's
nice.
exploding to the upside. Look, at the end of the day, I liked it long, but I play a short reversion because that's what's set up first. And it's not going to end up working out. But it is what it is. Like, there's your plan of action, but this thing never dipped. If you wanted to dip by, you didn't get it here in advanced micro devices. There's no particular catalyst unless you're looking at ASML. Adjacent, but not direct. So I still think there's going to be a fade. And silver, finally... All right, you're going to meet another breakdown. You've got to the next level at about 66. So finally, this one is setting up at least a bit of a trend. Got a bit of a dip that held at 66.8, prior bar lows. So now I've got a couple of points. If it breaks the trend, that's the only way I'm going long. Do not want to fight this one, not the way that it's going. And DJT, I think we're right to play a bit of patience. I was thinking about jumping back into the trade, elected not to. It broke higher and went all the way to Wednesday's top. So now it's double topped at 13.8, and I can be a little bit more patient playing off of that high as well. So the Nasdaq, yeah, we're still kind of in the same range for sure, and we'll see what happens with this DJT. But the volume is not nearly what I would have expected. So I'm going to go back, be patient with silver. If I'm looking for this dip buy, I want it to either break trend, maybe fill in a little bit more of said gap. One more name that we didn't talk too much about. We talked about Tesla's deliveries. Rivian, slight beat on deliveries. It wasn't anything big, but they've blown through that $20 level, now up at 5% to the upside, while Tesla's about to go red. So just want to make sure I covered that for you. Don't know if anyone's trading that, but all right, here comes a buyer back in silver. If it can finally break one of these fire bar candles up, then I'll look for the long into the volume weighted average price.
Okay. I don't know, man. Hopefully we could just keep on doing what we're doing here. There's Uber. Uber's now $1.20 upside into that. We just broke through 82.80, so we'll hold on. I only have right now a fifth left of this position, so 20% left of Uber. You know, obviously wish we had more, but we did really well to get these ones going. And then same thing here with IBIT. We have a little bit more left of IBIT. Let's say 35% left on IBIT as we're right back up to these pre-market levels as well. I'll put another offer here at 72 and just get it out. We've now made a day and a half worth right now in the first 15 minutes. So, and I'm just like, this is the year of proper sizing and getting the hell out when you're wrong, and not like, you know, sure, we go 0 for 1 and then we just bang it out and make our goals right there with those next two plays. So Uber, yes, cooking, IBIT cooking, that is for sure. The other name that we had on board was Silver right there, and we're waiting for 66.50, so I think we could just wait for that. That's a level that we had written down there. So sorry, 65.50. We're gonna wait for that level to come through there right now. We're gonna go to Adair in 20 seconds with numbers, but yeah, I'm just gonna try to hold on to all of this. So far, so good as we continue to watch these stocks go higher. And there goes Uber, by the way, now $1.40 in the money as it breaks through 83. Let's go over to Adair and see what she's up to with these numbers. Good trade.
Let's take a look here at the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI print for December. Looks like it already just came out exactly in line with estimates, 51.8. Forecast, 51.8. Previous print, would you believe it, 51.8. So very unexciting way to start the year when it comes to economic data. Nasdaq continuing to push just a little bit higher. S&P 500, same look as we sent you back to Sean and Neil. Do remember to like and subscribe. No other economic data today.
I thought there was a minor number at 10 o'clock. There was a small number at 10 o'clock, and then there's Fed balance sheet aftermarket for sure. But nothing too crazy, I don't think.
Fed balance sheet, but there's no number at 10. I'm not seeing any source with a number at 10.
Okay. I'll double check that for you, but I think there's something minor. Midday silver, second green candle, but we got this bottoming tail wick here. I like 66.5 as a level. So we pulled in, there's your kind of gap fill into Wednesday's high, I suppose, and then there's your hold, at least for now. So I got this higher low. I want to play it into VWAP. There's always a chance that you go all the way V-shaped recovery, but if you're trending down, then I want to play into the volume weighted average price first and worry about the rest later. The chip names continue to absolutely fly to the upside, as there's pretty much no stopping them. NVIDIA's up 3%. AMD's going absolutely ham. Tesla just broke 450, so it is headed potentially for that 444. That's the 50 period on the daily. I didn't really think we'd get there today, but I did say earlier this week that that's a place I'm looking for the buy on Tesla. So 444, about 1% away here on Tesla. I think we have a solid chance of getting down there and being able to retrace to it. So yeah, silver is a new one. We'll play into VWAP. If it starts holding there, then I want to be able to add on any kind of trend to the upside on hi-ho silver, our good friend. And DJT continues to climb. So we'll let this one do its thing, at least for now. It was a better fade late than it was early on Friday. On Wednesday. I keep thinking like Wednesday was a Friday. On Wednesday, so I don't mind waiting for it. We got it a little bit late in Thursday, and it was certainly a good trade, and we had to wait half a day for it to come in that second time. So silver, almost at the volume weighted average price. We'll get another leg out and then look for the high of the day, which is 67.5 on SLV, not spot silver.
All right. You know, I'm just canceling some of my stops. Like, my stop on this IBIT was 15 cents. So, you know, the fact that it went up 65 cents is great. So that's where we topped out at the high of the day. Now I'm going to get out if we break the 50 period. So right here, 50-50. If we break through that, we're out of IBIT. But we do want to hold out for bigger moves on both of these names. So just going over where the stops are right now. Uber, my stop was at 81.50, so that's another 15-cent stop. To give you 10 to 1 right now, 10 to 1 on this Uber trade right now. Oh, actually, I guess our stop would have been right at whatever that bottom. Well, yeah, 80. So I'm at 81.44. So that's the stop there on Uber. So 10 to 1 on that as that goes straight up there to the upside. And there goes IBIT. Wow. Let's go crypto. What the hell is going on right now with BTC? There goes IBIT, man. Oh, man, did we ever nail that one? And if you're just looking, I'll put it in the chat as well for anybody here because it's just another opportunity to get some trade ideas. Neil has his all on there. So if you want to sort of, copy what his trades have been, you can go find his ideas at the bottom there, and we both have them written down as well. We both posted them up, some stuff that we're looking at there on Twitter. So there it goes, man. IBIT to the upside, and now Neil into long silver. That's great. I have silver as well, not at my levels yet, but if Bitcoin can keep going, I'm just going to keep adjusting these stops as we continue to rise a little bit higher there. So now $1.70. Wow, this Uber trade, man. I don't know, Neil. This one really blew up a lot more than I thought it was going to right there for Uber. I wrote down 82.50 breakout, but we do get a nice little dip buy into our dip buy zone that we also had, man. And there it goes. The Nasdaq up 1.2%. The ES now up 0.6%. But oh boy, man. Now we're almost at 2 times our day rate here, which is a great way to start off the year. We are pretty excited. It's only 9:49. Oh my gosh. We still have so much more to go. And there goes IBIT. There, follow me, man. I'm posting these all up on Twitter as well. But these aren't the only stocks that of course are moving. These are just the ones.
5.5%.
Yeah, that 5.5%. There goes Tesla right now, down 0.5% as well. Bouncing off that level that we had talked about, 450. But I'm in these names. I want to stay focused on the names that we have. And yeah, Tesla, good one. We can look at Rivian as well, maybe. But Tesla, 5% too. Yeah, Tesla and Rivian both with deliveries. And there goes Rivian, man. We like that stock. As I said, we're in that name, and we're just going to watch these things continue to go to the upside, and then we'll do a little bit of a sector watch in a couple minutes.
Yeah, for myself, I mean, obviously AMD ends up being a very good long, no questions asked on that. I'm in silver right now, but there was one name on the note that I was never planning on taking at the open. I was going to wait for it to settle down for a continuation play. That's Nike. And Wednesday, Nike was one of the strongest stocks in the market, but I didn't want to just be in it early. I wanted to see if it plays a continuation, holding some support. Nike pulling all the way back in. The story a couple of days ago was simply that CEO Elliott Hill had bought some shares, I think 1 million shares, or like 1 million shares or so, but either way, this does not look very strong. Silver got to first target just now as we are back to the volume weighted average price and bursting potentially through to get to the high of the day, which is about 67.5. So that's where I'm going to look for the out. It's been mostly scalp trading in silver the last couple of sessions where you get multiple entries on whatever the trend is. There is no clean trend yet. We're still a bit of an inside day. So one more push, I think we get that top here on SLV. Tesla might have already made you that bottom. I would like to think it's already happened. But one name we did not talk too much about since the open, and I'm glad I kind of stayed away. Baidu is not really as much volume as I was anticipating, but it is strong, up 12% and looking like it's going to continue to go here. And Alibaba on sympathy, actually breaking some highs as well. So I like Baba for a swing if it can hold these levels, but it's only 950. I can't really tell you it's holding these gains 20 minutes in, but it is looking pretty strong. Just going to make sure we hold on to this. If we curl back in, I'm probably going to go for a double barrel, like buy at our same price, or at least our same support level for silver. If we start putting in higher lows over VWAP, then I can consider kind of adding to this or jumping back in off that volume weighted average price. For now, it's just going to be a hold. Market's completely reversed. So let's see if this long can continue.
Okay. Yeah, and like I was saying to people in the chat, man, yeah, thanks for noticing the trades. And you can, we're all very much an open book. You can ask us at any time, how things are going, what we're looking at, how our past trades have gone, anything like that. I mean, that's the whole point of what we're trying to do. All right, Uber and IBIT here as well. I was just thinking about where to put the stops. I mean, the stops haven't changed that much. The 50-period moving average really isn't moving. So we just took another out at the top. Every time we get these like sort of extension candles, like right now, if we can get something else, again, maybe at 51.09, I'll put one at 51.05 here. We're getting lighter and lighter on all of these trades to the point where I don't even have that many. I'll put in 96. That many shares, there we go. That many shares left at all on this. So we have about, let's call it 15% left on IBIT and about 5 or 6% left on Uber. I mean, the break to me was at 82.50, so we almost got $1 from that, let alone this whole move. So, like I said, man, we'll just hang out. Look forward to eating some of those cheeseburgers, Randy. Shout out to Trailer Park Boys. And we'll have some of those, and a good suggestion there by Obi. We're already sort of in chill mode. It's 9:53. Oh, we did say that I would look at right now, and this is what happens, man. This is the life of a trader, honestly. When you make your levels and you hit your trades, you know that this is such a tough job to begin with, that if you can do this right away and do it consistently and have some fun doing it, you're in the right space. There's Google up 3%. What a monster that name's having. A great move today. So is NVIDIA and Apple. We haven't even looked at Google. Apple, I said steady as you go, man. Happy to have that, obviously, in the portfolio. Broadcom, what's this? AMD upside as well there today. Amazon. You know, the sector that's not doing so hot, healthcare, technology. One of my picks for 2026 will be Eli Lilly. So that's now down 0.5% today. So we'll wait to see what Eli Lilly does moving forward. And we get into the oral, which is why I like that one for the GLP. We'll see what that does. And then for financials, again, a really hot sector leading into the year. You know, just a little cooling down, but not really. I mean, JP Morgan, most of them are up here. It's the credit cards in Berkshire right here that are down today. I really like Capital One. See, that's another name. You know, like I have too many of these names. I got to sort of start to undiversify a little bit as well. What was that? Sorry.
Isn't that their line? What's in your wallet?
Yeah. Is it Capital One? What's in your wallet?
It's Capital One.
Yeah, okay, good one. Yeah, nice one there. Not just a pretty face over there, Neil. All right, so, and in the producer manufacturing area, you know, some Caterpillar. If we come over to here, Ramin, we'll have a quick look over there. G Vernova, we like that one. And this has been a really good, Cummins is another good name there. I was getting to construction and power. But yeah, everything. There's Lam Research. We said ASML was the upside there today. But there's Caterpillar, 1.3%. So another name that I like heading into this year. The transports have been good too. FedEx has been real good. I don't know if they're moving today. There's my Uber. So let's go Uber. Oh my God. We like that one. FedEx as well on a nice move higher. But yeah, so far so good here today. I've just got on these two trades, and maybe we'll get back into Palantir, which, wow, we were in and out of that one real quick. That made a nice bottom at 177, but Google might be a hot name to trade. We haven't even looked at that. That was up 3%. SMR also, apparently.
Apparently, SIDU's at the halt band.
Okay.
Okay, I haven't looked at SIDU, but we lost. If we were going to hold VWAP, I would have been an adder. I would have added to the position on silver, but it loses VWAP, so going to have to play with the fact that, hey, I like the stock for long, but that's a lower high. So until we sort of break out this pattern, it's only 2 contacts. I wouldn't play a trend break yet, but if we get like a third test in here, and then I can play along breaking that trend, that's what I'll look for. So got to play some patience here. We're not above VWAP. We're not really holding any of that upward trend, but we got our first look that worked. Sidus Health, Sidus Space, maybe it was, I don't know, someone just said it was at the halt band. It's potentially breaking out, but I can't see that it would have been at the halt band there. It barely moved, not even close to 10%. So SIDU, very strong day on Wednesday, and now trying to trace back through. It was 420, believe it or not, that this thing got resisted. Because why not? It was at 420. I'd wait for 420, at least for myself. I was actually fading this one on Friday, and I would be inclined after the double barrel offerings to wait for chances to short that stock, but it's looking strong today. So I would wait for the second part of the day. Now you've got DJT breaking the high, so resisted the temptation to get back into this, unless it'll fail that high and put in some kind of a turn. It's just looking incredibly strong right now, and AMD continues its absolute churn to the upside. But the one name that we have not really shown you is, believe it or not, NVIDIA. So for the first time today, here's NVIDIA starting to pull back. What I like about NVIDIA is, I guess for the first time in a while, we're actually doing something big off the 50-period moving average. So didn't think that was going to be the case today. Thought it was sort of opening up and diddling in the middle. But this could be a pullback into prior high setup all of a sudden, and it wasn't there this morning. Now you do have a potential pullback into Wednesday's high at 190.5. So I'm going to be patient with silver, patient with DJT for sure. And then Nike, which was the other name on the list, is starting to catch a bit of a bid. I was preferring a breakout at 64.20. I doubt that's going to happen on Nike. So I got to look for it to make some kind of a base before I can get in.
Okay, we're still doing most of the same here. I got another out there on Uber, just looking to see what else we want to trade. I mean, if you guys have any sort of an idea for us, the best thing would be to do is get into that chat right here, hit the subscribe button first and foremost, man. I want to thank everybody for being here with us. We are live every day at 8 a.m., so join us every day at 8 a.m. You'll see it. Actually have a good bonus for you today. Adara will be live trading on the midday with the man, the myth, the legend, Obi, and Adara. So there's no better of a combo.
Who says she's not live trading now?
Oh, yes. Well, she is live trading now, I would imagine. Adara, do you want to mention, are you in anything currently right now?
4 letters. ASML. There's another stock too, but ASML, I have a lot to talk about.
Okay, good. So we'll talk about some ASML. Which way are you right now? Do you want to talk about the trade just quickly? Yeah, okay.
I had a long off the open, which I will talk about. Then right now, trying to short this, it's like tape scalping. We'll talk about it later.
Okay, good.
Please just punch.
Okay, good. Please just punch. There it is. So there's ASML long off the open. That was a great trade. Obviously, this is what I'm saying. Like, not only the smartest one in the room, but potentially the best trader as well. So thanks, Adara. 11:30 right there. 11:30, 11:35. Nice movement. If you were long off the open there, Adara, congratulations. Oh my God, that's a banger, and you're going to see her live with Obi momentarily in just over an hour. Okay, so silver. This is what you guys want us to talk about. Silver and gold, man. Nothing's been more spicy over the last little while than SLV. Your boy's going to be on that one for you in a couple minutes. But right now, Uber's up $1.80 now in the money for Uber. And where is Uber? It's right there. We had Uber, of course, marked down. Whoopsies, there it is right there, up 0 apparently. I don't know what's going on with this one. Maybe I have to refresh. Everything's showing up zeros right now. But silver, that's going to be a big one there.
There's no prior, I know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know, but there's Apple. No prior close, I guess, price. I don't know. But NVIDIA SIDU, $4 for SID. You could just hit $, and then get involved in all of this, guys. So $sign will do that for you, and you can be part of this. But there's ASML and there's SIDU in and around $4. Watch out now.
Oh, it's not our data. Our data is fine.
Okay.
No, sometimes there's like internal, prior day close won't show up properly in P Pro, but that's not the problem. All of our data is absolutely fine. But certainly, look, silver, it's still looking relatively weak. So despite the fact that the first long worked, you're still putting in a lower high, and potentially, if this continues, you could put in a lower low. So I'll let it settle down. I waited for it to at least show some buying on the 3-minute before getting in the last time, and I think I would do exactly the same thing. And if you look over at gold, remember gold was weaker this morning, and it's continuing to look rather red. Like this is GLD's fallen off. It's still up 1%, but it's still stair-stepping into the downside. So if you're looking for a long here, I think you really, really have to be quite patient with gold and silver, either or.
I think we're getting, Dara, yeah, there it goes.
What? She said it.
I know, she didn't throw it.
Part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Origenics. Millions of concussion therapies. Origenics, trading on the NYSE's OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead and book a meeting today. Let's take a look here at this market, which is certainly trying to book it to the upside, just trying to pass these pre-market highs here on the S&P 500. Obviously, nice gap up after a pretty weak session on Wednesday, last trading day of the year, to say the least. Let's talk about TSLA. This did not do quite as much as we maybe expected it to do on deliveries. Tesla announcing lower than expected deliveries here and production for fiscal 2025 and especially for Q4 here. Deliveries here of 418,000 units, more or less, below estimates of 422,000 that Tesla itself published, compilation of analyst estimates. ASML here, nice push to the upside. ASML, of course, on watch after Alethea Capital double upgrades this from sell to buy, hiking its price target double from $750 to $1,500. Last but not least, SLV, GLD, these metals continuing to be on watch to start the year. We know SLV and gold actually both having a weak end to the year, much like what we saw with the market trading lower. But nice gap up here once again as this volatility in the metal space certainly continues. Please make sure to like and subscribe. We send you back to Sean and Neil.
Intel's now up 8%. Yeah, so that's a day for Intel. Look, again, there was no particular catalyst, but you know what? Guess who's invested in Intel? The US government and NVIDIA. So maybe it's just a little bit of a technical breakout after this little bit of dip buying. This is now well through the 50 period. Not going to be a chase, but I feel like if this gets up into the mid 40s again, it might be like a ring the register situation. if you haven't already. Like, this stock doubled pretty clean off that 19 area where the U.S. government had their investment and looking incredibly strong. Just super strong here today. Not really sure why particularly they're the strongest one, but again, it doesn't have to make sense. It just has to be happening. All right, so like at least silver is looking, you made a higher low for now. You made a higher low, so if we can break above VWAP, I'll go in the second time if we can get above 67 in here. And DJT did this. Big topping tail at 14, so I jumped in here at the 70, built 75, actually technically 73, and I'm just gonna give it to the bar high, not the wick high, which is about 15 pennies or so on DJT. But looking for the second entry in silver as we speak. This is starting to look a little bit stronger than before, finally breaking this trend. So the first one we went long against the trend, now we can try to break the downtrend to the upside here on SLV. Gold, I'm not too concerned about it yet, but if it continues going down, I might abandon the look here in SLV.
All right, there. I was going to call this up after when Neil's done there. You're welcome. Ag Dvorak there. Thank you so much. He's saying thank you for Uber and for IBIT. You're welcome. Thank you for watching there as well. And then also, man, I did see somebody else in here, and I made this a call for 20. I mean, we haven't done it yet, so we got to wait to see where it all goes. But this is one of my calls for 2026, and that is going to be Marvell. And you could see upside today up to $90. So we'll go awesome, and we'll go hopefully. I'm already in it, so let's just hope that it's a good idea, regardless of this event that we're going to be having. We're going to be picking stocks, but Marvell will be one of those, as I said. So will Eli Lilly. Maybe I'll save the rest. I don't want to spoil them all. We are going to have something once Brendo comes back. We're going to include Obi. We're going to include all of us. We're going to have our plays for 2026. But yeah, there goes Marvell, right? Again, more picks and shovels a little bit there. I know that the talk about picks and shovels is maybe a little bit overdone, and but yeah, I kind of like I said, the nervous system there for Marvell and the GPUs as they continue to rock and roll. All right, man, good outs for IBIT. Like, we'll hit the sirens there as we throw to Adara, we throw to Neil, but the trading doesn't stop. And we just got some more outs there at 51 bucks. I mean, it came back up into that level right there, so those are some outs. And we get lighter and lighter. We only had 12% before. Now we have much under that. We have 7% now, and very, very small on Uber, which I wish this was the bigger one. This is now $2 now in the money. Right now, that's many more than 2 there, but that's what we're in the money now on Uber. So, we just put a 57 there and did not get it. So let's offer, let's just punch down a little bit, wipe the offer, wipe the bid a bit there and get some more out, as that's already sort of mooned to the areas that we want. So yeah, SMH and Nvidia. I mean, maybe the market starts to pull back a little bit here. So let's just get out here of more of our trades. Like I said, we've sort of hit some of the goals, and there goes IBIT. Like, that's actually pretty aggressive. I didn't even realize that we got into VWAP there. Remember, our stop was going to be the 50-period moving average anyways. So I guess we can just adjust that because now it's moved up a little bit. So we do have an offer out there. Let's go to 50.48s or so. We'll get out. If it breaks lower than that, that will be our 50-period break right there on IBIT. And it looks like that is about to happen. We do get that Uber move back, and we do get a 45 fill there. So we get lighter and lighter. All right, Shopify, Amazon. Oh, Amazon hitting. Let's see what's going on Amazon right now, potentially making moves lower. We want to buy any dip on strong names. So Amazon not strong today though, right? Up 0.37. What a V shape this is. Upside down V, of course. Just put a little mark there, you get an A. But there it is, right back in, almost into the day's low again for AMZN, as that one's coming off pretty good there. I think you want to buy strength, not buy weakness. So Amazon right now is not relatively strong compared to the market. So that's what I mean. I'd rather buy a name that right here is either with the market or stronger. Tesla did have the deliveries, which they missed on. Can't be super happy with them, but at the end of the day, the market is a living, breathing thing. They'll make the decisions on what Tesla wants to do. And right now, Tesla looks like it wants to do nothing. It's barcoding right now. We sort of coined that term a while ago, and it looks like that's sort of what it's doing right now as Tesla tries to figure out either breaking through VWAP. I like that 455 break, actually. So that could be a trade. You know, the thing is, it's just past 10 o'clock now. Amazon was downgraded. Okay, thank you, Living Trading Bull. Maybe
there were downgrades.
That's what it is right there. I don't know what this is, a guy. Here you go. Yeah, for 2026. Thank you so much there. Did you guys make your? No, we did not. So we are going to make those picks very, very soon.
With Joe gone, it just decided to wait till everybody comes back.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's the whole year, so it's not like...
Yeah, we're in no rush. But I've already given you 2 of mine, so we'll be Marvell and Eli Lilly, and more to come when that hits. But I got to do some more research on it. Those are just off the top of my head.
What I can say is all 3 of mine I've already said, but I haven't made it too obvious. If you've been paying attention, you probably know at least one of them. But I'm guessing most people, maybe you don't know. But like every time I'll throw in some charts of stuff that we don't actually trade, then that would be the hint. Speaking of trading, before this chart crashes, because you can see the circles here, so it's probably going to go. And now have 3 points on silver for the trend, so it'll be a potential clean trend break here if we can get back above 67. And I won't even bother trying to flip this because I'll just close it because it's about to crash, this chart. And then DJT already working into VWAP here. If it breaks VWAP, I'm looking for low of the day. So we're still in DJT, but waiting patiently for the entry in silver as bye-bye goes that chart. A guy from work. We are going to do those picks for sure. But here, I'm going to get my chart back up in a quick little second. I guess my charts are definitely having the Mondays, even though it's a Friday. Yeah. It feels like a Monday.
Okay. All right. We can look at. I mean, if there are any other here, we looked at SIDU really briefly here today. Again, we can ask Adara. Adara, 28% here for SIDU. Did we get some more information from SIDUS right here today? Because that's up another 28%. Is that they had the raise, the offering?
We did not get any more information as far as I can tell. They just had that capital raise recently. We know that they've been raising capital, all that stuff.
Adair, is it true they did 2, not 1, in the last couple of weeks? Someone said that last week.
So there was the 16.2 million offering that was announced on Friday. And then, it looks like there's 2 over the last couple of weeks. First one was announced Tuesday, December 23rd. The most recent one, December 26th, so 2 in 1 week.
Yeah, I mean, why do 1 when you can just dilute more than once?
Do both.
As a small capper. All right, so mixed results. I'm getting my chart back. Ignore the fact that the missing data will mean my VWAP's going to be off, but you might see me do this a little bit more, which is just show you the charts that I'm using up top, which are my black charts. You're still downward trending here on SLV, so I see no reason to jump into this trade just yet. You go in, buy the dip once. Just because it worked doesn't mean you buy it pretty much anywhere. So I'm not going to be staying with this one yet until we get back above the volume weighted average price. And as far as SIDU goes, at 420 level, still unbroken. Topped out at 417. I think that's your, at this point, it's kind of like your obvious secondary breakout spot. There's lots of room for it to get to 5 or 550. But I'm going to probably pay for locates at some point and then wait for some kind of a turn. This did 2 turns for you, and then the bigger one was right at the close, but it did also give you a turn at lunchtime on Friday, and it was such a gigantic one at that 420. I'd at least give it another shot to consolidate up there before taking some kind of other trade. All right, DJT, we did get VWAP the second time through. Just looking for now essentially pretty much the low of the day, but that also corresponds 13.25 with the prior day close. So we're able to get that short in front of the 13.8 at the high, the initial one kind of off the lower high, and we're looking for the prior close to try to retrace the entirety of the move here. Tesla doesn't look like, so much for, it's not really breaking out through VWAP here either. I shouldn't even bother flipping. I just got to stay on one chart. Well, every time I flip to another chart, it's kind of killing me. So Tesla, which I am tracking, that loses VWAP here, headed back lower. 444 is where I'm looking for the dip buy. So I think we have a decent chance of getting all the way down there. We might actually be a lunchtime trade to look for that 444 level here on Teslas. We might not be caring about deliveries when you look at the daily chart of Tesla, but right now, at least today, they've been selling off for the most part. This was gapped up 1.5% and headed back to almost flat here is Tesla on, I guess some misses on deliveries weighing on the stock a little bit. But the Nasdaq and ES are also kind of heading back into the downside.
All right, here we go. Let's play a game. I just put it there in the chat. You guys can go click on this, open it up, and then we're going to put in some of our plays for 2026. So go over there. We'll go. If you don't have it on Twitter, that's fine. You can put it in here. Message me at Instagram. So as we look to build the new segment here at TraderTV.live, at TraderTV Research, of course, this is Adara's account. I'm sure she'll respond to this and give us a pick here. Give me your plays for 2026. I'll start. I've got eyes on Marvell for those of you interested in that one. So we'll put a little post in there. I know Fabian, Ramin, Obi, we're all going to be doing that. So there it is. We'll just push Control V and paste that into the chat, and you guys can get going on that one and let us know, where your eyes are right now for 2026 and what space and et cetera, et cetera. All right, so pretty much getting out of it all, we know where we're stopping out on IBIT, so that order is now done. A name that you would have been completely wrong for the last couple months, but didn't have a horrible year, Oracle. I actually don't even know what year to date it would have been there from January of 2025. It looks, it's way up. Yeah, well, not way up, but better than an Amazon or anything like that. This looks like this was about 150 to 160. So although it did have almost a triple up this year, we do fade back into 195, 200. So if you're looking for maybe a little bit of a catch-up trade there, this could be one into 2026. So let me know. Put it there, and we'll get going and see who's voting for what. Energies, I think, was down this year. So, XOM maybe they're on a little bit of a comeback trail there. I don't know. I know Energy itself was down for the year. Obviously, the stock is probably up a little bit. Their XOM is a pretty solid name. 109 up to 120. So you get that about 7 or 8% this year. Out on a little bit of a dividend there for XOM, so you get decent return there as well. But here comes the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq's really falling in pretty aggressively here, taking out day's low right now. So I'm actually thinking about getting close into a new long position for me here, as this is what we had written down initially on the TQQs, but of course, things change. But 53.50 coming in real nice now as that continues to go higher. And oh boy, Fannie Mae, we talked about this a couple days ago, literally Wednesday, as I marked this down as Bill Ackman's play of 2026. And there it goes up 4% right here. No trading for me on that one today, but there goes Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, both kicking upside today, up another 4%. So a housing play on people's minds, it looks like here so far. Silver, DJT, AMD on Neil's mind right now, but TQ is falling in nicely here.
Yeah, the market's really starting to come. I'm looking at a lot of these other chip names. Actually, I was saying Intel was the strongest one upside, but I think ARM might have had a pretty similar move here, up almost 5%. But as we start to come back in, the original thought was long 217 on AMD. Well, it went up to 225 first, so I went for the short. Now we can look for VWAP to hold. If VWAP bounces, then I can look for some kind of a long, but I feel like we're on the back end of this trade where we are starting to come back in here a little bit. So I want to see distinct buying at VWAP before even thinking about it. Okay, silver finally looking like it's going to be a potential long again. So we just had a nice little bottoming tail candle off the lows. Similar to what we had before, all we have to do is close this one above 66 1/3, and then I'll jump back into silver for the second time. And I'm going to punch out a DJT and show you why. DJT, it doesn't pull back into the low, but it pulls back into the prior high. So if I was bullish on the stock, I'd be playing, there's your prior resistance, pull back into prior resistance, and then I would be going long if I was bullish on the stock. So if I'm short it, then I'm going to get out at that 13.5. So we're looking for that entry here in silver. We're out of DJT, but the market's still heading lower. So be careful jumping on the bid here. I want to make sure that we have some buyers at the level. Just because it's looking like a low doesn't mean it is one.
No, we're, oh man, this could be a slippery slope for us. We are going to get stopped out of the Nasdaq, of the IBIT, which is Bitcoin, and Nasdaq is not too far away, man. 53. If we break too much lower than this, we're already breaking all these levels lower. So we're going to get out on a 45. Like we almost got stopped out right there. I believe it's 45, anyways. Yeah. So there it is. So breaking a 45. So we have to hit the fail a little bit there on this play, but that might have been the bottom. We could try it again. Oh, no, that could have been the bottom. That's too bad. We'll give it one more shot here, though, and just to see if it does hold 53.39s. I'm going to give it one more shot, only because we just came into a level here on the Nasdaq that little wick tail, that I don't necessarily know if it means anything, but it is starting to go back up to the upside. We might have just got taken out the same spot everybody else did. So that's always the reason for me anyways to get right back into it. So key level out, that's fine, didn't hold. We'll take advantage of this one, getting some out there at 60s as it pops through. We'll wait still at 60, there it is. Nice little back end move here for the TQQs. Obviously we don't have as many shares there. I just wanted to punch back in just to, damn you, now you go, come on my guy. We had so many, come on relax guy. We had so many good longs. I watched on Comedy Central yesterday a bunch of trailer parks, and they were reviewing this year, so it was really fun. All right, 53.65s. I don't know. We're just going to slap out of this a little bit as this market is really reeling right now to the downside. Uber just breaking. Oh, that's changed. We got to get out of this one, too. We got to adjust our stops, right, because we're going to use 50-period moving averages. So 82.79 right here. I have so little left that it's not affecting my P&L. The only thing that is this trade, the Nasdaq. So there it goes. So that's why I've been focusing on it. So there goes the Nasdaq. We'll lose about 25% of our day right there, trying to go long on the market. But looks like that dripped downside. Maybe the market won't start off with this banger opportunity here as it just goes all the way back into Redsville right there. I think on the ES, right? The Nasdaq, no, ES still 0.2. Red on the session if you're calling from the open. But yeah, nice downside play there. I still want to go long, but maybe it's not a long today after all that, so who knows?
Well, it's correct to say the ES looks weaker, but they're both still in the green, both the ES and the Nasdaq. Yeah. But that could be temporary. I saw someone saying that Amazon is dead weight on the market, and that certainly might be true. But they're not the only name that's falling right back in here. Tesla is now red and down 0.5%. NVIDIA has just lost like a couple bucks from the top. The chip names are coming back in. AMD did get to VWAP. I'm going to do my best to try to use my black charts to my advantage. And I'm just going to have to, for myself, I'm just going to have to do it this way. Because every time I flip my chart, it's crashing. But we're coming into VWAP here on Advanced Micro Devices. This was, at least at the open, the first initial push. Can you come to my chart for a second there? All good. This was the strongest name, at least right off the open, that bounce. But you want to see it hold this volume weighted average price. We might be losing it as we speak. I will, but I don't know which one I want. Thank you very much, Ramin. I got to give those a pretty good look. One of those is like gigantic. I don't know if I want the... I'll take the... I don't necessarily have to have the biggest one. Thank you very much, Ramin. She's giving us... This is the cookie that she's giving us. So yeah, looking for this bounce. If we can confirm a green candle, I think adding to AMD on the way back up is going to make sense. There's our bottom wick and higher low on SLV to get back in. Once again, we'll look for the push back into VWAP. And if this can finally, and the way the market's going, maybe it doesn't happen, but if we can actually break this trend line, I'm still looking to be long on the trend break as well. So instead of just catching a falling knife, trying to get this breaking that trend line and then going even stronger. But for now, we're just trying to time these by the dips. Adara?
We're going to talk about small caps here, starting with DVLT, Data Vault AI. This is one that, much like SIDU, we've been talking about on and off for the last couple of weeks. This morning, announcing that they've now bolstered their IP and litigation capabilities by adding Kazawisk LLP team, to their roster. So good look for DVLT, sorry. Let's talk here about Chow Chow. Chow Chow Cloud, that's the name of the company, CHOW, the name of the stock, reporting their revenue for first half of 2025. You can find this story on our Trader TV Live watch list, but revenue up 81.3% year over year. AG, Eagle Aerial Systems, this one is like a 4.5% short float, another one that we've seen rally in the past. Today announcing that they have sold 6 EBTAC tactical mapping drones to the U.S. Army, UAVs right now trading to the upside as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Guy, here we go, man. We switch it up right there. We got another, and this is the sign of, like I said, man, the maturation of the trading style. There's the short. So let's just go short right there. We're having a big day. We might as well just keep it that way. We did give some back there on that move, but we make it now. As we just said, you know what? We're not going to fight any kind of a trend here. We're going to stop going long, and that's exactly what we do. And then we just reverse it into the short. So whether or not we bleed the rest of the day, I mean, I don't necessarily think that we're in too much danger here of a massive breakdown. I mean, a lot of the stocks that we were trading earlier are still up. So we'll have to wait to see if it does hold. But if you're looking, again, at the Nasdaq, if we just look at the Qs here quickly, because it seems to be a little bit of a better name than the TQs here. But if you drip down into 614, 615, I think this is pretty much going to be somewhat near the lows, or even this little marker right there, 615. So we're getting pretty close now about potentially making some of these lows on the Nasdaq. So I'm just going to continue to cover. Wow, here we go, Neil. We've made it all back, baby. This is what we're talking about. There's the short printing through right there on the TQQ. So let's go, man. Give me that 53 if we can get that in while we're bidding it. It's maybe... All right, let's punch out and get some 05s right there. Okay, well, we're going to get 53s hopefully as well, but there's a nice move down as we just reversed into our positions right there. You know, have the ability to switch up your mind a little bit there. It broke through some lows, so we get that money back on the short right there on our TQQ trading. So bang, boom. Nice move there as we tried the long, didn't work, and we went short, right? Don't be stubborn. Try to reverse your trades if you can get them, and there it goes. Nice big move here to the downside. I hate that move because obviously, you know, the portfolio is very long, but out of Uber, boom, fine. And then out of IBIT, fine. And yeah, good trading, man. We made more money. Our number one trade today is going to be Uber. Our number two one is going to be IBIT, and then we'll wait to see what the end result here is for the TQQs. So short the market, long silver. Let's see how these work out.
Yeah, it's trying to hold that low. Oh, Tesla's at the bottom as well. Oh boy, Tesla's at that 444 level. Look, we didn't get what we want the second time through on silver. We're still going to wait for that trend break. Just kind of play. I'm always going to stick to the plan of action. No matter what's going on here. But I have to move on to, ooh, it actually worked this time. Nice. I have to move on to the stock that's at the key level we wanted, which I didn't think we were getting there today, but there's a 50-period moving average there on Tesla. So this is the spot that I'm looking for a curl. If you know me, then you know I don't just sit on a bid in front of a level. I need an actual entry strategy, which will be some kind of a bottoming tail candle. If it's not a false break of 444, then just show me a bottoming tail candle to try to go for the long. A trend break at this point is pretty much non-existent on this time frame because it's entirely too steep. So if you give me that bottoming tail candle, then we can get some kind of a higher low going. Then I'll look for the long over here in Tesla. If you bought this one on a delivery miss, then this time you've lost. If you bought after a delivery miss on Tesla, then typically speaking, you've won on the long term. So I think this is just a day trade looking for that 50-period moving average. Ideally, I was looking short at Tesla in the mid-60s. You never got anywhere close. And you just have to play the next available setup. So you're at the key price level, but still need an entry strategy. Like, that's the key for me. Like, every time we make a trade, like, what are you actually looking to see at your price level instead of just having it get to that price level in a general sense? That's what led to better consistency last year, which was waiting for something to happen at the price that you're looking for, as opposed to it just getting to that price. Because right now, there's still only sellers. Like, look at this last move on Tesla. It bounced off 445, tried to go, and then instantly sold back in from 448 down to 445. That means the sellers are still in control of this move. Like, I don't mind taking a shot at a reversal when I see something that looks like buyers. If that loses, fine. But if the sellers are still clearly in control and I try to buy, then I don't really want to be involved. So Tesla still absolutely bleeding to the downside.
Wow.
Yikes. This is an ugly one.
Wow. All right, man. There it is, man. These were good ideas to go over to the short. I hear Obi chuckling. I hope he's short as well with my boy over here. But there it goes, man. 52.80. And yeah, exactly what Neil said. Wait for stocks to hit your levels, man, and then act on those, right? And that's exactly what we were doing today. And it's been a hell of a day to use that as a strategy. So here we go, man. There's 52.80. Like, not only was that 53.50 an area that we wanted, but man, did we hit that one long and then bang it into the short, and then there it goes, man. Profits keeps on coming. I don't know, Guarev, about Palantir. We can definitely have a look at that as well. But yeah, there goes the TQs and the Nasdaq just hitting lows, man. We're about to turn green. We're about to turn red. We're about to turn red right now on the day for the Nasdaq, where we were up 1.2% just not that long ago. So see ya as it erases everything today right there back into the downside. And again, we have 20% left. I know I keep saying that, but that is the level that we have left on this trade for the TQs. So we had lost in there, obviously, and then we hit that to the downside, and there it goes right there, almost another $1 right there on the TQQs. And good out there for Uber. But yeah, everything starting to go to the downside one more time. Bitcoin, 89.1. That's actually starting to pick up just a little bit there. We did get that dip down, and we did punch out of it. But that, I mean, I cannot still, like, the fact that we have that level there at $50.15, like, that was a crazy bid there. Cheaper today, cheaper tomorrow. Yeah, possibly. And if we do get any cheaper, I do want to buy some Google. So that's a huge move down for Google. Google's down $8 on this move. So bye Google there to the downside. So I don't know what's going on there, but that's definitely a big move. Still up 0.5%. The other name would be Apple. That was on our rundown there today. We can have a quick look at Apple. That's right down there at the 200 as well. That might be a buy zone on a 1-minute chart. So yeah, I think it's getting some of these names. Like, I didn't realize Google was down actually that much. I'm going to bid out some more here on the futures just because I think that a lot of these high quality companies probably battle back at some point here today, but okay, we're going to get another out there. Now 70 cents in on this TQ trade as things are really starting to get hit. We haven't looked at SMR or any of the sort of the power plays yet, but that's up 7% right there as SMR. I said,
can't see that lasting if the market keeps.
No, I can't. And I said Oklo.
Or SIDU.
Or SIDU. Well, SIDU, yeah, SIDU's like a multi-week play here. You could have got rich off SIDU, that's for sure. But yeah, right there, Oklo, not as much as SMR today. So I'll watch out for that name as well as we, you know, just 10:30, we're going to throw to Adair pretty soon. And yeah, thanks for joining us. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's been a very, very good day, despite, you know, not too many names early, but the market gives us a treat with these shorts.
Yeah, the market really starting to come back in. And like I said, I can't think any growth name that's not making any money. If you're green right now, I don't know if you're going to stay green. I ended up getting back into DJT pretty much where we got out because it just didn't get back to the high, so we're back underneath VWAP. This is where we're essentially short before, but we'll look for the continuation of the volume weighted average price, and then that'll potentially get us some move into said low of the day. I mean, silver continues to fall. Tesla, no buyers in sight on Tesla. There still isn't even a green candle since you were all the way up at VWAP, so there has been no reason yet. It has hit 444 and bounced once. If it can bounce again and actually give some kind of an entry plan, then this is where I'm looking for. But I do believe we're going to go to Adair in a quick little second. Not really sure. I know it's almost 10:30. Oh, Wayne.
Super chat.
What up, Wayne? Thank you for the super chat. I'm going to try and get it up on screen if we can. Wayne Griffin. There we go. Thanks for bringing AMD to my attention this morning. Glad you got it because I was looking for the dip buy on that stock. You nailed it, 5K with puts. I appreciate it. Wow. Could you tell me your strategy and what is an A+ trade? Do you only look for A+ trades? No, I don't think it's possible to only look for A+ trades because it's going to be subjective over time. Like what'll happen is like you can have a notion of what is like an A+ setup, and that might be different today from 6 months from now. So you're constantly adjusting. So my favorite setup is essentially, if I'm thinking like off the top of my head, the only A+ setup would be like the false break of like a pre-market high or low, which also coincides with a higher level time frame trade, right? So think of a stock which is basically on an upward channel and breaking an all-time high, and then it does like a false break of the pre-market low, and then comes right back up. So it stops some people out who were long in the pre-market, let's just say, and then kind of reverses higher. So for a stock like AMD, what I was thinking on the long and what you would look for at the short, which didn't really set up, would have been, if we can come to my chart just very quickly, I was looking for it's gapped up with strength and then pull back, kind of wick everybody out that's like, oh, it's going to hold a pre-market low, go back into a support and regain the bid and then break out. That didn't actually happen on AMD. It just ended up being a breakout trade, which isn't what I was looking for at all.
I think to the point of these super chats, I think is right, is that what we're trying to do, like as Neil said, despite, I know you took a small hit on it, but you guys, it's bringing the stock to your attention. I think that's, yes. We can all trade it completely differently, right? So you guys made 5K on it. We don't talk about our numbers, but that's what we're talking about. It's the opportunities, right? Like whether or not you're going long the futures or short the futures, it's looking at the levels, understanding what strategy works best for you. And yeah, again, thanks for all those super chats, man. I mean, continues to go. And thanks, Ramin. She dropped off some turtles here as well. So it's like the Christmas just keeps on giving around here. So thank you, Ramin, for all of that. Yeah, I asked her if she made them. I wanted to have it if she made them, but apparently No. Oh, she was there. She was supervising. So she Randied those cookies. Okay. So good job, and shout out to Randy. Yeah, no, I'm not going to reload Uber, but my day's already made. We've had an absolutely fantastic day, and like I said, I trade a little bit. Sometimes I'll trade too many shares, and not too many, but if I don't see a setup, I'm not. Like, I've already made my bed here, so I've done some research and look backs. Like, when I get a little sloppy with it is when we give back some of our days. So we're not going to do too much of that. Adara with Money Talks.
Actually, sector watch here, guys. Now, we'll talk here about electronic technology because it's definitely trying to lead the market higher. Micron up 7%. We know we have some analysts, including Morgan Stanley, talking about these memory plays. Intel strong, AMD strong, KLAC strong, and the two Mag 7s in the sector, Apple and NVIDIA, both doing relatively well. Now, tech services, the other side of the tech coin, is an entirely different matter. Microsoft down almost 2%, Netflix, Palantir following suit. AppLovin, which is one of the best performers in both the SPY and the Nasdaq last year, already down more than 6%. CRM, one of the worst performers in the Dow, meanwhile, down about 4.5%. Health technology pretty weak, consumer services weak, commercial services very weak, but some of these other sectors do have some strength. Producer manufacturing doing quite well, and energy minerals having a nice start to the year. Utilities, keep an eye here on CEG at Constellation Energy. This is a utilities play, but it's also an AI play, and it's certainly going to be on watch as we continue to have this debate about energy usage for data centers. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Looks like we're going to have a green candle on Tesla in about 3 seconds or so, as the next 3-minute candle is going to close green. There it is. I'm kind of already, I kind of saw that this was kind of coming in here, so I was already bidding at 45s, trying to catch that triple, it's not really a triple bottom, but like 3 wicks on a 3-minute. So it's a triple bottom on a 3-minute time frame. So I ended up taking the breakout at 446, but ideally I'd want 45 in here. As Tesla bounces right off 444 and is breaking this trend, but just because it's breaking the trend here doesn't necessarily mean that it's going all the way to the volume weighted average price. But I'd be looking for a pullback. I guess a bounce back would be the better way to look at it, into about 449 and that prior close from Wednesday. So you got opening range low and you got prior close. Hopefully this one will turn that gap in and head to the upside. So waiting for that entry. The other thing, which is doing exactly the same thing at the same moment, is silver. Silver is attempting to break trend. It hasn't happened yet. It's about to in a couple of seconds. So I might be in both these names rather quickly.
All right, guys, if you are looking at a charting platform for the new year, why not give Okay, not yet. We will not do it yet, but you do want to give e-signal a try. I'm ready, Fabian. You just tell me when it's good to go, and we'll hit that. No read necessary on that one. Okay, so yeah, just looking. I still want to go short. So this is why you cover, right? I mean, we literally talked about that and how much we have left. So I'm going to put it back on right now. We have about, I would say, less than 10% left on what we had right there. We only put on one trade. So if it comes back up into there, I'm going to use this. And then honestly, if we break 53.60, which is where this 50-period moving average is, then we're going to get out of this trade. So we're going to put some more on at 53.50. Try to be a little bit specific with it. We can go to 45. I'll go to 45 and put on a little bit if it does come in into that area. And then we'll see if we can get some more shares short on that one. We just talked about Apple bouncing off the 200-period moving average. That did not hold, so that's going lower. That's not a good sign there. Neil's into Tesla, so we can have a look at that, but the market is definitely bouncing back. SoFi and Robinhood. I mean, Robinhood, a good name, Robinhood, for sure. I don't know what I think about Robinhood there into the new year, as I worry a little bit about the crypto trade and what that means for Robinhood. But SoFi off the bottom there, 26 bucks. Good, I think a good long area for SoFi, and Robinhood got to 113. I believe, well, it's lower than that now. I was going to say it got to 113, I believe, on Wednesday, and that actually hit 110 there today. Yeah, so down from 116 down to 113 there, bouncing, and now trying to get going again. Robinhood, I think that this is not a buy until we at least see what happens at $100. So we went into there, we were a little bit frugal and did not buy that, as we like when it was up here, I thought we could retrace to this level, and we called the $90 handle on Robinhood. So I want to buy this name, but I don't really want it until we get to the 200 period moving average. So apparently we are now ready. So if you are looking at 200 period moving averages and so on, definitely use eSignal, right? One of the best charting platforms. I've been using it for 25 or so years. I got to figure out what date it is. I really enjoy the platform. It does have connection to over 50 plus, as we just talked about, that brokers right there on the screen. So make sure you do connect with them today. And then all of the charts, completely customizable, just like all the platforms you're using. But this is an entitlement-based system, meaning that you can apply whatever markets you want to your charting. So if you're frustrated because your platform maybe doesn't have OTC markets or Japanese markets or the blue ocean or any market, eSignal, I am almost sure, will have that. Also, the already curated, predetermined watch lists and active scanners and screeners, as we have on our screen there. That is what it's all about when you are using eSignal. Take advantage of their high-powered and scan that QR code in front of you and grab yourself an eSignal account today. Man, yeah, so I haven't looked at, Qualcomm or Google or Coinbase or anything like that, but we have looked at IBIT, so let's just do that real quickly here again. I know that you were in Tesla, we'll cover that in a minute. Coinbase, look at this move, wow, boom. There goes Coinbase, probably reacting with IBIT as well. No, so it looks like Coinbase, its own story right there, Coinbase. So 234 right now, looking to break through the highs of the day on coin. But what a good level that was, VWAP. So I think you just got to be a little patient right now. We did get a slight one. He's not here right now. Joey will be here tomorrow. But we do get a reload there on the TQs for a little short. I do want to wait until we get to 50, but we'll short there. We shorted a 40 there on a move higher. Let's see what winds up happening right there with the Nasdaq and the TQQs.
Yeah, and excuse me. As the Nasdaq comes back in, I threw this in the chat while I didn't want to interrupt, but someone swiped at the same level that got swiped before on Tesla, which was right about here when it was breaking 447, and then there was like massive selling. It was one candle down. In this case, I just saw it immediately lose that prior bar as someone came in rather heavily. I just joined the selling on Tesla. Again, you're going against the grain, so if I see overwhelming like a sell turn at the same price that we observed it before off the same low, then just gonna go with that quick little scalp trade. If it's not gonna follow through, it's not gonna follow through. We're right back almost in at the entry. So I think we got the right place to come in. It just didn't really follow through as much as I would have liked. And then at the same moment, silver broke its trend line. So I want to give this one a chance to try to get into the volume weighted average price. Only have the one offer in front of first resistance, then see where it's able to get to at that point. So SLV trying to go. That was wild that you saw Coinbase.
Yeah, nice upside move there.
The way it's been like relatively weak when the other ones have been strong. So maybe could that be something? I'm just trying to wrap my head around the reason why like one of the worst names in the fintech and crypto space would have strength today. Relatively speaking, there's got to be some kind of a catalyst, but there's a lot of room for this one to get back. Like if this decides to go, it's been absolute trash for a long time. Like there's some serious potential in Coinbase to catch up there. I'm wondering if we're not missing something. Maybe there's like a presentation or whatever. We know they're getting into the prediction markets as well. That's a big deal for them to try to catch up to Robinhood. I believe we're going to Adara now for that.
There's something approximating a catalyst here in COIN this morning. So I think as of yesterday, we had CEO Brian Armstrong posting on X about the company's priorities for 2026. None of it is anything new, but it is some excitement for the stock. It also is breaking out of a technical level, so a couple different reasons that we could have that move in COIN. Of course, none of them confirmed. Let's take a look here at DXY here, US dollar running into resistance around 98 halves for the second day in a row. Second trading day, rather. We had this area coming in on Wednesday today, basically trading the exact same range as we did on Wednesday. Right now, the candle looks identical. Still having this pattern of lower lows and lower highs on the DXY for now, but trying to base out a little bit with support around 97.8. Now, I want to take a look here at the CME FedWatch tool. We have that first Fed meeting of the year, January 28th, 2026, 3 days before Fed Myron's tenure at the Fed is set to come to a close. 15% of participants expecting a cut, but the overwhelming majority, 85%, still expecting that rates are going to be held. That has not changed much since we got the FOMC minutes from that meeting in December, which were more or less as expected. I'll see you guys over in the midday, so stay tuned at 11 a.m. for the Adobe reunion tour with Obi and myself. For now, though, make sure to like and subscribe and watch Neil and Sean.
I like that reunion tour. That's going to be a good one. We did get some more. What's up? I see Joe in the back. Hope you're in the chat. Hope you're doing well there, my guy. And we just got another reload there on these futures, and we're getting close to just like dumping out of these ones right here on the TQQs. As you can see, we are starting to get a little higher here in this space, so we got to be careful with what we're doing. We just covered some at 40s here on the Nasdaq, as many names starting to rally up just a little bit, and you don't want to be short the Nasdaq if names like NVIDIA and Apple and Tesla and all that start to get going as well. We had a banger trade on Uber earlier, but we got to follow our rules and get out there at VWAP, but unfortunately we did not get back in. Shout out to those of you. If you come over to the screen here, Ramin or Fabian, you'll see that that's a right back up to the highs again. So yeah, wow, getting out there at VWAP, still a great trade from the lows, but not a great trade after we look at what's been happening right there with Uber, straight back to the upside to get out of it. Okay, we're almost out of this one, man. The Qs are starting to blast right now. So we'll be flat. I mean, if this takes us out at 60s, just a little higher than 60s, we will be flat on the name here today. But we still have a little ways to go. So we'll wait about another, oh, there it goes. Okay, now we're starting to get going there. Another 10 cents higher here, and we're gonna be out on TQQs. It looks like we do wanna get going here. So nice upside play, man. Anybody that was long something, congratulations, because it is starting to really work in your favor on these longs. Upside right now as we continue to go short. Now almost at our stopping spot right now, and there it goes. We'll get stopped out of these TQs as we get right back there. So, you know, we were long, short worked, tried the short again, does not work. So we'll have to sit on our hands now and wait to see if there's going to be a better trade. Looks like potentially a long hitting now on the Nasdaq.
Yeah, I missed that Tesla reload. It came right back into our entry price, and you know, sometimes it's just how it is. Actually, at that moment, I was kind of looking at silver, so I probably wouldn't have got it anyways. But look at that bounce. It's right off that 446 level. So there's our first green candle. That seller came right back in, the same place it did before, 447 to 447.5. It dripped right into 446. The second it confirmed that it was support, it just flew. Like the buyers didn't really waste any time. Like it was almost like it just kind of gapped back through. And this is now looking incredibly strong. The silver is on its way to the volume weighted average price. It's broken trend. So I think at this point, now that the trend is broken, just going to start looking for higher lows as well on the way to VWAP. So I have one more out, and then I'll hold for that 67 level. Otherwise, we're looking for some higher lows to continue to come in. This is a good one. Super chat here from Chris. We get this.
Oh, McDonald's.
Stacking McDonald's longs here like a hamburger.
You like that?
I mean, see, my take on McDonald's is like you don't go to McDonald's because you want a hamburger. You don't go to a McDonald's because you want fries.
Right.
You go to McDonald's because you want McDonald's. And you know it's like it's got its own taste, and it's like you know exactly, it's always exactly the same unless there's a really bad franchise. There's a couple, but I won't, whatever. Is what it is. We're like the bread's never fresh unless you order something.
Okay, yeah.
There's a couple, trust me.
Stay away from those ones.
But at the end of the day, they've got something great. I don't know, today you're stacking along McDonald's, down 1.6. The market just bounced huge, and this just broke the low of the day. So this looks incredibly weak here, McD's. I don't know if there's a catalyst or anything or reason to be looking at, but good luck there, Chris, for sure. Because if it bottoms from there, I guess that would be good. But I see some relative weakness, obviously, with McDonald's. And even as I say that, seeing some more turn-ish here. Like we can't seem to get to VWAP very cleanly. That 66.5 zone is starting to be resistance again. And the reason why that matters to me, this was the original dip buy zone for support on silver. So if that turns into resistance, then I want to make sure I get another leg out. I can still hold for VWAP or a little bit more, but this was a key price for me on the bid. When it starts to show resistance on the offer, I'm going to get another leg out there and try to ring the register. Another super chat, can you look at Holly from NYC? Can we look at Carvana? Yes, we can. Is this making a bottom since the inclusion, maybe?
Oh, maybe.
Nope.
Nope.
No, it is not. So Carvana, hey, but you know what? Maybe it will at this prior high. I say maybe. This is not a stock that I want to buy. But certainly after you get the inclusion and then you do the sell-off because, you know, everyone sells the news kind of deal, you wait for that next available I guess, like dead cat bounce. In theory, $400 was the prior high. I might lean towards looking at the 50 period just as much, because this stock could easily bleed an extra $10, $15 through a key level. Like, I would respect that for sure. So it still looks like it's selling off post S&P 500 inclusion. But that move started, like, the announcement wasn't really the move. Like, this move started a couple of weeks before the announcement because it was priced in. The betting markets had them as one of the favorites. It could easily pull back further than this. I'd be still waiting patiently on Vana personally.
We did ask a question there on Twitter. So we're just piecing out of our futures trade already. What are you guys looking for 2026? Tony says Mara. Okay, so we'll have a look at Mara. There, okay, APLD and Wolf. Okay, so some interesting ones. Vuzi. All right, and then a bunch of people that do not need to be followed as we block these guys. Do not ever follow anybody that's not us on Twitter. Like, you can clearly see the people that are not us. So go over there, find that pinned post. But here we go, man. Right back into that Nasdaq short. So we'll just wait to see if this was the profitable name for us here or not back into today. So it's profitable so far, as we did lose our way for sure on the initial short, but we got back in off the 50 period. I don't know. I was always thinking that this was going to be a little bit of a range bound day. So if we could stay underneath VWAP, I think that's going to be a little bit of a better trade for me. I am bidding right now at this 21 period moving average, 28s. So if we do fall into there, that'll be a next level of getting out. But we just bounced off 36. So this is why I need to go to the gym, man, because I just sit here and scalp out, and then I look back and like, what have I done? But okay, that's a good little move there, as we'll cover a little bit more at 40s. And then now just try not to get a little sloppy. But APLD, yeah, that's a good name. We've looked at this a little, Applied Digital. Again, looking at, if you think that AI trade is still going to be around, APLD, there's going to be a bunch of, the worst stock is TTD, the trade desk this year, but $21.27. This looks like a decent hold. I don't know where the 200 period moving average is on this one. I assume it's probably following it pretty decently, but yeah, not super exciting here yet. Yeah, this one, it just doesn't look like it's set up to me right now to really get cooking, but yeah, APLD, a good little look there. And then Mara, I think you nailed one with Mara. Mara at $10 here, or Marathon Digital. This is a good opportunity as well down near some of these lows. It's just gotten hit so hard on that Bitcoin move down. So if there is any positive stock, you also do have ABTC, which is the Bitcoin company with the Trumps. So this is another name that if you're excited into something, only because of who, the names that are involved in this, could see a little bit of a rally there if there's some sort of a post or whatever about ABTC. But wow, okay, we do get our levels there. So here comes the futures, man. That's going to be a good one, man. Going to the gates of hell right now with the TQQs. I don't think we're getting there, but we'll see. Maybe we get back to 25.5 or so, and then we can start to cover a little bit more. But on my bids right now at 28, good little recovery there for the Qs on this short. So I just use TQQs for the Nasdaq, but most of you out there will understand that's what I'm doing. So, yeah, there it is. There's our fill. We get it, man. Yes, sir. Okay. Despite all of this trading, and I don't know how your morning is going, but we're at the highest we've been at all morning now, despite all of this. And it was just because we hit the IBIT trade, which was a monster one, and then we hit Uber, and we haven't really done anything since. The only thing we got out of was Palantir. That was a really bad one. But this trading on the TQs and the futures continues to be the bee's knees for your boy over here. We like to trade this. More trading of NASDAQ and SPY and Qs and all that in the new year. It still looks like people like Tesla on the board.
Yeah, people still like Tesla for sure. I was trying to find this so I could put it on the chat, display the message, but instead I will just say, yeah, I can't even find it, but I know it was Machiavelli.
Yeah.
Said, I need Sean and Neil to say Micron so I can get paid. I have no idea what that even means, but Micron. Okay, so hopefully that means...
Which way are you, Machiavelli? That's
well,
I'll talk it up or down, whatever way you want.
Like, it's up 8% today right now.
I would short it.
Yeah, I don't really know why you wanted us to just mention the stock, but there you go. Micron is up.
Oh boy!
As it there, and then the kiss of death as it comes back into the downside. So yeah, it is what it is. Machiavelli. Hopefully that works out for you. So I'm not going to punch out of this. The market just took a big leg down. And silver manages to still at least try to put in a higher low. But I did move my stop to break even in lieu of the fact that we are resisting. We are resisting this 66.6 level here on SLV. But no reason to get out of the trade. Like, it's still somewhat holding on for dear life. Like, look at that candle. Like, if it's going to withstand this bounce or this pullback all the way to the lows and make a higher low, then suddenly it turns into a relatively strong thing. And if we bounce off the lows, then I can be reloading this. Only about 10 minutes to go. And good luck, Machiavelli. I don't even know if you have a position in Micron. Maybe you guys just had some inside bet that you want us to say the name.
Right.
Weird stuff that goes on sometimes.
Back. All right. It is Backstreet Boys over NSYNC for me all day. I'm not a huge Justin Timberlake. No, not neither, man. Backstreet Boys is a jam, that is for sure. But we are really all about the markets. Look at that. From the highs off the 50 period, right back into the lows, man. There it is, Neil. That is 2 times the goal right there today as we just stayed with what was working. We always talk about that, man. Stay with the stocks that you definitely have done your work on and get it. I was not thinking it was going down here. There is no diggity, no doubt about that one as we get into the lows there for the market. Again, let's see if we can continue to make money on this play. We're almost $1 now in on this one. So there it goes, man. Yeah, you logged in and all of a sudden it tagged. Okay, here we go. Nice move down, lower rate now. Let's go. This is the hot dog cannon trade of the day right here. Maybe we'll bring that segment back, the trade of the day segment. But this would be it for me right here. Good little retrace right back up into the 50. It was either one of the, well, you know what? We have Uber and IBIT where maybe it was Uber could have been the trade of the day. That long right there, bang. What a good day we've had here today. We used to do this. I'm going to do this again. I've only traded 4 names today. So we've got IBIT right there, low of the day and up. So that's going to be a big trade. Palantir, obviously not a big trade, but we tried the long real early on that one at 180. Does not hold. We get the heck out of Dodge for Palantir. TQQ will not be. Uber will be the P&L number 1 for me, but there goes the Nasdaq. Hopefully that will be even better and bigger when we get back on that trade as well. Hi, Ramin. I really like that shawl. And then there's Uber. We have the low of the day on Uber. And yeah, back to the upside it goes, 83.60. So right into there, man. We'll go 3 for 4 and have quite a juicy day, but it's 10:53. There's lots to trade. We have not even gone over like 10% of the names that you guys have mentioned, man. And we do have Adara and Obi coming on the midday. They'll look at a couple different names, and Obi, similar style to me a little bit, and Adara has a very unique style. So get ready for Adara and Obi coming out very, very soon. So yeah, successful day and great way to start off the new year. And then we got cheeseburgers now as well.
Oh yeah, we're getting burgers.
Yeah.
I like burgers. But is the cheeseburger all they do?
The thing is in the chat.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the menu just yet, but I usually just want to get.
They have chicken. They have some sort of chicken there too. We can call Obi. Are you mic'd up yet? No, not yet.
I just want to get what's the best thing at a new.
Yeah, the Cabano burger.
There's they have a signature, and I've never had it before.
Yeah,
and I just want to do their signature and go from there. No, but I said I moved to break even the stop on SLV, and it did. So I just want to show you guys. There is the out at break even. For some reason, it's still showing the position, but either way. And it's back almost to where I would have gotten out. But if we can continue to put higher lows, I don't mind jumping back into this trade. But like silver has been downtrending. We got one trend break, and then we got a support level. I like 66.5 for support, so it did that. And then we got one trend break, and now you're right back into heading into the lows. So I'm going to be patient looking for the next opportunity in SLV. We don't have to necessarily rush it. As far as Tesla goes, like it did the bounce off 444. The entry happened to be at 46, but then it failed at 448. Remember we told you there was that crazy seller that came in at 448? Well, they did it twice at 47 and then again at 48. So 444 is the level I like. If it can set up another long there, fine. But I needed to set up another long instead of just, falling like an absolute rock in here. And I know we talked about Micron like jokingly, but it is worth noting, Micron is making an all-time high, up to 8%.
Like 3 what now?
Yeah, it's $308. And this is getting out of hand. It's to the point where I was like, well, when that Micron slows down, I think SNDK is going to be a short. Now, I actually thought this was going to play out differently. Like Micron would slow down and SNDK would be breaking underneath the 50 period. Now, all of a sudden, this might actually be at this all-time high very quickly. So that could come simultaneously. So instead of this breaking trend when Micron makes a top, if Micron makes a top soon, it could be short SNDK off of the highs. I just feel like this company is not nearly as good as Micron. Like Micron's a much better and quality name.
That's not really. FXI is.
But this is one that I'm looking for a fade. It's just thankfully it hasn't set up yet. I want to play with, in terms of memory, that Micron will be the leader. And once I see this definitively do something with follow through to the downside, I think SNTK is going to be like a multi-day short. Obviously, that's not yet. Let's be real.
Here, I know Fabian asking about the CHQQ. CHQQ is a China Hang Seng Tech ETF, but the thing is, it's just in Toronto, so it's not very much volume. That's what I was going to tell you. But if you wanted a more pure play, so I was showing him that you do have FXI, which is the top China names. The China, like FXI is like similar to the SPY, but this one, KWeb, would be one that if you're getting involved with Chinese internet or, more of a play on the tech side of things. It's called Chinese internet. I don't know. You have to find out what names are in this, but it's KWeb right there. But the name that's really blasting around today is FXI. I mean, FXI up 3.5% on good China news. We brought the news about Baidu, and then Alibaba was a little, wow. Look, man, look good, feel good, trade good. That's what we're doing right here, right now. I mean, get into your comfy clothes and get ready to rock and roll, because there's another one right there. So we've got this one. Shout out to Big Joe that's in the chat right there. We go, props up. He's coming back on Monday. But here goes the Nasdaq right to the downside. Boom, shakalaka. We're heating up, as they say in NBA Jam. So, oh boy, you're going to get a couple of those in the midday show, but this has been an absolutely banger of a show, and what a day. You never know coming in, man. I wrote this down, and we've traded everything we wanted to today. TQQ, check. IBIT, check. Uber, check. Those are the top 3 P&L names, and then we have SLV, which Neil's been on, and I haven't looked at that there today, but we're looking at what we're doing right now, down 1.3 right now on the TQQs. There it is, man. Hit that sub, hit everything. 949, 8,000, 7,000 of you watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and oh man, there it goes. What the reload right there. So long, early, short, and boom, downside move right there on the futures, and we got it good there. So we'll just bid out again here at 37, and I'm just going to put the stop at the 50 period moving average. I'm going to probably put it at 53s. I'm going to be out of here in a couple seconds. Pick up the burgers for everybody on the way back. I'll come back around 12:30, go for a little bit of a swim right now. But thank you so much to everybody for watching us today. It has been an absolutely kick-you-know-what day, and we're happy to be having it with all of you.
Exactly, and just, by the way, I'm not in silver. Silver's continuing to break lower. Absolutely not. This market is now dead. There will be no reload on Tesla. That's for sure. Just because, give me a break chart. Just because we're at the level doesn't mean it's going to bounce. We got one. It attempted to hold a second time, and then look at the weakness in Tesla. They are dumping this stock on these deliveries, unfortunately. So hopefully, like I said, hopefully you weren't buying the dip. And if you were at least trying to at a pretty key price. I do see this in Gorev. I want to shed out. Look, anytime you're dumping in this way, you do want to do a little bit of this, which is see where the strength might be. UNH approaching highs. Look, I do like healthcare. Not necessarily, if I could make 5 picks, there is a healthcare name that would be in the 5, but I can tell you there was one that just missed my list, and it was in the space. I think this could be a good year for healthcare. You just have to be at least a little bit worried about the ACA and not extending some of those benefits. I think that's really the only downward win for them. But everything else looks pretty strong in that space. And we'll get those picks, and maybe we'll have like our just missed it kind of.
How about we just do 5? Let's just do 5. We'll just do 5 picks.
No, I don't mind like doing.
Yeah, but 3 might not be enough. I think you're right. I think there's so many names.
It is difficult because you end up throwing a few away. Like I had a short list of like 6 or 7, and it was really easy to take out 2 of them. But there was one that I really want to leave on, and it wasn't UHH, but it was in the space. It's 11 o'clock, everybody. The market continues to bleed. Tesla continues to bleed.
Wow.
Before we go, I wanted to also mention Rivian quickly, because we keep talking about Tesla's deliveries. Rivian was up 5% after their deliveries and is now down 3%. So it's been a bloodshed pretty much for everybody. Even if you were strong this morning, we're looking to set downside. So we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. You've got a bit of a treat. It's Adobe. It is Adara and Obi for the first time in a while, everybody.
We did it again.
It was a great year last year, and it's starting off already looking like a good trading year. So I hope you had a good start to your year. Make it better than last.
Ciao.
Well, hello, welcome, welcome. Happy New Year. Thank you. Yeah, no. Oh, Dara's muted. Okay, cool. What is going on, guys? This market is absolutely insane right now. Getting sold off at the beginning of the year, I'm asking, are we making that bottom wick on the yearly candle? Some of these reversions, oh boy, some crazy price action, very directional, all the way down, back through the open. I'm seeing NVIDIA here. I took this piece in and around VWAP here. 191s, I was late to the party. 192s was a much better area from before, maybe covering some back into this VWAP. But yeah, getting back in, re-engaging for that continuation here was pretty solid here. And the market, a little bit of a flush to the downside. Yeah, we're kind of, we're less than 1%. We're at negative 0.4% to the downside as of right now on the Nasdaq, and then 0.17 here on the ES. But yeah, a little bit of a choppy morning to start off with, but we're coming back pretty well. How are you doing, Dara?
I'm good, thank you. I'm having a bit of a fight here with my history log because I want to see so I can move my stops and stuff. What happens is I open it and it says, oh, you can't open more than one. I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah. I go to close it. Can't open it. I'm trying to end the task.
Yeah.
The task is ended.
Oh boy.
And yet apparently it's not ended.
Yeah.
So
maybe if you just relog, it might work. But
I don't know. We'll see what happens here. But yeah, I do have some trades to talk about, and I will do that quickly.
For sure. Yeah.
Although I will not be entering a trade until I figure out this history log situation. Because if I can't move a stop on these spready tickers, like we're not hanging out with them.
I mean, you can always. I guess it depends on. Do you use script stops?
I do not. Well, I know I do. I use midpoint.
Okay, cool. Yeah. No, if you can just if it's an actual order and it's not a script, you can just hit escape and it'll cancel the order and you can reprice that way.
Okay.
If you can't see it, but yeah, no, we can take a look at that in a bit. But yeah, let's talk about what was happening. So I showed you guys my NVIDIA trade. That one's coming in. I'm still holding a breadcrumb. I covered most of it down here at 90 halves, but didn't expect it to come all the way back through open. That's absolutely wild. So we've made a full round trip, beautiful V-shaped recoveries to the downside here. Something else I traded was Palantir, as you can see here on the left side here as well, but we can take a look at it right here. Strong downtrend. This thing's been selling off pretty aggressively back-to-back days. And let's take a quick look at it on a higher time frame as I pull up my trading view here. So I can show you guys a multi-day view that I have on here on Palantir, LTR. We will go to a daily. This is a 30-minute. No, thank you. All right, so let's take a quick look at this one on the daily. Every single day for the past week or so, strong red, strong red, strong red. So sellers very much in charge. And then bigger picture as well, a bit of a head and shoulders maybe, where you have this rejection of 190, price attempts to break out. It does break out. We get to 207 halves, pulls right back in, and now finding some turbulence in and around the same area that we were back in August. So sellers kind of stepping right back in here, it seems like. And if you look at, I like to look at a 30-minute over multiple sessions, including the pre-market and the after hours as well. You can see how consistent this selling has been day after day, especially after Friday, December the 26th. Today, even more aggressive as, yeah, I did take a scalp for a potential reversion, but I just didn't like it as much because of what the market was doing. It couldn't even get to VWAP here, but I got out most of it, or all of it right here for a quick little scalp. But it seems like seeing that reason to get out, I should have kept eyes on as it rejects that morning structure a little bit as well and continues now to teleport to the downside. 172s incoming here on Palantir, another stock that I did get a little chopped up on. Initially was AMD because I stepped in. I had a little bit of trouble as well logging in. But once I did log in, I was like, okay, well, AMD is going a little crazy here. Let's see if it can revert to some sort of a mean. It does revert to some VWAPs. I know VWAP is a little extended here, a little bit lower, but it did revert a little bit, but got chopped up on that. But when it does come in, I did get involved, stay involved, and take it back down through VWAP here as well. So those are my trades this morning, Adara. How's your morning been? What have you been trading?
My morning's been good. My history log has been a hater. So yeah, like literally it's like
have
a demon.
Have you tried relogging?
Well, I mean, I could. I'm in a trade now though, and we're just gonna try to stay calm, even though my brain. Oh my God! It miraculously appeared. Thank you, history log. Though it doesn't show my.
Sometimes
stop,
you just have to wish for it, and it'll come right back in.
Unfortunately, I can't move my stop sword in the history log. I don't have one, but it's all good in the hood. We'll live, we'll thrive, we'll survive. I want to talk about my trades. I have taken 5 now. I just entered my 6th trade of the day. Right, like in terms of closed trades, we're 4 for 5, which is nice. And in terms of tickers, only traded 2 for 2. Good times there. Let's talk here about ASML. ASML, my child, my friend, my angel. I'm being dramatic. But so yeah, 1 minute here. Like I'll be real, the setup on this on the daily reminded me a lot of what ULTA did on earnings in December, which is you're right near all-time highs, and you're just like, spring right through all-time highs at the open. So I see this, look at this 1 minute, guys. Beautiful, get this. Risk to there, and this flew like you had to chase a bit or you weren't getting it, which with spread you have to do. I risked 2 risk units. I would now say you could have risked 3. I was happy with the 2 that I risked, but in retrospect, if I did it again, probably would risk 3. Took this first piece out at 1150s because it's all-time highs. I don't know where you're gonna stop, right? Take the last piece. I risked here to 1 minute prior bar lows because this kind of action where you don't want to give it too much room. We ended up getting stopped out here at 1150. 5 halves, and then it keeps going, and I'm like, I'm okay, I'm not chasing you. Then I actually do end up getting short because I see me make a slightly lower high here. We've got this kind of issue here with 164, short there, actually add to the short here with this little shelf level, get wicked out, then I re-short, that works, cover at VWAP. That's my 3 trades in ASML. I just got long again here at VWAP, and I did like the idea of this 1160 breakout, VWAP retest. The book was really promising. I have taken more size on this than I've taken on the other trades, but in terms of amount of risk, like per my risk units, it's gonna be the same as like the first couple trades I took on this, so nothing too crazy. Let's take a look here at COIN. So again, ASML so far, 1 trade pending, 2 successful trades, 1 L. COIN, I'm really happy with this. So I log in right away and OP sees this on my side and he's like, yo,
flip game
nice
strong.
There. Thank you. The flip game was strong, though apparently not strong enough. But I get long here. I like this VWAP breakout, and I'm going to switch to the 3 minute because there was something on here that the Adara of like even maybe last week would have probably shorted. So you see these topping tail candles. The Adara of last week would have been like, it has to be a short, and I would have forced myself into a short. The Adara of a more patient era, it's a new era of Adara. It's a new year, it's a new birthday, new me. So I wait, and I'm like, you know what? I actually think this could be a VWAP breakout. I would have rather probably had the 228. I didn't have that. I ended up taking the 229s, take some out at 230s, take another piece out at 231. Now 231, guys, was a massive area of horizontal resistance. So I was like, I've got to nibble a little bit here on this, and then, you know what I mean, see what happens. So I do that. I end up getting stopped out, then I end up getting short here at the 230s, because I was like, if we can't hold 230, get short 230, get a piece at VWAP, only take about a third off at VWAP, get stopped out the rest. I end up, and the thing is too, I want to mention, slippage. Big thing to do when you trade spready stocks like the ones I tend to trade, you have to be aware of slippage. Now the slippage here on COIN was way worse than I was expecting. Now it was actually roughly on par with the slippage on ASML, which I'm not expecting when I'm comparing a $1,200 ticker, more or less, to like a $200 ticker. So I guess liquidity monsters are out. I do have more to say with regards to liquidity. I'm not gonna say it right now because I want Obi to have a moment to talk. I am very pleased to be here with you guys today. And please stop talking so fast, Adara, says the Melody Dragon. I mean, shout out to Melody, that's my sister's name, so go Melodies. But you know what? I gotta talk quickly because these markets also talk quickly. DJ 2AM, is she just stepping up or a new host? I'm actually an old host on the Midday, but I'm coming back. Guess who's back?
One of the OGs.
I don't know about the OG, but I'm one of many who cycle. I was there for like a year. I still trade every day, and I'm really down to talk more about my trading journey after we let Obi talk.
For sure, yeah. No, I'm just kind of watching the market here, looking for the next trade. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading at the same time. What are you guys looking at? I know a lot of people were watching SIDU. I was watching SIDU as well, SIDU. Now this thing, I missed the short on it. I think I wasn't at my desk, but decent opportunity going both ways today here. So let's take a quick look at this one. You can see nice little long structure break in the morning, coming in at, 10 o'clock. We break this opening range high. It gives you a nice little scalp from 3.9s all the way to 4.15s. And it rejects that 420 once again. So let's take a look at what it's been doing over the past couple of days here so we can build that perspective. So this is what it looks like on a 30-minute chart. Basically, what happened last week. It feels like we had a bit of a weekend with the day in between. But yeah, as you can see here, could not get past 420, and I was short this as well. Got a little lucky with that flush coming in at the end of the day, maybe some profit taking. But yeah, sellers really slamming into the bid at the end of the day. So yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah, that is very, very distinct. Sellers are kind of showing their hand here at the end of the day, and we come into that same area today and we cannot get through. So that gives us a nice, beautiful reversion back down into VWAP, and maybe we get back down to opening range lows or some of these prices. So I'm watching this. It was very, very strong, and then just gave a decent chunk of it up. But bigger picture, I do want to point out that the higher time frame trend that we've been holding on this one, it is a bit choppy. It is a bit aggressive when it starts to get going, but it does give you some decent moves here. So I guess this is not the trend that I was looking at, none of these ones, but you can see here generally higher highs and higher lows. Let's quickly just draw some arbitrary chart art right here. You can see that that's been holding pretty well, and maybe today we've with this gap up, we're back to the top of the trending range. So I do have eyes on it. This break of 420 is going to be interesting. I think that if this breaks, then yeah. All the gates are open to $5. So we'll see. So that's the range that I'm watching here on SIDU at the same time. I know that, Palantir we were watching. Tesla was another name here. Tesla in the Blue Ocean session last night was absolutely beautiful. Didn't really get to trade it, but the price action was amazing, and we can kind of look into that just after this. But yeah, seller dominance continuation here on Tesla kind of reminds me of somewhat of that of Palantir. We've been selling off multiple days over and over again. Now this one, we attempted to get through 500 and we couldn't really make it. And then we just start to see seller dominance almost every day back to back since then. Sure, we have some days where it just has sideways consolidation, but you can see here, even on one of those days, which was last Wednesday, by the end of the day, we're starting to puke and sellers kind of showing their hand once again on the day today. So that's what I have on watch. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat here. Intel and CoreWeave. So Intel and CoreWeave, let's take a look at some of those here. Wow, Intel, look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Is that VWAP that it's come into? Yep, that's VWAP right there on Intel, holding as a bit of support. This one continues to trek higher. It's not clean, but once we finally broke out of that $20 consolidation for the past couple of few years, we've been consolidating down there. It's been stepping up pretty nicely here. And then let's take a quick look at CoreWeave as well. So, wow, okay, CoreWeave very, very strong, weaving itself to the upside here. Day highs right now, 70s, 60s, that's what we're trading at right now. So let's quickly go and see prior structures. What are we coming into? Okay, so a reversion on the break of this multi-day downtrend here on CoreWeave as we just chop around sideways on this higher time frame consolidation. So good stuff. I'm still looking for the next trade. I'm watching Palantir. I'm watching SLV as well. But yeah, Dara, what do you got going on?
I'm just sitting looking like this. Literally, this was my pose. I was like this to Tesla because I was ready for that 443 reversion breakout. I've got the order typed in. Nice. I see my Unity just fell out. I see the book step up. And I'm like, yo, let's go, let's press. And the enter bar, which I guess I'm not used to because I'm not at this computer very much, obviously, it won't press. And I'm like, hello.
Oh, that's a sticky one.
Oh, it's sticky, that's why.
I don't know, I think there's I don't know.
Yeah, so a sticky key means no Tesla reversion for me. I will stop being Shakespearean here, but I'll just show you guys, like, look, this looked dope, this looked clean. Now, it could reverse at the 9 EMA, which is this purple line here. That's maybe valid, but, like, either way, I wanted to try it. I don't get to try it. You had a bad day, but, like, hey, guys, no, we didn't. It's the day's young. We're going to keep going, but I will keep singing. Just fair warning here. Thank you very much. We've got 2 super chats here. I'll address the first one. SP Williams 4859 is Sharif, retiring from the midday show. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Neil addressed this in the chat. He is not retiring. He is still here. I am just filling in because he's going to be off for next week.
Yeah, he's on vacation.
He's also off for today, and I am always pleased as punch to be back here with you guys. And I actually think it's kind of interesting too, because maybe serendipitous, I think that might be too strong of a word. in this context, but I did have, you know, the other day on Wednesday, some people were asking me in the chat, like, Adara, are you going to be trading? When are we going to see you trade again? Are you going to be trading in the new year? And I'm always like, you know, I don't know. I'm always happy when I get that opportunity. And I'm lucky enough to get that opportunity on the first day of the new year. So please, this punch here for the Adobe reunion tour. Let's get it. I want to talk here about another super chat we had here. Adam James Abroad, $2 super chat. Said it all this morning. It's GRR time again, or sorry, GRRR. So Grr, this one is growling higher here for, I believe, Gorilla. Nice look there. Now, this type of chart, I mean, like, I always kind of wonder if you're going to get some type of resistance or reversion. Volume here is this type of volume I like. It's like 500,000 shares. You might be like, Adara, 500,000. You used to always have to say a milli for Lily. Not anymore, guys. I like low vol. I started trading ASML like, I checked the volume like while I was in the trade. Probably 200,000 shares on the day. Now, I will fully admit, don't try this at home, kids. It is kind of risky. You have to be comfortable with it. I'm lucky that we're in a prop firm, but I also spend a lot of time reading spready tape, so I kind of know when it's hot, right? And so in this case, I knew that was hot. I want to talk about my ill-fated reversion here in ASML. I did take this off the book. I like that 1160 level in the book, and also in like the 1 minute and some lower time frame charts. And 1160 didn't like me, the breakout. And I'm like, that's fine. You know, I did take an L on this trade. And here's the thing I think is really important, because, you know, sometimes I have a good start to the morning, which I will say that I had, and I'm very proud to say that I just think I came in ready to work on the ball this morning.
Nice.
But what happens is, though, Obi, then you run into the trap of, oh, I don't want to take more trades because I don't want to like lose my P&L. And I was thinking about this. Here's what I think. Here's what I have to say to this. Yeah. I think it's valid not to want to give anything away. But I think what you should be thinking about is, am I not taking this trade because I'm worried about losing money? Or am I not taking this trade because it's not worth it? Because if it's, you know what I mean, if it's the former, then try the trade if you think it's worth it. If it's the latter, then don't take the trade. Now, in this case with ASML, I did like that 1160 breakout. I liked it on the book. I'm seeing another VWAP test. I thought it was valid. It wasn't valid, and that's completely fine, and I'm wrong. But I do still think it was worth the try. Now, as Neil said, I don't want to be resulting. I don't want to be like, well, this trade sucked because I lost on it. That's not how it goes. To be low-key, loosey-goosey, nice. Living life. Please just punch. I want to talk about another reversion here that I'm eyeing, and it's not a reversion yet, but my goodness, when this comes in, I'm going to be crying tears of joy. UNH. Why am I looking at UNH? Truthfully, because it was already saved here from the last time I traded on this desk, which I believe would have been in September. No, I think May. Doesn't matter. Point is, it's been a while since I've been up at this desk. UNH made a $10 move. This was on my side charts left over, and I see this, and I'm like, salivating a bit, because I like these spready tickers. I like these types of reversions. I've got a couple different strategies. I have to watch stuff like this, mainly, you know, anchored VWAPs and the like. Right now, there's no reason for me to revert this. If there comes a reason for me to revert this, I will holler at you guys. I think a 3-minute power bar break would be spicy. I think a trend break on like a 1 minute or lower time frame would be spicy. But here is the look. I think you do the conservative movement here, saying here in the peanut gallery, we quite like the Lady Adara trading. So yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to be here trading. If you guys have questions for me about news, if you have questions for me about market, if you have questions for me about stock, just tag me here in the chat. I'd be happy. Please just punch to answer them. There is one thing I'd like to go over, if I may, Obi. Make sure to go in that chat, ticker, $, whatever, and hit it up. $, Tesla, as you can see, is winning. But you know what I'm going to put in here right now? $, Oracle, $, ORCL. Now, this is a name that I have thoughts on in the long term. Sean has talked about this a lot. I accidentally ended up writing a pseudo hit piece on ORCL for TTV Research. No, I joke. I just did the research, and I basically was like, I don't think that there's really anything tenable here with their guidance vis-a-vis the infrastructure spending. Now, clearly the market ended up agreeing with me, Obi, because ORCL took a little plunge to the downside. The new CEOs, Mike Cecilia and Clay McGorrick, are left there crying. They're like, yo, Saf for cats, what did you leave us with? She left them with a bit of a mess, let's be real. But anyways, either way here, on the daily, Oracle is kind of a fickle situation here because we've got that 194.20 double bottom. You could be like, well, that's going to serve as support. Right now it has. But also, OB, AOL, you have a downtrend. You've got a lower high. You have a VWAP rejection. So what I want to see is, can we kiss VWAP again? And can we come back down? Because if that's the case, I want all of this. I did say I would only say one more thing, but I'm going to say one more thing, Obi, if I may, because I've been asked a couple times here by Dumbo.Things Films on NFLX. Now, Netflix kind of abandoned me, guys. It used to be a $1,000 stock. I'd watch it every day. Now it's like $90, and I'm like, yo, I don't know what to do with you. Like, since the split, and I traded this the day the split was announced. I had a good time with that the day the split was announced. Now that it's split, I'm like this is why I can't lose Lily and Costco and ASML. Like, everyone's like, oh no, like, split them. I'm like, can we not though? No, I'm joking. All jokes aside though, I think with NFLX, right now here intraday, I think this 91's kind of spicy. I like the slightly higher low. I would like to see what we do here at 91.5s. If we break about at that 9 EMA, I'm almost tempted to put this on my side chart, but given that ASML and Coin and UNH and my spready friends are moving, I would rather look at those right now. But that being said, Dumbo Films, that's my thesis here. With a slightly higher low, I would look for 91.5. If you do end up liking that and taking it, not that this is advice, but it's just my take, hit us up. Let us know how it goes. Ask me questions, tag me at AdaraTTV in that chat. John's 9932 to answer your question. Only thing I'm on is life and good trades, hopefully, and good vibes. And I'm always pleased as punch to be back at this desk. Neil was saying it's been a while since I've been here. It's been since October 10th of 25. So it's been about a couple months.
Yeah, and I think last time you were on, was it us as well? I think?
It was. We were over there. It was you and I over that desk, and I was doing my dramatic reading of the Trump post.
Nice. Yeah, I remember that. That was good there. Yeah, no, definitely. Shout out to Dara for bringing that energy here. But I'm kind of looking for the energy here on to kind of dissipate here on CoreWeave because you guys pointed it out. Let me pull this up. CRWV. Right here. So yeah, very, very strong trend. I guess Bitcoin's running as well. So I do have to keep an eye on that as well. So let's pull that up. Bitcoin USD here on Coinbase. And take a look at this. Okay, so we're knocking on the door of 90. We did a little bit of a double tap since about 9:30, coming up here into 90K, and just building some structure into it. Let's see if this kind of breaks out here. CoreWeave. Let's see. Let's take a look at some of these other crypto-related stocks as well. You can see Mara, nice. That's giving us a little bit of an uptrend here. And I don't know, not a lot of people look at Riot as much anymore, but still does the moves alongside some of these other names in the sector. And yeah, some strength happening here as well. So maybe it's a bit of a sector move. Market looking like it might do a little bit of a bounce here. Look at those extensions on the extended candles. So like the range of these candles, these 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden you get a little bit of a hammer candle with a tiny body right there. So maybe the selling slowing down is what that is kind of showing us here. So I'm asking the question, if the market bounces now, do these crypto names, do they lose a little bit of that strength, or do they continue to push even harder? So that's what I'm watching. There's a strong volume candle here on CoreWeave that came in here 11:15 on the 3-minute as we held and broke above 79 halves and pushing up into $80 here. So maybe that was on the $80 break here on CoreWeave. Okay, so we're breaking structure as well. Yeah, downtrend breaks happening, plus continuation of prior day's highs, daily breakouts happening here as well, pulling up into Wednesday's highs. Last Wednesday, 24th of December, 80.95s is where that is. So that's about 80, 90 pennies away from where we are as of right now here on CoreWeave. Again, you guys know I like my reversions. If I think something's a little overextended, which I do think some of these names are, I'm going to be patient and wait to watch and see if sellers actually start to step in. So we'll see it. And then I want to get involved with some of that here and looking for the market bounce. What is a potential vehicle that I can use for the market bounce? Apple was absolutely beautiful this morning, where again you had that strong push, the strong bid, and then pulls right back in with the rest of the market, breaking this structure, breaking back through VWAP, now breaking through opening range low as well. I guess that was a trade in itself. 272s gives you a consolidation on top of 270s right now with a low of 269.85 holding. So maybe looking for the bounce here. I'll be watching some of Apple as well to get alongside with some of the market price action. But TQs, bit of a prior bar break here on the 15. That looks nice. Maybe I should be just trading the TQs. But something else I have on watch, like I said before, is SIDU. Not a lot of small caps moving around today, but we'll just take a quick look at some of the volume leaders in a second here. SIDU, again, giving us a little bit of a chop in and around VWAP, but I think there were a couple trades. The pre-market high break, you can see that double top, triple top, confluencing with the opening range high here. You can see these are double taps of those of that 390 in the pre-market session, and then comes into 390 right off of the open, and sellers step back in just as they were in the pre-market. And then when that level finally breaks, yeah, you get a little bit of a move. Look at that, almost 7% to the upside there on the high day break or opening range high break on SIDU, but sellers step right back in where they were prior day and even more aggressive than some of this other action here. So we've been catching it a bit, but bigger picture still in trend. I want to see how low this can get here, but pre-market consolidation lows I'm seeing at 360s, and the current intraday low is at 350. So maybe you got to be a little bit more patient for some of that to come in. CoreWeave, I see, continues to push higher, so I'm not really going to touch it right now. And let's take a quick look at some of the volume leaders on the day. Let's see. All right, so NVIDIA, top of the list right now. IRWD, that's interesting. We've got to take a look at that one in a second. But yeah, NVIDIA, similar story here as some of the other Mag 7. Strong bid off of the open. Sellers step in, and yeah, it's starting to catch a little bit of a curl here. So, you know, just as something as, you know, to make good decisions, I'm just going to get out of the rest of this right here. So, NVIDIA, sorry, the book is a little weird right now. All right, cool. That's out of that one there. We'll be patient. Maybe we can re-engage if it happens to blow through some of these lows here as well. So what is the next volume leader on the day today? IRWD. Wow, look at this beautiful reversion. Oh my God. 550s, the selling comes in and then takes us all the way back down to the low. So a similar kind of price action here. SIDU, we're already looking at. We looked at it a couple times. BNAI, another name from earlier on this week. Wow, so more strength on this one. You can see Monday, it had some strong action there, and it gave us some interesting moves, maybe some good opportunities. But today, breaking out of that Monday high. So is this a liquidity trap? It does seem like it, because let's just go to a daily chart and we can talk about, for those of you who don't know, what a liquidity trap sometimes looks like. So that's absolutely beautiful here. So you have a high volume initial day where, yeah, a lot of people were looking at this name, a lot of people were getting involved, long or short, doesn't matter. Maybe people like to swing short these names. That's what adds some fuel to the fire for the liquidity trap, right? So what does that mean when I say that? BNAI, day one, strong volume, pulls back into the end of the day, but take a look at these volume bars at the end. You can barely see them on the chart. Low volume day, but it fails to break down. It holds this $2 level and then slowly creeps kind of back up a little bit the next day. Today, strong volume, breaks out of that high. So who are we trapping really when we say it's a liquidity trap? So here's the thing. I want to go back to the daily and compare the volumes at the same time, right? Initial day, I have volume here at 49.7 million shares traded. Actually, no, that's incorrect. 1 second. Looking at the wrong thing. All right, top left, 150.43. So it'll tell you over here when I hover over this candle. So 150 million, I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. The 49 million is today's volume. So 150 million shares traded, churned on the first day. What is the float here? The share float is 2.7 million. How much of that float is actually tradable free shares? I don't know, but it's definitely less than 2.7 million. Let's just say that, okay? So initial day, you do 150 million shares traded. Second day, you do 5 million. That's ridiculously different, right? Okay, next day, you do less, 4.8 million. So here's the thing, why you call it a liquidity trap is that if you got short, let's say, if total shorts, all the players who got short and swung this name for a breakdown here on day one, say the total short float will say is about maybe 10 million shares. I don't know. I'm just throwing a number out there, but it did 150 million shares, right? Say altogether shorts accumulated 10 million shares short. Day two did 5 million. If you try to get out of 1 million shares, say even if you have 500K in your own, like say that I'm a trader, I shorted 500K shares on day one. You know, well within range of, you know, staying underneath 1%. but 150 million traded, I short 500K. Next day, only is doing 5 million. If I'm trying to get out of this, I'm gonna send this thing like all the way back through these highs. So there's no liquidity to get out of the position. The next day, there's no liquidity to get out of your position, especially if you're in a large one. Next day comes in, we break through that high, guess who's covering? And then you get a bit of a strong move, something like this. So this is a beautiful example of a liquidity trap where, yeah, if you see this happen and you're like, okay, we did 150 million, now we did 5, now we did 5, I'm throwing up an alert right here to be like, if we get through this, I understand that there's gonna be a significant part or maybe a little bit of the float that is sitting short and will have to do some business. They'll have to cover through that high. Maybe they don't have to, but you'll see some of that buying pressure come in. And if you see it, that's confluence, that's confirmation. And then maybe you can take a chunk off of this price action because of that. But yeah, great example on BNAI. Bit of a miss on my part, not observing that we did 150, then 5, then 5. ONDS, we'll go through a couple more here as, even though these are volume leaders, some of the price action seems like it's somewhat dwindling as we go lower into the list. ONDS stepping up above opening range highs, kind of coming back into prior day's levels here as well. Plug, wow, this one is plugging itself to the upside right now through $2, $2 hold off of the open there. Thank you, Fabian. Intel holding, we looked at that one. Tesla as well, strong sellers, we talked about that one. So other than that, oh, Amazon, hello. Okay, wow, Amazon, what a beautiful reversion on this one as we break the day low and pretty much do a measured move and then some to the downside off of that, currently holding 225s. Where's the next trade? I'm waiting, I'm watching. Let me know, guys. We got a little bit of a super chat here by SP Williams. Thank you very much. Saying that I thought you might have been doing the midday for 2026, replacing Sharif. Nope, I don't think that's what's happening here. We love you, Adara. Glad to see you trade live. We love you, Sharif, and all the traders on Trader TV Live. Grateful. Thank you very much for the super chat there. For sure. Adara, you trade even when you're doing the news.
Yeah,
right?
I trade,
I
took the
a little
ASML
bit about that?
off the open. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No,
yeah, so I trade like all day here, and while Obi's patiently waiting for a stock to explode on, I'm gonna go over here, and I had to, and I'm gonna talk here about the trades I'm in. Now, unfortunately, you know how I said my history log issue was fixed? So about that. So I realized the history log was not showing my history. So you know what we're doing? I have a stop in, but I can't move the stop, so I'm just also having a mental stop on top of my stop.
Nice.
And I'm gonna stop talking about stops so we can start talking about stocks. So I'm long Tesla, I'm also long UNH. Yes, I am. I'm long UNH. I know I said I was looking for a short in UNH, but I'll show you guys the weekly in UNH and you'll see why I thought this was the better call, beyond the fact that this is, I think, a beautiful breakout. And I'm kind of risked pretty hard in this. I'm risked, like within reason, obviously, but I'm doing like 2 risk units on this, which for me, for UNH, which is not always like my bestie, it's kind of significant. I think UNH is probably gonna go, crying home on us with this fake breakout of 340, but I liked the trade and I'm not gonna cry over it. So look at the weekly here in UNH 5-day chart. Oh, is it not? Oh, there it is, look. So look at this weekly, guys. Let's look at weekly breakout. And that was why I decided that I thought it would be worth it to take the long, even though initially my brain was like, short, 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 short. We do have it working here right now in TSLA, so happy with that. But yeah, to kind of talk about what Obi was saying there, I do trade every day while I'm at the news desk. Now, people might be like, Adara, you're doing the news. How could you do both? So I think a lot of it is I feel like I'm honestly maybe more able to take care of the news and watch the news for you guys when I am trading. Now, why is that the case? Because I think when you're actually involved, when you've got a stake in something, quite literally, in this case, obviously, I think you're a lot more impassioned to keep an eye on it, to keep track of it, and to follow it aggressively, right? So it's and I also sometimes see stuff before I see the news. I know to watch out for it. A lot of times, for example, Tesla, I remember there was one time, sort of back in June or July, I was on the desk during the midday. Obi and Joe were on the midday. I happened to be trading Tesla long, and there was this big move in Tesla, and we were all like, what's the news, what's the news? Well, we didn't get the news right away, but we knew there was news because of the move on the stock, so I was able to look at that. So I think that's kind of my take on this, right? So I think also the fact that I speak quickly, I work quickly, I think that's a nice asset as well for both the news and for trading, being able to do both at the same time. I think you do have to have that multi-tracked mind to be able to follow everything at once. And so I'm very grateful to be in a position where I can do that. And I think like in terms of, well, are you then a news person or are you a trader? Again, why can't I be both, right? I think if you put a lot of effort into something, then I think you have the right to call yourself that. I put a lot of effort, obviously, into the news. I love what I do with the news. I also love what I do with trading. And so I think I found a really nice sweet spot where I can comfortably do both and live life. So I kind of hope that answers the question. Now, in terms of how I do it, I have a little setup there where, you know what I mean? I've got like kind of tape on a whole bunch of different screens. I've got charts on a whole bunch of screens, TradingView, eSignal, I've got Benzinga on the news. I've got my P8 platform. So I think you just have to have so much info that your brain might explode, but like in a good way. And then, yeah, so this kind of the layout's a bit different on the news desk. And I will say too, like change is hard. When we moved to that new news desk, I'm not gonna lie, I had like a red streak of 7 days because I was just so not used to how everything was. I had 3 monitors at the old news desk. I have 2 here. So a lot of how I kind of scheduled everything and structured everything was inherently going to have to change. And so, yeah, that's kind of the rub there, I guess, for lack of a better term. But yeah, just quick rundown, I guess, of how I trade at the news desk. I think, again, you have to like both if you have a structure that works for you. And I'm still trying to find something that works for me at the new desk, to be honest. But yeah, I think like sensory overload. If you can do sensory overload, you can probably news desk and trade. If not, maybe not. But I mean, I remember my sister came to visit the studio. She's been here twice now, but the first time she came, I showed her my layout and she's like, I would have a panic attack if I had to do that. Like there's so much info going on. But I think, again, you have to be in that sweet spot where you're comfortable with that. Rant is over, though I do like ranting. And yeah, guys, thank you very much for all the kind words in this chat. I do appreciate all of the love here, and I'm so grateful to be here with you guys every day at the news and also now today in this chat. Again, do tag me with any questions, any music or rap opinions, movies, I don't care. Mostly markets, obviously, but we're here to have a good time. And we're here to trade. ASML now breaking out. As we know, my good friend ASML, I had a nice winner on this earlier. Couple winners, 2 L's, 2 W's on this ASML. I should have been more aware because this is what I call the square structure. It's not quite a double bottom, but it's kind of similar to what Tesla did. You've got a slightly higher low. You're trying to push higher. And in this case, obviously, we do an ASML. Tried that view up long, didn't work. I am not going to chase this. If it gives me another setup, I certainly will be getting involved. But yeah, a little bit hard now because I do have the actual stops. As I mentioned, my history log's having issues. So I've got to have mental stops on top of my actual stops on stops on stops. But in the meantime here, Obi, why don't you start talking about whatever you're looking at?
I think you make some great points there. I think that you know, being it's almost like when you're doing so many things at once. Do you feel that like your stock selection improves because you're more selective as to what you're doing because you're keeping yourself busy with other things? You're not really, you know. I find kind of a similar sense where like if I have a few plans on the day and then I'm also working on other things at the same time, I'm more selective with what I really get involved with because I'm just like, I take better opportunities, let's say that. Because I'm like, if it's something that's kind of a little sketchy, I might have to keep my eyes on it to make sure it kind of continues to do what I'm looking for. Otherwise, if it's like a playbook setup and it's confirming all of the different factors, it's just like, okay, well, I know I got to take this here. I know I got to put my stop in here. I don't necessarily need to look at it as adamantly, but like, do you find that it helps in that sense when you're trading because you're doing so many things at once?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I haven't thought. I think sometimes too the issue because I'm on the news desk, I see so many stories and I'm like, oh, I have to look at you and I have to look at you and I have to look at you. So I think, like you said, just filtering out all the rubbish and focusing on the best opportunities. I will admit, not as great at that still as I could be. And I think, especially because you see so many tickers at the news desk, you really have to focus on what is A, within my oeuvre, within my wheelhouse, and B, what is going to set up well. So for example, today I was pretty lucky because I mean, ASML was my top pick. Every time ASML or AppLovin move, I'm just ready right off the open because I know this is going to be crazy and I'm going to have to be like, all day. So I was really prepared for that. Coinbase, because I like that technical setup at that 231 level I mentioned earlier. That was another one I was watching, though not as aggressively, understandably so, as ASML. So I think, like in general, I think I'm just better if I'm focusing on a couple of things. I don't know if that has to do with the news desk necessarily or not, but that is a good point that I'm going to be watching out for heading into next year, because I think you're right. Like I think, in a way, it's good if you've got a lot going on. I think while you're trading, during the day, it's good to have a lot going on. In terms of stock selection, I think sometimes the news desk can be a little bit of a hindrance, right? But yeah, I think it's something I definitely want to spend more time thinking about here, Obi?
Yeah, no, and even for like breaking news trades, you see them first. So
That's
it's
true.
just
Yeah,
like
that's nice.
you can definitely participate in some of that. Yeah, great stuff there. Great insight, Dara. Okay, so I am looking at CoreWeave still. It hasn't really broken down. The market's kind of chopping around. We talked about the slowdown of that selling pressure, and look at this. We've made another bit of a muted candle, a bit of a doji here on that prior 15-minute candle, coming into maybe making more of the same. 4 minutes left to finish printing this current 15-minute candle, and it seems like it's going to be another doji type of situation here as the market tries to do a little bit of a bounce here. I covered the rest of my NVIDIA just at 89 halves here, just seeing that, yeah, buying is starting to step in here off of the 88 halves. I don't necessarily need to stay involved with the short that I had initially off of VWAP here. So yeah, some solid price action on the day today. And oh boy, those shorts came in hard and heavy when they did in the morning session, and that was, again, absolutely beautiful in terms of extracting that opportunity and taking a piece off of the market. Palantir stopped me out as I tried to attempt a little bit of a bounce, seeing that we're starting to slow down here. But again, I do have to consider and remember that Palantir has had seller dominance over the past few days back to back, and maybe it's more poised for a stronger selling while the market kind of slows down. You can see that it did kind of chop around, coming right back into the day lows right there. So I already kind of stopped out on the initial break of that, just knowing that, like, okay, well, if this doesn't go right away, if it doesn't go within the turn, then I probably don't want to be here anyways. And here it comes in down through 171s, trading a little bit lower. So no sign of buyers. Wow, here comes some selling coming into the market as we come into the close of this 15-minute candle. 2.5 minutes left roughly on this one. What are you guys watching? Eri Pages saying SoFi. Okay, let's take a quick look at SoFi here and see what that's up to. Okay, wow. So initial selling back through the day high, holding 26.66s here. 26.89s currently trading. Okay, that's interesting right here. Coming into prior day's highs, 26.89. We're there literally right now and pulling back up into some of those prior levels. So let's go to a higher time frame here. Look at the hourly chart and see if we can define some levels. Good look there, Uri Pages. I like that. If you're taking the turn, I think there's more reasons to buy through the pre-market highs, and maybe let's see what it does here. This could, if that momentum and that price action continues, maybe we break through prior day high with some distinction and then come back up into this area. But yeah, for the past few days, seems like sellers were a little dominant going into the end of the year here. SIDU coming right back up into 4. Okay, that's interesting. I have that on watch as well. You can see, again, bigger picture, bit of an uptrend. Yes, the legs are pretty, pretty aggressive each way, pretty extended. So you can see the buying in the morning session, the selling coming into the end. The next day, nothing so crazy. The next day, still consistent bid, nothing too crazy. Strong selling the next day, and kind of reverting strong buying, strong selling prior day as well. So we're in a bit of an uptrend here. Let's see if this can kind of push even higher. This has been a multi-day trending stock, and it's been absolutely great. SIDU space kind of blasting off here. Let's see if we can get through that 422 recent high and push even higher. GLD and SLV, haven't been really watching them as closely today as I was the prior few days, but that's coming into some prior days levels here as well. Maybe a little bit of a curl. I'm waiting and watching for this one as well. But seller dominance pretty much all day today, even especially after you get through that pre-market low and you can't really, you get through, was it 5-minute opening range low is what? That's about 66.70s right here. Can't really make it above that, and yeah, come all the way back into some prior days prices here, prior to end of day consolidation highs, and that low was 63.53. I'm watching gold as well, GLD. Again, a lot of people have eyes on some of these commodities, some of these precious metals over the past few weeks because, yeah, the move has been absolutely parabolic, right? So I don't know if you've gotten involved with either gold. Gold can get a little spready, GLD sometimes, but have you taken any interest in the gold or silver trade over the past few days?
I had the silver breakout. I think we talked about this. That was on Tuesday when it had like that massive pop-up there. That was really fun. I did have that breakout. It's funny because it's actually on my side chart today, SLV, and I just was like, oh my God, this actually looks like a decent reversion. Breakout of that 65 level. This is that pattern I said earlier, that kind of square-like where you get the slightly higher low. Alas, I clearly missed it. And, you know, I think part of why I missed it too is because I think my side chart's the 5 minutes, so I'll have to change it back to the 3. But, so I see this on the 5 minute, and at, you know, well now it's already gone, but it did kind of initially look kind of topping tail. We were kind of struggling to stay above the 9 EMA. Now when I see this, if we get above that, where's this level of the previous 5 minute? 65.5. So I think 65 halves, so like 65.55. If we get above that, I'm actually down to get long here. And probably risk to 65 too. So I'm gonna make sure I have an order book for SLV on the side here. And here it is, it's ready to go. So I will be watching that. Yeah, to answer your question, Obi, I think I've been trading it at least the last 3 or 4 days. First day in a while that I haven't, but it certainly still is on my watch. TSLA. Here's Tesla. I got long 443 halves, added at 444. The goal was to take out some at 448. Obviously, that never came to fruition. What came to fruition, though, was this breakdown. Took out half at 444, and then the rest, or 444 10s, again, manually stopped out here, 443s, because my stops aren't working. But in the meantime, let's go over to Sia and see what she's doing.
Hi guys, good morning, afternoon, and Happy New Year. Let's quickly go over a few things. The S&P Global Manufacturing PMI came out today with the number 0.4, less than last time, currently standing at 51.8 and previous at 52.2. We're also going to go to a quick to some headlines for today. Tesla is down 8.6% as compared to last year after it reported its fourth quarter report this Friday. So Wall Street and analysts were expecting around 426,000 deliveries for the quarter. And for the full year, Tesla's deliveries fell by 8.6% to 1.64 million from 1.79 million in 2024. And now another thing to note of here is BYD, a Chinese electric car company, has sold around 2.26 million worth of deliveries and has surpassed Tesla. So according to this as well, in 2011, with an interview with Bloomberg, Elon Musk said that, I don't think that they have a great product. But today we came to note that the company has surpassed Tesla sales by a big percentage. Also, moving on to couple retail, Wayfair, RH, Williams-Sonoma, basically retail furniture stocks, have jumped significantly today, and it is after President Donald Trump has postponed tariff increases on upholstered furniture and kitchen cabinets and vanities for quite some time. So Williams-Sonoma currently is up 6%, RH almost 10%, and it's trading at 196.44 USD as of now. That's all. Back to Adera and Obi.
Thank you very much. Yeah, with that furniture news, have you been looking at Wayfair at all today?
Yeah,
or
I mean,
anything like that. Do you think something like that would be affected?
There was just no volume on it pre-market, which is, I didn't even put it in the watch list, truthfully, because I saw the volume on this pre-market was like 700 shares, and like I'll trade for my own purposes, obviously low volume stuff, but I don't always necessarily want to put it on the watch list for that reason. Wayfair right now at 1.75 mil. To be honest to me, Obi, this is chop, 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 chop. Now, my favorite furniture name to trade, which notoriously has disgustingly low volume, but I like it, is WSM. WSM, case in point, 650,000 shares today. Now, that's more like it. Come to mama. No, I'm joking. I hope that's obvious. Nice. But okay, so this is a bit spicier now. Okay, I'm really sad I missed this. This 187.3, I did a first pushback of the day. So I kind of like this strategy. You make a new high of day, you get this push, you try to make a higher low, but you actually make a slightly lower high, and then you come quadroon king. So this is the same kind of thing ASML did around 1164 earlier today as well. Pardon? Okay, it's hard for me to see, so apologies there. But yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with these new things. I can't see anything. I am new desk, new life. We're gonna move around. We're gonna do, excuse me. But yeah, so ASML, as you can kind of see here, doing something kind of similar. I'll switch to the 1 minute for you guys. So you had this, right? Like, see the slightly lower high here, 1168. So then we break down to 1164. I get in. I like the short, and I should have probably kept my risk to 1168. That was probably the issue there. But the point I'm trying to make is, I digress. That pattern, it's fractal. It shows up in multiple time frames, and whenever I see it, I'm going to like it. Now, right now, ASML, nothing to do there, but WSM, the point I'm trying to make, and I'm going to go back to that chart to show you guys, if I had actually seen that at the time of this 187.20, I would have liked it. Now, Obi, we might be getting a retest. I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to pull up my book right now, and I'm going to quickly get into my spready friend by the name of WSM. I also got stopped out of UNH pretty epically. I had like roughly, with slippage, I lost like 2 risk units on UNH. So, you know, a little bit sad, but sometimes loss is a little bit healthy. You know, you got to have insurance, so you have to have your stop loss in place for that insurance there. UNH got a little bit false broken out there. It's all good in the hood. I would not have done anything differently with this trade if I'm being real with you guys. So please just punch. UNH actually might give you a short setup if it comes back to that 338.7s area. I will get involved. Thank you, Our Concepcion, for the kind words. I'm so happy to be back here with you guys at this here desk.
Oh, wow, there it goes.
Oh, what's going?
No. I'm just looking at SIDU. Someone mentioned SIDU in the chat.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, nice look there on some of those stocks there. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but SIDU is going. SIDU is pushing up into $4 once again. So a little bit of an area that we talked about, supply. But yeah, that's why I was just like, oh my God, there it goes. So that's what I was talking about.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get a Williams Sonoma short on here. I have an order placed. I'm trying to get 187s. Now, here's the thing with these spready tickers. We love them, we know them, or I love them and know them. But like the thing with them is if you miss your entry, especially when it's low vol like this, like 650,000 shares, you may not get another entry. So what you have to do is, much like 50 Cent, you gotta be patiently waiting for that entry to come in. Now, will my ship come in on WSM? Only time will tell. But I will be sitting here, sitting pretty, looking cute, waiting for that 187 area in case we get a fun little wick. Because look, guys, now we're starting to see some spicy action here. That 186.90s, slight increase here in the ask. Now, you guys don't get to see me trading a lot now, so I want to talk about it a bit more. Why do I like and why do I trade and what do I look for in my spready tickers? Here's what I want to see. I want to see a large spread. I like 50 cents. I like $1. I'll do $2. At one point when Netflix was spready and had like 300,000 shares in the day before it split, I would trade this thing with like a $3 spread. Now, again, this is why I say exercise caution, be safe, don't be silly, you know, make sure that you've got all your ducks in a row and that you've practiced doing it. I also practice trading spready tickers in the sim, which I think is why I'm able to kind of have some modicum of success with it. But yeah, I think that's like kind of key. Know what you're looking for. I think the other thing too is know how these spready tickers move. Kind of get a character profile, Rolodex for all of them, if you will. I'm gonna put my stop in on my friend here. We're gonna go 188s, which I think might be a bit too much room, but it's WSM and it's spready. I have no problem with that. As you can see, 188, that'd be around here, which is that prior high, which is why I liked it. So, you know, once you've got your ducks in a row, understand, like I said, how do they tend to move? Like ASML and AppLovin. ASML is a great example because of today. They're both the type where if they have news or earnings or something, they are gonna go buck wild, they're gonna go crazy. Like, I'll usually do a 3-minute, 5-minute prior bar low stop or prior bar high, depending on what direction. ASML and AppLovin, you should do a 1 minute and you should be tape scalping a bit because they are freaking like wild, fun, and exciting. And again, this might be, you know, just a rant that is interesting to only me, but I hope it's helpful to somebody. If you are a spready ticker in the chat, let me know. And if you guys have any questions too, like, you know, is it kind of scary to sit there and just wait as these things are, you know, could go $2 or $3 against you? It's not, because I'm trusting my plan, right? But that's why I also say I think trading in the sim is incredibly helpful. I think just sitting and watching them for a while is really helpful. And I think understanding that on these spready tickers, especially the order book, it's just like the chart. Like, for example, ASML in like a $5 range, it's gonna look similar, you know, we're at like 11.55, we're at 11.50, we're at 11.55. That's gonna look really similar on the tape to what a range looks like on the chart. So I think it really allows you to kind of have a microcosm of normal price action on the chart, but you're seeing it in taped form. So if that's interesting to you, if you have patience in some ways, but not in others, if you like big moves and you don't mind a little risk and sweat, I would recommend, with caution, massive, massive caution, giving spready tickers a try. But yeah, right now we're in WSM and we're looking for UNH. So I don't think UNH is gonna give me a short option here. Opportunity, already left Tesla, I mentioned that.
SPY though, oh my gosh, these lower highs in the SPY are spicy, pun intended, and ASML around VWAP. I am still looking at, no crickets, I'm giving myself a bell for that. Shout out to DJ D-Rec over, not the buzzer, the bell. Shout out to DJ D-Rec over at Wild and Out. But yeah, I like this VWAP here on ASML. These slightly higher lows in VWAP hold I like. At this point though, I'd probably have to risk like $6 if I want the 1162 breakout to like 1156. I have no problem risking $5 or $6 in a stock, but if I'm gonna do it, it needs to be the right opportunity. I don't think ASML is that here for me yet, unless I'd be tape scalping, but let's see what Obi's looking at.
Yeah, I'm getting, like, I got involved in that core weave here, but not looking so good. Market's coming right back in as well. We talked about that bit of a muted consolidation or kind of muted action here where, yeah, we had those strong selling bars, and then all of a sudden you get a little bit of a tight close on the next couple of 15-minute bars. It seems like sellers stepping right back in. 25,300s here on the Nasdaq, and then 6870s coming in here now on the ES as well. So maybe taking another step down to the downside, yeah, to the sell side here happening on these futures. So Palantir continues to sell off. I'm watching that one as well for maybe a potential bounce, but if it's not going to come, I'm not really going to give it any sort of real risk if I do want to try again, or maybe not try it again at all as well. SIDU is winding up a little bit for that high, so this is one of the main ones I have on watch. 417s is the current high as of right now on SIDU's space. Let's see if that can come in and give us some fresh highs there. 422 was that prior high. Here comes the 81s on core weave, so it seems like I will get stopped out of this eventually on the day as it continues its uptrend. So yeah, let it kind of happen here. It is kind of choppy. I'm looking at a few different things at the same time as well. Let me know in the chat, what are you guys watching? What are you guys looking at? PayPal or no, PAPL? Okay, is this a small cap PAPL? Pineapple Financial. Interesting. Let's see how much volume. You know, this thing has done absolutely no volume, so not really going to get involved in it. It's done about 40K shares, so I'm not really going to touch that at all, or maybe even consider that. But maybe later on in the day. But the move has been pretty intense there. $1.40 to $2.12s right now on Pineapple Financial. I wonder if Neil is going to be interested in this one. No, he's saying no.
He looks like he made a face.
So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's not on pizza, Neil. There comes 422 on SIDU right now. So that thing is gone. Oh boy, I didn't mean to do that. Let's shake it back on. All right, cool. So SIDU's space, let's see. Is this going to hit the halt band to the upside? I have no idea, but let me pull this up now on my chart to take a look at this one. That is not the right one. That is a blue ocean. I'm looking for the Nasdaq. There we go. All right, so SIDU's space. So this was just, okay, that's still the blue ocean chart here. Let's take a quick look at it. Let's see if we can convincingly push through this 422 area. I'll pull up the tape for you guys here as well at the same time, and then throw in a filter so we can take a look at any sort of a large size that may or may not show up. You can see here a little bit of I guess a 150 lots on the ARCA book here, and then coming into 430s as well. 425s, I like that, interesting. There we are right there, 425s coming in straight up into that liquidity. So the question becomes, if people are swinging this stuff short, then yeah, they're definitely hitting some of that and taking, using that, I guess, exit liquidity on the ask to take some covers on. But we'll see if that comes in to fruition here. I have no idea, but just waiting and watching some of this tape, or some of the action here, sorry, to see if there's going to be any sort of meaningful continuation through there, or do sellers step right back in at the same place they have been over the past 3 days, and that's going to be in and around these 420s. So got a close eye on that. Let me know, again, in the chat, what are you guys trading? I don't see too many names here. CoreWeave, yeah, I see that. I'm definitely involved in it as well. Probably going to get stopped out here as it continues its uptrend to the highs there. Bitcoin might be running. I don't have eyes on. Maybe that's one of my mistakes here. But let's see, you got MSOS. So, okay, so some of the weed names, okay, not really doing anything too crazy, but sideways consolidation over the past couple of days, 460s to 490s. So I guess, yeah, interesting stuff there. What else are you guys talking about? TSM, nice. I remember a few weeks ago through earnings, I was trading Micron for a few days straight. That one was pretty interesting and good. TSM on the day today, gap up continuation. Excuse me, 313s right here, breakout right off of the open. You had to be there. It gives you 319s, and now kind of chopping around VWAP here on TSM. Let's take a look at Micron as well. Okay, Micron holding VWAP, so that's pretty good here. What's that? DJ2AM. Hey man, like maybe, I don't know if I can. I wouldn't call it a pro move, but the thing is, like, when you go through so many tickers every single day, and I like to take a look at a multi-time frame. It's just like sometimes you just see things. Sometimes stuff just pops out at you, and that's kind of what I'm doing when I'm doing my morning or evening scans. Okay, I can show you guys exactly what I'm looking at and how I go through some of my scans here. So let me just pull up some of my watch lists, and we can take a quick look. And this gives me perspective right away, because when I'm going through, let's say, like, 500 to 900 stocks at night, I'm kind of, you don't have a lot of time to go through them like meticulously. You have to find the ones that really scream out at you, and those are the ones that are probably going on my watch list. So this is we can kind of go through that here. Where's my list? Okay, yeah, we can do this. Fine. Everything closed. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at this here. So I'll have a multi-layout perspective going on here. So I'll have like a daily. So this is a 3-minute. This is a 15-minute. What I'll do here, I'll do like maybe like an hourly. I like threes. I like 3s and 9s. So I'll do like a 3-hour, and then here I'll have the weekly. And then here, bottom right, I'll have the monthly. So right away, and then I'll pull up my watch list. So this is the daily. Go again. This is the monthly here. This is the weekly. This is the daily. This is an hourly, and this is a minute chart, 15 minutes, and this is a 3-minute. That's what I like to trade on. So I'm just going through, let's say, maybe hundreds of stocks. Okay, I got stopped out on CoreWeave there. Nice. I kind of saw it coming in, and I was like, all right, we'll see if it can get through 81s and hold or not. All right, so just going through these. This is how fast I'm kind of going through them. Just looking at candles, looking at structure to see if anything just screams out at me. So we'll start off with Dow Jones. So Dow Jones, boom. Then I'm looking at gold. These are CFDs on gold. Okay, cool. A little bit of a trend. It also gives me like a little bit of perspective as well. Next, gold futures. Okay, kind of the same chart there. U.S. dollar. I'm looking at the Dixie next and see how that's doing. And this is one of my main watch lists. This is a watch list that I go through every single day, at least twice, and then intraday as well every now and then. So, and then we got Bitcoin here, Bitcoin futures, and then I got Ethereum here as well. And then we're gonna start out with some of the futures. So S&P. So this is the ES1 contract. So this is the S&P 500 futures contract. So I'm looking at that, how that's been going, or how that's been moving here at the same time. I might need to get back into. Let me just pull this up. CoreWeave, if that's gonna just chop me up, stop me out like that, and then continue to go. Just want to get right back in and throw in that stop at the same time. So let me go, what is that, 81, whatever. Cool. Just want to stay involved with this one a little bit here. Even though it hasn't really broken trend yet, I think it's starting to slow down a little bit. But anyways, let's keep moving. So Nasdaq futures, boom, next. All right, cool. VIX, I want to know what the volatility index is doing, right? So that's in and around 15s. Cool, nice. Let's keep going. SPDR, now we're on to some assets that are a little bit easier, more straightforward to trade. So what I mean by that is just stocks. I'll take a look at this multiple time frame. So at the same time, I'm looking at the monthly, I'm looking at the weekly, I'm looking at the daily, I'm looking at the hourly, I'm looking at a 15-minute or a 30-minute or whatever, and looking for things that stand out. Oh boy, look at this one, Microsoft. That's kind of interesting. That's coming into a prior week or prior level right here on the daily. That's structure lows right there. And taking a look at the monthly, we've been selling off for the past 3 months as well. So if we break this, I ask the question that what's the probability of that breaking out? So that pops out to me right away. What's up there?
Yeah, thank you, Neil, for sending this to me because it's been a little bit harder to look at the news and such with me being at this midday desk. But nice pop up here for PINS. What's the the volume here on Pinterest, about 3.5 million shares. So the information reporting that OpenAI is going to make its biggest acquisition yet when it buys Pinterest in a move to beef up its nascent online shopping and ads business. Now, the information, I always like to, I think part of the fun of having a news hobbit at this trading desk today, as I like to call myself because I'm just back there doing it at the desk, is I happen to have a pretty good memory, and you notice trends, and the information, a lot of the articles they put out are things we kind of already knew or things that are old. Now I'm shocked the movement this is so kind of minimal, if this is true. But we're gonna have to find out, we're gonna have to wait for more details on this. WSM, I made a joke in the chat. I was like, guys, I'm 2 cents in the money, because at one point it was just taking so long. We were like, slightly, but no, all jokes aside, one of the fun things about trading these spready tickers here, especially with low vol, like WSM, is it's gonna take its sweet time. I might pull out my hair. I might, do a dance. No, I'm joking. I'll just sit here and I'll watch it. But the point I'm trying to make is I think, like I said, if you're a patient person, this spready trading is fun. I'm actually very pleased as punch that found the opportunity here to, and thank you to Obi for mentioning these furniture names, which is why I looked at this, Sia as well mentioning them. What's fun about this, I actually get to take one of my favorite types of trades, like the low volatility, low volume spready trade in front of all of you guys. So I'm very happy with that. Fun 60 penny spread right now in WSM. I'm taking out half the position at 185.5s because it's above VWAP. You guys might be like, Adara, that's well above VWAP. It is. But these spready tickers can hit a level and they're like, jokes, I don't want that. And they move right away. So if I don't have my order ready, like a little snipey shark, it's just not gonna happen. I think we might be ready for Neil's lesson of the day. I saw it, I'm not sure if that is the case. But in the meantime, we're gonna send you over because I think Neil has a lesson and it's gonna be of the day. Neil.
Yes, thank you very much there, Dara. Yeah, we're locked and loaded, ready to go. Why not? Some things will stay the same, but this is gonna be a different one. This isn't really about charts or like entries or exits. I was watching something, if you're a football fan, you'll understand this. If not, then the analogy isn't really that complicated. Talking about a problem that's happening in professional football and why a dude who was like 40-something years old could come off the couch after 5 years after retirement and play quarterback well if it's supposed to be the most difficult position. And it kind of got me to thinking something as to why that's true. And the reason it was true is because the brain is the last thing to go, and like this player had years and years of experience of looking at what the defense was giving him, being able to read the field and make the right decision. So he might not be able to throw like he used to, but his brain still worked exactly the same way, to be able to be in the right spot and put his teammates in the right spot. And one of the issues that, if you watch football, you know now is everyone's expected to have a rookie come in and start right away. And if they're expected to start right away, then those growing pains will be very painful, and teams that already stunk can stink even worse. And if you think about trading, it is a marathon, not a sprint. Yet, a lot of the experience of coming into trading for many people is you're looking forward to, I need to have something to supplement my income because the first job's not cutting it. I'm gonna try and hit that 10x bagger because I need to get rich quick, or something along those lines. There's this expectation or this attempt to try to take advantage and have success right away, when in reality, over the years, if you're investing long-term, then even the most sort of basic and boring ways are the best ways to do it and not try to get rich quick. Listen to Warren Buffett, compounding matters. Whether you're talking about swing trading and the amount of time and effort you have to put in to finding strategies that work for you so that you can get the winners and know when to hold them and know when to cut bait, or whether it's day trading, which is even more difficult than either one of those two things, where almost every trader that starts out is going to initially fail. And on top of this, I can tell you in over 20 years, there is zero in all of the years I've been on a trading floor and trading with the prop firm here, which is going back to 2003, there is zero, and I mean zero, correlation between the manner in which traders that are successful have early success relative to later success. Zero correlation. A very small percentage of traders make it, but you'd think in that group of traders that make it, oh, they all hit it really early and we're all really good right away. No. There's traders that took a full year to figure it out that had long careers, and other ones that do it right away or just had success right away. So you have to understand not everybody's journey is going to be different, but you have to be willing to have that process that allows you to get there and not expect to have quick returns or I'm going to figure this out right away. There will be growing pains. You know, it's going to require some patience. It's like a microcosm of an individual type of day. And, you know, I promised I wasn't going to go to charts, but there's some stuff that's setting up here. And I'm going to use it as an example, maybe. Because I'll tell you for sure, when I started out as a trader, no joke, and I'm not making this up, in my first month of trading, I had so many trend lines on my chart that it looked like it was like, could have been like contrails or some, it was nonsensical. I had so many trend lines, it was ridiculous. And then when I first graduated making money on penny stocks, I wasn't even using them anymore. And now I come back to, this has now been what, 20 something years later, and I've streamlined it and I will use trend lines, but I really don't have like 25 different trend lines on my chart. I might have one, I might have two on a chart. But that came full circle. I had something that I wanted to use. It didn't work out for me, that I eventually figured out how to use it effectively. And now when I look at silver right here, and I said I wouldn't talk about charts, but I'm going to talk about charts right now. Now I've figured out a way, if we can come to my chart for a second, I figured out a way that is effective for me, where I can look for a patient setup that I have confidence in. Like when I get more than 2 or 3, and I always say when I get 3 points on the 3-minute trend line, then I'm gonna like it a little bit more. And that just allows me, when I wanna be long silver in a downtrend, you know, like, yeah, sure, I had some mini trend breaks that kind of worked, and one worked there, and one kind of worked there, and one didn't work there, and then, probably should have given this more room to go. But I have a trade which sets up an all-day trend break happening right now, which I know, win, lose, or draw, I like a lot better than the other ones. And I used to have so many trend lines in my chart before that I would miss something like this by trying to take too many other ones. But you streamline because you understand that you're trying to develop something a little bit bigger. And that doesn't mean throwing away every idea that doesn't work out right away. Maybe it just needs a little bit of refinement and you just need a little bit of patience. So remember, trading is going to be it's a marathon, it is not a sprint. There is nothing easy about it. Anybody that tells you it's easy, forget about it. That's nonsense. And if you had a good year in 2025, then do more of what worked. You don't have to change much of anything. You can try scaling the things that might have worked the absolute best. And if you didn't have a good year, try to plug out the things or pick out the things that were working for you. Even if you were down every single month last year, try to find what it was that was working. Maybe your entry levels were good. Maybe when you were in a winner, you were good at holding. There's probably something in there that you can point to as a strength that you can kind of lean on and then gravitate towards. And that's part of the game, everybody. So figure out what does and doesn't work, do more of what does work, and be patient enough to not just throw out every single idea. It's all data points, and you should be willing to listen to the market and take what it gives you. Just like a 46-year-old, or however old he is, Philip Rivers, could manage to look good on a football field when he's a million years old and 5 years off the couch. Why? Because the guy put in hours and hours and years of watching tape and reading defenses. And everyone has to do that to get better. And it's the same thing with trading. So good luck, everybody. Hopefully the rest of your beginning of 2026 is a good one. And hopefully silver gets to VWAP here, because I just got in.
Hey guys, so let's take a look at small cap for today. Russell is up 0.41 overall. We're going to talk about a couple individual tickers. But before that, industrial services, electric tech, looking great today. And I want to dive into one particular ticker for electric technology. BE, Bloom Energy, is up 11.5% as of right now as a result of its $600 million credit facility that it received over a week ago from Wells Fargo, still continuing. That's going pretty good. APLD is also up 12% right now. And Hecla Mining, HL, in pre-market was up 4%, but currently is down 4.43% as silver gains were extending. Silver was extending gains earlier today, was up. I also want to talk about really quick. I did make a recent investment in the Van Eck Gold Miners ETF, so I'm really excited to see where that's going to go. Back to everyone.
Stuff, yeah. Some of those ETFs definitely worth getting involved with for sure. Here, guys, SIDU is back at 420. So it seems like this time might be distinctly different, because the prior couple of times that we got here, we experienced some pretty decent resistance. So let's take a look at SIDU, what it's been doing over the past couple of days. You can see here, this is what I'm talking about. So boom, right here, that was that 420 push. I guess that was the only one. So prior trading day. Then we come into that same area this morning. That comes in as a little bit of sell. But this time, we're kind of starting to chop around, slow down a little bit. We've pushed up into this area, and no real aggressive selling just yet. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But this is looking a little distinctly different from the past couple of times that we've been up here. So I have eyes on this one, if this can really start to get going. But again, if you're long from 370s, maybe you're long on this trend break here as well. Yeah, shout out to you. This one is looking good as we kind of gapped up above prior days. We did gap up above prior days close, not really above prior days action. So pushing up into this high now, 428. So we did push past prior day's high, which was 24s, 4 pennies above that, and now coming in a little bit higher, 27s trading on SIDU, on the ask, sorry. I was just like, wait, what? The spread is 26, it was like 25 by 27 just now. But yeah, a lot of orders kind of stacking on both sides of the book that I see here. You can see 146,000 shares. 146 lots, I think that's what it was, coming in here. I have one book that shows me absolute size, and honestly, Neil, I don't know, like, do you still? I started looking at like absolute size, and it just seems so much better because now I can, because I do that for Blue Ocean, right? And now say that there's like 150,000 shares on the ask or something, you can see like the 50s and the 100s getting taken out, and even for something like SIDU, where you have all different kinds of participants, you can start to see that bid or the ask getting eaten away a little bit easier. Like, what's your perspective on that?
So I actually agree with you, even though I don't use it. But the reason why I don't use absolute size has nothing to do with about its effectiveness. It's just that it's an old dog new tricks thing. I spent way too much time looking at level 2s, which have like board lots. So I'm incredibly locked in to seeing 1 meaning 100 shares and 2 meaning 200 shares. So it's not that I don't believe you're right about that. I think if you're playing off a size, I think training yourself in that way is the way to go. I would train the right way. But I've been doing it for so long that I see the book that way, and it's just what I'm better at, unfortunately, which I think sometimes it could be a disadvantage, but it matters to a certain extent. I think also being comfortable matters. People always, like, some people don't like red and green on their time and sales, and I'm like, well, whatever. Like, if you don't, or in their order book, like, I like distinct colors so I can see the different price levels. Some people think that's just too loud and they don't like it. Whatever works for you. That's the way I try to see it. But I do agree with you. I'm just so accustomed to seeing it this way, where like you see on GLD, like there's 1,200 shares, there's 100, 200 there. So I understand what you mean about absolute value. By the way, talking about all-day trend breaks, you got a great price, Obi, but I don't have it because
it's not on, like, it never broke trend.
Oh, want to bet?
No, it did break trend, but like it reclaimed that trend a little bit there. You know what I mean? Like, so I wanted to stay involved. That's all.
This is what I'm looking at for CoreWeave. Like, this is on a 15-minute, it's breaking the all-day trend. Like, it finally got how many points? I mean, you could call the first one a point, but 1, 2, test. So it got 3 points on the 15-minute trend line, and now it's breaking it. Now, it's obviously this hasn't closed, but on the 15, like, this is pretty distinct. It was already red, and you're getting a lower high. And then when I threw it up on the 3-minute, well, it hasn't closed on the 15-minute, but it certainly broke and closed on the 3-minute, so I'm willing to jump in. If it closed on the 15, then I'll probably add to the position. But this is sort of like the maturation of looking for entry points. And I'll say this also to be true. Since I've looked at things this way, I find that in order to be like more consistent on like a day-to-day and month-to-month basis, I don't always have the best price for an entry. I don't always hold it the longest. There's a price and a trade-off to be paid for whatever your style might be. And if you're a little assessment, people were talking about like risk. Oh, well, if you're not constantly in trades and you're not willing to take risk as a trader, but it kind of cuts both ways. Like, you can be somebody who looks for 80% of your days being green or something like that, and high probability that you're going to be positive over the course of a week, and you might make less trades. Or you might be somebody who's going to be in a ton and then just try to catch a few big ones in there, and then you might, like, one trade might make your month, but you're going to be in a bunch of other stuff as well. So you just have to find a style that works for you. You have to find a layout that works for you. There's no one way to do things, which I always like to say. And oh my goodness, silver was so close. Now I'm just like going back into the silver was breaking out, and now it's right back to my entry point. I think I'm going to tighten the stop on this because ultimately you're still making some lower highs. This market's weak to start the year, Obi. Oh yeah.
Really quick here, guys, I want you to take a look at Pinterest. Is up 3.4% right now. I know Adair talked about it. I also want to quickly remind you right now, is OpenAI maybe acquiring Pinterest this year? And what it could be interested in is the digital scrapbooking feature that could very well complement OpenAI is what I'm thinking about here right now. And even the advertising business, the merchant relationships, there's a lot of possibilities. That's all. Back to the guys.
Yeah, guys, let's talk here. Do you want to talk about PLTR? Shout out to Rusty Dutch here, who was, I think a while ago, kind of annoyed we weren't looking at PLTR. So I will look at PLTR here. And here's the thing. I just got short Palantir, not for any reason other than I like it myself. But I'll tell you guys why I like it. And why I like it, Obi, is because this pattern, this behavior, this interaction rhymes with some interaction we saw earlier. Now, what interaction did we see earlier that made my, trading ears go, oh, what's happening? Also, yeah, so this order book is WSM. That's not Palantir, just so people know that. But let's go back to Palantir here. Look at this 172 halves. We poke it. We poke it. Try. We're trying. We're trying so hard. We're trying to a degree that honestly would maybe fake you out to thinking it was a long. I might get faked out by the type of price action. For the record, in the 15-minute, I think it does look a little bit more bearish. But either way here, it gives you this tap. It keeps trying to push higher, and it can't. Now, Obi, Palantir does the same darn thing over at 170.70s. So I say, you know what, Adara, take the short. I would argue I maybe risked a bit too much on this. It's like risk unit and a half. I like it. I think the fact that it rhymes with the previous price action makes it spicier. And I'm also not the type of person who has a problem with a low of day short, though I do get it's kind of a contentious argument. Are they worth it? Are they not? I think given this case where PLTR is relatively weak, I know the market's weak, but I digress. We've got a relatively weak PLTR. We have the same type of rejection we saw earlier. In my opinion, it is worth a skosh more risk. Rusty does saying PLTR to 150s. I mean, I would love if it did that today. I don't think it would do it today. But hey, let's see what happens here. Let's vibe it out. WSM, I'm still involved in. And I made a fun little pun in the chat that I saw at least one person caught here. We've got some buyers and sellers clashing on WSM. So maybe I'll be singing, should I stay or should I go? No, I'm joking. I'm going to stay in WSM. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I cannot move my physical stops due to my history log deciding it would like to log on and off at me at its own whim. But with that in mind, I will be moving my mental stop that I now have to have to 187.50s because I think structure levels, and you and I have talked about this last week, I think one of my biggest issues last week was I was making stops based, I think, on more fear or what I thought might happen and not on actual structure. Now, the structure in WSM, as I mentioned earlier, which is why I liked it, is that we had that 188 area. We could not make the new high at 188 halves, more or less. So now we have another slightly lower high at 187.50s. Never mind, we get to 187.50s, and we do a pukerama. Pardon, I don't like that I said that. It's a weird phrase. But either way here, we puke at 187.50s. Now we're also seeing an ask creep. You heard that right, ASK. Don't get it twisted. Don't put whatever fun thing you thought you were in the chat. It's ASK. So we're getting an ask creep here on WSM. And by that, what I mean is we had 187s. Okay, we just did it again, Obi, let's go. We had 187s on the ask. Then we got 187.98s. Or sorry, 99s. Then we get 98s. Then we get 97s. Now, I love the bid creep and the ask creep. I think sometimes, we just did a little, okay, we're doing more, let's go. See, that's what I mean, guys. The ask creep is often a sign of more downside. And look, as we get the ask creep, then we get a more definitive drop.
Down.
Yeah, we get a more definitive drop in the sell or in the ask and also on the bid. Now, why is this significant? And this is also, I think, exclusively a benefit of spread because you can't do it as well on a non-spready ticker. They just move too quickly. But what this means to me is, as Obi mentioned, you've got sellers kind of step into it. You've got buyers, you know, maybe not sure what to do. They kind of often just kind of sit there and hold. Basically what this is, it's the equivalent of a flat bottom break, but on the tape. And this goes back to what I said earlier. I think one of the benefits of at least watching spread, a lot of it is just things you see on the chart manifesting in real time, faster, maybe more interestingly, at least in my opinion, on the tape or on the order book. So that is my rant on that. I think sometimes the bid creep and the ask creep can be fugazi. I've let myself be fugazi by it a bit from time to time. And by that I mean like, oh, it's an ask creep, it's a bid creep. I have to get involved, I must. And I'm like, I think it's best at key levels. Now, you could also argue, well, Adara, this Williams-Sonoma thing, it's not really a key level. It just did a little fun puke and drop. Well, I think it is, and I actually like it so much I added to the trade here. Now, why? Because, look, it's kind of a 3-minute, 5-minute prior bar low, that 187.50. If it gets above 187.50, I do not want it, plain and simple. I didn't add too much here. I added less than half of the position I already had, but I thought it would be an interesting look. Now, you get to see the fun part of the spread, in which case, we decided for the ask to go right back up here, and this creep might have been for nothing. So sometimes you get faked out, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But I think, much like every trade, if you see enough confluence, if you have enough probability stacking that you think it's worth it, I think you should try it. In this case, I thought it was worth it. I added a bit. And again, that unfortunate mental stop will have to be now at 187 halves. PLTR, this short that I tried because I liked this kind of like, you know, fake break above a certain level that was happening twice now. I have a feeling we might revert this. I would not love that. Obviously, I do not like that Sam-I-am, but alas, I cannot change it, nor can I do anything about it. And I also, here's the thing too, that I'm trying to get better at. You don't want to leave a trade just because you're scared that it might not work. I want to leave a trade because I have definitive reason.
Scared money don't make money.
Exactly, scared money do not make money. And unless I have a definitive reason, like something changes in the book or the tape or the chart to make me leave, I don't want to leave just because I'm like, ah! In this case, I don't have a reason to leave Palantir, in my opinion, at least for now, until it breaks above 170, 75s, more or less. Thank you very much to the comments, people in the chat. I hope what I'm doing makes sense. I know I tend to be a little all over the place when I chat because I'm like, I got a lot of ideas. I'm trying to get them all out. I'm so excited to be here with y'all. But I hope things are making sense, and I hope if you're not a spready taker trader, you get to learn a little bit about it. And if you are one, always here to represent. One more thing quickly before we go back to OB. I'm going to try this UNH short. Now, I was talking to OB, and then I was having an internal battle for way longer, truthfully, than the conversation I had with OB. Is UNH a long or a short here? I tried the long. OB was like, I think it looks like a short. I was like, yeah, I think if it can't stay above this level, I like it as a short.
I mean, look at the stop. Right? I think that's a great reason to sell.
Right, I'm happy with my stop on the long, but now I almost want to flip short OB because look at this. We've got this kind of chip top, chip top, chip top.
Yeah.
If we can't, like, look, we rejected this 389.90s twice now. So that is, like, in my opinion, hard resistance. Now, where do you get into this trade? Because you do have a slightly higher low here. And that slightly higher low is 137.60. So do you get short there? Or do you wait till 137.10s? Well, let's watch the book. What's the book telling me? I have the book on the side. I'm going to wait, and you'll find out if it's on my blotter or not. Plot twist. How are you doing over here, Obi?
Not too bad. No, that's looking great. I kind of talk about like reasons to buy, reasons to sell. And yeah, the long, again, if you think it's worth the try, regardless, that stop out is a great reason to sell because it's just like, all right, it should hold that, and that consolidation breaks down. So that's a good reason to sell, whether you're long or short. But yeah, no, we had a conversation there being like, okay, well, you know, this is kind of looking like one of my setups for a potential reversion, right? So it's just like, okay, cool. It's good to have those conversations where you know you get that other side of the perspective, and then maybe talk through it as well. But yeah, no, great trading on the day there, Adara.
Thank you.
CoreWeave just going sideways here, sideways consolidation, but we continue to make higher lows, which has me a little bit concerned here. But you know, I'm just kind of waiting and watching. We're still holding trend on a few, I guess. Few indicators here, if you want to call it that. Like a 15-minute moving average has not really been touched. It's kind of extended above it as well. I'm looking at like an 8 moving average. We're holding on a 3-minute as well. We tried to break a little bit of trend here, but we've reclaimed and started to consolidate near the day highs. So now I'm starting to think like, okay, what are the probabilities stacking up like? The market looks like it's about to turn. The ES looks like it's about to turn as well. But let's see if that actually comes into fruition. SIDU is blasting off. SIDU is going through that 20. We're printing 440s now. Like I said, the gates are potentially open all the way to $5, I think, if this can really go. There's a bit of a double top action there, high from prior day, and then high from this morning as well, breaking out pretty decently and nicely here up into 4 halves. So that's going to be interesting. There goes a little bit of a push on the ES as well. Let's see if the Nasdaq can kind of come along. I'm watching Bitcoin at the same time, and that's kind of still knocking up into $90 as of right now, Adara.
We're going to take a moment here to thank our friends at Origenics, because concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE listed Origenics OGEN is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. So you can learn more by scheduling a meeting today. Back over to Obi.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, so that's kind of what I'm watching here. The breakout was nice through the 20s. I guess if you took that bit of a chop there on that initial push and test of that area, but yeah, we'll see how it kind of pans out. Honestly, I'll be real. I'm looking for the higher time frame backside on this one here. I think it will, if and when it does set up. Not if it sets up. I definitely want to be involved in watching it every single day. Kind of even, you know, I think Neil has said this a few times. You have to miss the trade to take the trade. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm okay with missing, you know, some of the longs. They're absolutely great, but like sitting there watching it and really digesting some of that behavior, I think it's valuable to me. That's as much as I can say. I don't know if it's valuable to everyone. It's valuable to me. I'm looking for this 80 to crack here on CoreWeave. That'll be that structure low breakdown. That hasn't really come in yet. We're still consolidating near the highs. So like I said before, asking myself, what is the probability of cracking 81 versus 80 as of right now? Let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading at the same time? I know that BTC has been catching a little bit of a bid, like I said before, and CoreWeave, you know, a bit of a crypto-related stock, is doing more or less the same thing here. So consistent buyers throughout the day. Just risking, you know, just managing the risk, even though I'm a bit counter trend here. Palantir continues to kind of chop around near its lows. I know you're definitely in it at the same time. So Nvidia chopping sideways. I don't really see anything crazy happening there. Let's see what else is going on. SMCI may be interesting to some as it attempts to push its day highs. Intel sideways. So yeah, we've kind of slowed down, chopping sideways here. Okay, a bit of a top wick here on these futures. We got about 12 minutes though left for this 15-minute candle to finish printing. So that's a lot of time for a lot of different things to happen. Wow, okay, bit of a bid here on Google. So let's keep eyes on Google here. Missed maybe a potential long here. 312 is probably nice, and even in here, 310s seems like it was a little bit of a place to try the long. Again, I would have probably tried to get some in here, would have got stopped out, and then maybe attempt number 2 can give us a nice little reversion. It's already working as of right now. The market, let's see if it catches up in step. Whoa, what is that? I just saw a bunch of red flush. Okay, that's just SIDU. Okay, that'll happen on SIDU as you know, I guess the composition of participants that are involved in this name can definitely wipe the book around, slap the book around a little bit. And yeah, I'm always watching for what the tape sometimes looks like at significant areas, and I keep it in my peripherals. Just, you know, a lot of people ask, how do you set up your tape? We saw that Neil earlier was talking about, like, yeah, he likes he likes the colors to differentiate prices. I kind of like this gradient. And now shout out to the guys at SMB. One of their videos is what I kind of took this from, this gradient for like tape scalping and really kind of reading sentiment. Like I see the gradient kind of push, and it gives me a better perspective of how participants are pushing into the ask or pushing into the bid. And I think it does give me a little bit of perspective there. So shout out to those guys for kind of suggesting that for tape scalping, right? But the tape here as well, I like these colors. So what are these colors, you may ask? Okay, so I see that the Cabanos is here. Thank you very much, Sean, for that. So yellow orders. Right here, if you see on my screen, all of these yellows are anything and everything that is getting hit on the mid print, whether it's a buyer or seller, who knows? There's always 2 sides to each transaction, right? The reds, you'll see I have 2 different kinds of reds. a lighter red and a darker red. So both of those definitely have meaning. If it's just red, if it's the regular red, it means that order got placed on the bid. Now, if it's a dark red, then that means that orders are eating into the bid and filling below the bid as well. So that can show a little bit of, I guess, perspective as well. Similar with the other side, green. You have green and a light green. So any orders that are just green, those are getting hit on the ask. And then anything that's a light green, that's above the ask. So whenever I see dark red flushes, I'm just like, oh boy. Got to look over, or dark or light green wipes. I got to look as well. So it's like, okay, does that line up with what I'm looking for, right? So that's something that I wanted to share of how I have my tape and the book set up for some of these scalps, or for whatever kind of perspective I'm trying to catch here. Maybe a little bit of a pullback on Bitcoin as it comes into the lower end of this trend that we've been holding. So this is kind of what I'm looking at here on Bitcoin on the day. I know this is a 5-minute chart. I usually say you got to look at a higher time frame when I'm looking at something like this. But if we're going to chop around like this on the intraday, I do want to keep eyes on some of the shorter time frame price action as well, Adira.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot to talk about here. I want to start, though, by talking about the stocks you guys want to talk about, because I'm aware that none of them are the type of things that I'm trading. And that's completely valid, but we're going to make sure, because we are a tradeocracy. Shout out to, cheerocracy. I believe that's Bring It On, so we're going to give that out. We're a tradeocracy here, OB and the people speak, and we over here at TTV listen. So let's take a look here at SOFI, a lot of people talking about SoFi. Nice. You mentioned SoFi earlier, OB. SoFi is so fly, but this trend line, I have not drawn a trend line in P-Pro in many a moon. Or sorry, P8 in many a moon. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, so we're still sort of holding the trend, but I'm gonna pull a Neil here, because I know Neil likes the trend line plays, and for good reason, and I try them as well, but I don't find myself to be particularly skilled at these trend lines. But look, I think if we break that 27s, that could be, maybe a time to leave that trade. Thank you. So that's my call on that. Not one I would take because A, I'm already in 4 trades, which we'll get to in a minute, and B, you have to figure out what works for you, and I'm going to talk about that more in a minute, but I want to talk about DVLT, Adam James abroad, and probably others talking about Data Vault. This is much more of a Sharif play than either of ourselves type of play, but nice push up here. Look at this DVLT. That's a flat top break at 85 cents. And look, you only have to risk a cent. Sometimes I'm like, should I switch to penny stocks? Like, I'm out here risking like, $5, and these penny stocks are like doing their I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm joking. I'm happy with what I do. But I'm saying sometimes you want
It's the same thing. We talk about price action being fractal. Like, honestly, it's like, it takes a little bit to wrap your head around like share sizing and like risk. But at the same time, the candle is just a candle. Like if I showed you a chart and took the X and Y axis off, like you could still kind of see things developing, right? Obviously, volume. I'd like volume to stay on the chart there as well. But I think it's just a perspective thing. Sometimes, I mean, I have a hard time kind of putting that into perspective sometimes as well. But it is somewhat price action is somewhat fractal. So. Yeah.
I appreciate that, OB. I think that's a good point. And I want to talk here about ASML, because I'm so happy. Guys, there are not 1, but 2 trades of the 4 I'm currently in that I think are really emblematic of the spread trading I do. I was just seeing, I think, Pops Mafia in the chat asking, like, oh, can we have a Neil's lesson of the day and more about spread? And Neil was like, probably not, which is fair, because we all do our own thing. But guys, if you have any more questions for me about spread, well, I'm here. Hit me up. I'm so excited to talk about it. And guys, look at this ASML go. I am pleased as punch. I'm going to explain why I like this. I talked about how the bid creep and the ask creep can be kind of tricky sometimes. I ended up kind of getting faked out on the ask creep there when I got into that short in WSM. That was not the case on ASML. Now, what's the difference? I think volume is a huge difference. ASML trading about 1.7 million shares. Williams-Sonoma, not even at 800K on the day. So sometimes that's a difference, though. With these spready takers, it often isn't, but I digress. ASML, why did I like this long at 1162s? Well, I talked about this area earlier, and look, we pierced this area a couple times. We make a higher low. We have this fun little bottoming tail candle. And then we make a higher low, as mentioned, right? And I'm like, let's see what happens here. So I get involved, and this is another kind of spready trading tip. Again, never financial advice. Please always try in the sim first if you're gonna do this. But I think one thing that you kind of like that you wanna see is, again, are we getting that bid creep? So 1162, ask here was at like we'll say like 1162 30s, bid at like 1161 70s, 71, 72. So I slam into it because I'm like, if I don't get in here, I'm not getting in. That was the right call. We're up here. We are chilling. We are into club, bottle full of bub. Hopefully I get the trade and we're gonna dab it up. I don't know what I'm saying here.
Nice. Bars.
Shout out to 50 Cent. Happy that we are more than 50 cents in the money on this. But yeah, so I want to take some out at 1170, half the position. 1170 I like because A, ASML has been really weird at these $10 levels all day today. And B, look at that 1170 area earlier. Nice. Go ASML, go. More, look guys, we're seeing more bid creep. We're seeing more bid creep, so let's see if that keeps creeping up here. The ask, getting kind of tricky here. So I'll have to wait and see. Thank you very much, Sean.
Thank you very much, Sean.
We are, we're in the dollar club here in ASML.
Let's go. All right, we finally managed to get the Cabanos. Thank you very much, Sean, for grabbing that for us here. So I guess we'll wait. You guys want to? We can do the honors to. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Nice. Nice. So thank you very much for that lunch.
Thank you very much.
Cabanos burgers. Absolutely
burgers.
solid. Here, SIDU holding that 430 right now, and man, CoreWeave is you know, maybe pulling on my heartstrings a little bit here.
Oh, no.
Because I'm just like, okay, you know, is this gonna happen? Is this not gonna happen? I'm looking for this 80 breakdown. I liked what I saw. I trust my stop. I trust the trade, but at the same time, just like watching it, staring it down. Maybe not the best right now, but I do want to keep eyes on, because if things do start to accelerate, maybe I want to get a little bit more aggressive, and I want to find that moment if and when I do see exactly what I'm looking for in order to take a lot more. So we'll wait and see if that comes into fruition. Market looked like it was maybe doing a bit of a curl, but now pulling right back in. So just still in this chop zone as of right now. Man, these high day consolidations, maybe not the best for taking some of these reversion trades, but it's just like sometimes the rollover is so slow and it just takes forever, and just it's kind of like watching paint dry. And then I think the longer it kind of holds, the probabilities kind of like move around as well. So yeah, just watching that right now. Holding that 430s on SIDU, so that's a close watch here for me. Palantir continuing to push lows there. I know you're still short on that one. Just kind of holding some of those day lows as of right now as well. Let's see what else is going on my watch list. I didn't have too many stocks on watch today, but I did have silver, gold, Tesla, AMD off of the open. That was absolutely wild, along with the rest of the chip sector. Palantir as well, and SIDU at the same time. And then CoreWeave, you guys pointed out CoreWeave, so that's why I was like, okay, like I kind of like this as well. The longs, pretty much, the longs won pretty nicely, right? So let's see, how high are we? 12.67% as of right now. On CoreWeave, so longs have been pretty much winning all day long on this one, and yeah, Bitcoin is related to the stock, of course, and Bitcoin's been holding up pretty decently as well at the same time. So that's what I'm watching. Ooh. SoFi, you guys pointed out SoFi. Ooh, double cheeseburger, nice. Yeah. Let's. I need your opinion on it after. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, an amazing burger in the heart of Toronto here, Cabanos. So again, they don't sponsor us at all. I'm just saying. Sometimes things are so good, like sometimes you don't even need sponsors. You know, it kind of things speak for themselves. So you know. Yeah. Some products and items are exactly like that. Warner Brothers taking a little bit of a pullback as well. I did say I was watching WBD at the same time.
Is that only because of your sweater? Or
oh, maybe, yeah. You got the Looney Tunes sweater going on here as well. I love the back. I don't know if we can get the back.
I think they can. They did it earlier
as well. Yeah. The back's got a lot of things going on, but I'll show it later before we hop off. We still have about an hour and 15 minutes left for the midday show. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking you, Dara. You got anything for us?
I don't have the next trade. I am in 4, and we're not looking for any more trades than we currently have. to be clear. And actually, okay, we're in the money in all four right now, I think, which is maybe WSM. I don't know what my average is on this. Let me see when it comes across the border, the position board. Okay, so we are in the money in all four, which is not the point. That is never the point. The point is to make trades that you like and believe in, but sometimes fun when that works out, especially when we're looking at to be trading live. I'm going to take off half ASML. This is kind of more precautionary, but I did not like what I was seeing on the book. And by that, I mean really weird action. So what am I seeing on this book that gave me the heebie-jeebies is what I call them, so we had for a while here, 1166 bid, ask 1166.90. We weren't really doing a bid creep. We weren't doing much of an ask creep, but we did a fake out breakout here into 1167.50, ask, bid 1166.50. It's a dollar spread. It's cool, it's whatever. So I was like, you know what I mean? I didn't really like that. Then we come back down, and I said to Dara, you trust your instincts enough to know, take out half. I am not taking up and see, now we're getting the ask creep, so I think I made the right call. Arguably, I probably could have taken out all of it there. I don't want to, and I didn't because I didn't think it was really worth it. A 15-minute power bar low here, Obi, right now. It's 1160 on the dot. So I think that has to be my next mental stop. Again, as mentioned earlier, fun glitch, I cannot move my stops due to my order book, good times, but I can move my mental stops. So we'll see what happens there. Looks like I got faked out by that book because now ASML trying to motor higher. It is what it is. I still have half in, and that's why you don't take out the whole position. Shout out to Sharif and his beak wetters. So I mentioned 2 of the 4 trades I was in last time. Let's mention the other 2. I think ASML was one I mentioned. Palantir might have been one of the other ones. PLTR, guys. We're PLTR still in this stock. Nice. That was a terrible pun. I do apologize. But yeah, so here we are. This is like 169.70 lows. I could have added here at this flat bottom. To be honest, I kind of missed it because I was so busy watching my ASML. But yeah, 170.50s here, resistance. That is the new stop. UNH is the third of the 4 trades I am in. And UNH, oh my gosh, I don't know if this is a real candle or not. Thank you very much.
I don't think so. Sometimes it's the dark pool because like it would have hit your order there.
It would have hit my order.
Your order sitting there. Yeah.
Sometimes P8 does these like kind of fun wicks where you don't know what's real.
No, it's kind of real, but it's not real time. Yeah. It's probably older dark pool orders just coming in at current time, and that's what creates some of those wicks. But sometimes it's information. I don't know. So
is the information though, Obi? You're right. It is information because look where it balances. The WAP.
Yeah.
Now, I think I heard something. I don't know. People clarify if there's something in my ear.
I didn't hear anything.
But I heard, but the point I'm trying to make here is, like, look at this VWAP bounce. So Obi is right. The information I'm getting here is there is something here at VWAP. There is something of interest, and keep an eye on it. But the reason I put my stop or my out so much higher here than the VWAP is because my theory is, and I've told you guys this, with spready tickers, which UNH kind of is, sort of, you'd rather be safe than sorry. Honestly, I might move this like a couple pennies, get a little bit more profit on that. But the truth is, if we get a bounce a bit above VWAP, which is also valid, I don't want to lose that profit taker. So that's why I'm making that decision. Last but not least, and I think the diciest of my 4 trades right now, WSM. WSM, I got short. I mentioned that like the structure breakdown, moved my stop to 187.50s. Added because of what ended up kind of being a fake out ask creep. My stop is still 187.50s. I have a lot less excitement about this than my other trades, but my trade is still valid. I am staying in this stock. But yeah, so thank you guys very much here for all the comments in the chat. I am very pleased, as all punch, to be here with you guys. And if you have questions about my spready trades, if you have questions about news or anything that I do, I would like to be mentioning that. Yeah, I think we mentioned the super chat earlier, but thanks again here to SP Williams for the $10 super chat and the kind words for the team. Thank you to Sean in the chat. Good afternoon. Let's go with Dara and Obi. So let's go, Adobe. Let's go. And that's a hard fist bump, Obi.
I'm sorry. I was just sitting there.
It's my fault.
I'm sorry.
Dara, I'm going to wait for Neil because he's not here. So I want to do we can all take a bite.
Let's do that. Yeah.
Or whenever. Yeah, get it ready whenever you want. I just want to.
Cool, yeah.
There's some people in the chat wondering. There's Neil. Hey, Neil. Hey, Neil. How's it going, my guy? Here. This Neil. See, Neil. There it is. He's ready to go. Unfortunately, we missed Sia on the order there. I put the link in the chat yesterday at 10 p.m. There to get your orders in, but you must have missed it there. I'll get you next time, Sia. I promise. But I'll get you two hamburgers, Sia. Whatever. You can have mine actually if you like. Honestly. No. Are you sure? Thank God she said no. Okay. All right. Yeah. You can have Fabian's. Are you vegan? Give me your. Let's go back to this four-way again here. This is fun. What about? So I don't know what Neil's opinion is here, but what is your favorite food then? See, we haven't
My favorite food?
Yeah, like if you could have one dish, like you're on the Green Mile there, you have one more dish left. What would it be? Or what did you have for New Year's Eve, maybe?
What did I have? Oh, I was working New Year's Eve, so I was at work till 5 a.m. in the morning. I basically just ate tidbits and we took shots all night, unfortunately.
Took shots all night? Okay,
yes.
Good.
And
Shots?
Yeah, that was keeping us warm. But
Good.
if I could eat, like, I feel one thing all my life. Two things, Indian cuisine and jerk food.
Ooh, okay,
Yeah.
a little jerk chicken. You haven't happened to have the jerk chicken around here yet, have you?
I have. The thing is, my favorite jerk spot is in Eglinton West.
Right, you've mentioned that.
And
okay.
I'm not going to give it away. I will be gatekeeping it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That gate will be open very, very soon. Trust on that one. But I live near Eglinton West. So okay, Neil has arrived. So we are just going to wait. Yeah, open it up. Take your time. We can go back to you guys if you have. Okay, Adair's getting ready.
Yeah.
Right, Neil, just here. Just
we're
rip
ready
it open.
right here, guys. All right. So
you don't have your mic.
Let's see
Go
how.
get your mic. I'll open it for you. All right. I'm turning my mic off because it's loud to open this bag.
Oh wait. Where's Neil going? Oh, he's grabbing his mic. Okay, cool. We'll wait for Neil here. 80s coming in a little bit on CoreWeave, so sitting there watching that. Thank you, market tailwind, pulling back into those consolidation lows right now. Maybe we make some fresh lows. I mean, that's what I'm looking for here on both the ES and the Nasdaq, SIDU as well. Maybe a little bit of a pullback back through that 420 level. But yeah, I'm looking for this 80 to crack. Let's see if it'll actually come in. Are the boys ready? You guys ready? Let's go. Ready. All right, cool.
Ready. Neil's got the mic on right here. I got the napkins going on.
Cabanos.
Okay, Obi. So this is Cabanos here. We are looking for a sponsor.
Boom.
So thing is I saw Neil put on
It's
add
still
bacon,
warm.
so I did add bacon too.
You got to add bacon.
Yeah, let's go.
All right,
okay, the first bite, everybody. Ready? Here we go.
All right, boom.
Fabian's over there. He's got one too. Fabian, yours is open?
Not yet.
All right.
Gotta switch it.
Oh my God.
It's good.
Yep.
Like it's not too greasy. You can see here it's nicely topped out with the different toppings going on there. Very, very basic. We just ordered what it is. It has jalapenos in it. It's got lettuce, the double patty cheeseburger with bacon.
I'll say this too, like it's perfectly cooked.
The buns are great too. It's a nice squishy
Fresh bun. No, it is literally like perfectly cooked.
Yeah,
Like, well done.
Yeah,
Shout out to Cabanos. And the jalapenos are like the perfect, that's absolutely perfect add.
And they're fried jalapenos. Adara, thoughts?
Oh, I don't do jalapenos.
No, it's okay.
Though I'm really proud to say I recently, guys, I went to, oh, you were asking about the burger, not the jalapeno.
Yeah. How was your?
How
was the bite?
After. Burger was good. I don't do jalapenos.
So what was the story you're getting into though?
Oh, I recently ate a waffle with green chilies baked into it, and I survived. So guys, my spice tolerance is like, it's doing a bid creep.
Nice. It's stepping up.
It's stepping up.
See, should I cut a piece of this for you, Sia, somehow, or what? You want me to cut a piece of this for you somehow?
No, I'm actually on a diet, so it's good I'm not.
You're on a diet, okay. Here I am pounding this back, okay. All right, so, okay. Well, if you do want it, let us know because I do know that you missed out on it. All right, man, burger review. I think it was pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm going to give a thumbs up to Obi right there. So,
I get
Obi,
this again.
that was a good idea.
Yeah.
And I think we got to do that again. So, Obi,
Definitely at least a 5 out of 7.
5 out of 7.
Yeah.
Okay, two problems with that.
Very interesting grade scale.
One,
I mean-
the scaling doesn't make any sense. No one does anything at a 7. 2, you mean to tell me this is a 70%? This is a B minus?
No. It's
burger's a B minus?
It's a joke. It's like a very old internet meme.
If you said it was a
If
6
you
out of
guys get
7,
it.
then there'd be a fight.
Yeah.
I know, but you said you're on a diet, but then you just said you had a healthy dose of shots all
one
night.
second.
Like
One
those.
second.
I'm sure each of those shots are multiple hundreds of calories.
Different when it's New
Call 'em
Year's
out, call 'em
Eve. You're
out.
allowed to
Okay, so you're saying that you can have like a cheat drink or
Liquid diet.
Shots
Liquid diet.
are like no calories.
That's what I like to tell myself too.
No.
Sometimes.
Good.
No. Okay, yeah, shots are very low.
No, you didn't just say, come on now.
Depends. If you're just doing straight vodka, fine.
Yeah, straight tequila.
Straight tequila. I think tequila, we'll have to figure that out. But agave, they could have
Warms you up
agave.
too, you know?
Anyways,
Yeah.
all right. See, I got to eat this. I don't want to eat on camera, so see you guys.
I do.
I mean, I'm not going to stop.
And that was
all right, thank you
Burger
guys.
Talk.
Back to the action.
Thank you, guys. All right, guys. Yeah, burgers are good. Good with fries for sure. Any buy low, sell high in the chat. All right, we will be right back. We got Sector Watch with Sia.
I'm going to take a quick look at the market as of now. I want to highlight producer manufacturing doing so well right now. It's super green. Overall, though, the market does look pretty flat today. I did tell you about Tesla trading down 2.13%. Missed their expectations with the Wall Street and about their quarter report. But producer manufacturing, two individual tickers, CAT is up 4% and LRCX is up almost 6%. Micron has been up even since pre-market trading today by 7% to 8% and is also currently trading up 8.35%. And that's all for now. Back to the guys.
Plus a girl.
The guys. No, general. My fault, Aurora.
It's all good. I'm just joking. I'm messing with you. It's all good. But yeah, no. I mean, I guess I can yap for a bit. Do you have
Such a good burger.
It's a good burger. I've only taken the one bite still. I think I'm so distracted by the tape reading.
Long Cabanos.
Long Cabanos. Long CBNO.
Unfortunately, they do not trade publicly.
Not yet.
But you know, maybe if you want to take the hedge that position, maybe you want to get in on McDonald's. Let's go see how MCD is doing on the day. Oh boy, look at that. That's that's definitely, that would have been a great hedge if you went long Cabanos, short McDonald's off of the open today. A bit of a flush back into 300. 300 hold though. That's interesting. Some of these staples are they getting a little sold off today. Take a look at PG. Yeah, we're going to see similar action in some of these. J&J, hello. Oh, reversion. Nice. That selling got bought right back up all the way to the day highs on J&J. That's looking interesting there. Quickly look at Home Depot as well. Okay, that's a little bit of a bid happening. Let me, what else did I want to look at? MasterCard and Visa. Okay, excuse me. Yeah, no, 560 hold, 560, 51 holds, but we're seeing similar action on some of these stocks where strong flush, chop, chop, chop sideways, looking kind of opposite to that of chip names, right? NVDA. Strong bid, I mean, off of the open, right? Strong bid off of the open, and that got flushed in and sold off pretty decently as well. Take a look at this structure hold, man. Look, strong bid, pulls back in, that's where the bid comes back in. VWAP holds underneath this prior, I guess, much shorter term structure here. But this low comes into play when we sell off aggressively, basically false break this pre-market low right here. I think it wasn't the ultimate pre-market low, but take a look at that 4 a.m. low as well. That's we bounced right off of that. So maybe a piece of information when low volume action happens and we ping some prices. Maybe we can see just players who are just happen to be sitting there. The low is 188.34s. Currently, day low is at 188.30. So about a 4 penny push of that 4 a.m. low, and then we get that reversion back in. But this is what I mean. This comes into a little bit of play or a little bit of interest when we kind of grind all the way back in. We can't really get further than that. So that's, to me, looking like a bit of a structure hold, giving us more confluence on the second touch right here as well. Just shy of 190s, 190 hold order level. Maybe that's adding some confluence for you as well. But holding that pretty decently as we kind of chop around this 189 to 190 level here on NVIDIA now, obviously holding well below VWAP on the day. AMD, let's see how our friend is doing here. Wow, what a beautiful, beautiful reversion here. Right into VWAP, much below as well. Didn't quite get to opening range lows. What is that? Price, that is looking like it is 218.91s, and since then we've only made a low of 219.20. So we got pretty close there on the day, but maybe just got to let it cook, let it come back in, and maybe we are poised to get through the day low here on AMD, especially if the market takes a little bit of a pull, which it is right now, to the downside. 25,300 is what I'm looking at as that low on the Nasdaq, and then the ES as well, 6870s ish area. Looking for that tailwind For CoreWeave, I guess one more thing I do want to look at if I am trading CoreWeave is Bitcoin, BTC USD here on Coinbase. So we've got to keep eyes on this one. Okay, so we did kind of pull back in, like I said earlier. 90s now potentially holding. So got to wait and see if this comes into fruition here in Adara.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm just honestly so happy to be back here with you guys. I'm just having a good time. I'm reading spread. I'm chilling like a villain. And I do want to thank everybody in our chat for being here with us today, because this has been such a fun day. A couple people, including Mabu and you guy in our chat. Shout out to Lil Mabu. Also, redact that shout out, because nice. I have thoughts on Lil Mabu. But anyway, shout out to Mabu, and unless you are Lil Mabu, in which case, I'm sorry. Shout out to Mabu and you guy in the chat here for asking about Palantir. Why did I like Palantir at day low? Which is valid, because, you know, and I know you and I, Jose, have kind of had this conversation, like shorting at low of day. I think there are times when it's valid. I will argue that it's something I sometimes do too much, and that's, you know, I can recognize that. In this case, though, why I liked it here was because, as I mentioned earlier, Palantir rejecting 170.75s, which was my initial stop and my impetus to enter this trade, it looked identical, or to, you know, to shout out my cousin Vinny, identical to that 172.50s resistance that we had earlier. So look at this, reject, reject. This is the 3-minute. We make a lower low, we reject, we make a higher low, we reject, we reject. Everything points to being a breakout. Everything is wrong, and then it tanks. So the point I'm trying to make here is, like, it does that at that 172 halves. Well, look, on a much, you know, I would say shorter time frame, once again, we start rejecting 170.75s. And so my logic is, if that happened here, I have no reason to believe as of yet it cannot happen again. So I get involved. I risked 1.5 risk units for this. Initially, I regretted risking that much because I was like, is this a good enough opportunity? In retrospect, I probably still would have risked the same amount. And it comes up here, makes a lower high, and we quadrunk. We've now made a new 15-minute candle here on PLTR. So the new low that I'm going to be watching here for PLTR. My new mental stop here, prior bar high, on the 15, so that's what, it's like, that I would be about a break-even stop at this point now. So we'll see what happens. I have no reason to leave right now, though. I am pleased as punch, and I hope that answers your questions to the individuals who were asking me, because I do know sometimes the way I trade is kind of like, what are you doing? You know, these are either spready tickers and or I'm a little short biased, so I hope this does answer your question over there. So yeah, I'm having a really, really great time today. But let's talk here as well about my other trades I'm still in. Because one of them, ASML, I think I can't, like I said, I can't move my stops. History log is, you know, we have some history today, I'll put it that way. We've got a little bit of beef.
Yes.
Obi? Oh, no, I've tried multiple times. It faked me out into it working, and then it wasn't working. But alas, at some point it will work. In the meantime, we are, I have hard stops in, but because I can't move them, I'm also, you know, implementing mental stops as well. Nice. Luckily, I haven't had to do much of that today. But this 160, like right now, I think 164 has, what's the base of this? This 164.30s level, well, it looks a little bit different. 1164, if you made 1164s, that's gonna be my new mental stop. If I see anything I don't like in the book, we're saying goodbye to ASML. As I mentioned earlier, I didn't like what I saw on the taper on 1166 halves, so we took out half. Staying in for now. That being said, if we hold this well and we break out at 1167s, I actually might add to this position. Now, I know that is kind of weird to add like $5 in the money. The average does mess it up a bit, but I'm of the opinion, we've talked about this, Lance Breitstein, shout out to the Bernstein Bears, has said this before as well. You should not be basing how good you think a trade is on what your average is.
Yeah,
right?
Your average doesn't matter.
Right, and if the setup is good, like we've talked about this, it's almost like you're getting into a whole new trade. So you have to think about it in this way. Alpha, 89840, please, you know, be kind. I'm happy to be here. I think the team Adobe is happy to be back as well, and I'm very happy to be here with the man to my left, Obi. I am still in 2 other trades. We'll get through those really quickly so Obi can speak. WSM, I could fall asleep. I could hit the snooze. I could take a nap. I'm like, what? What are we doing here, guys? Like that that 187.50 is rejection. It's rejected twice now. That is, to me, the reason I'm still here, because it's not broken yet. But yeah, I mean, we're kind of like, we'll see what happens there. Might hit the snooze button on that guy. And last but not least, UNH. UNH is chilling like a villain. I took out some a little bit before VWAP. If we break VWAP, I'm gonna use an Obiism.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
I'll be pleased as punch.
Yeah.
I don't have as much size in this as I should. I did take like a risk unit and a half, so take that how you will. But yeah, I mean, right now, I don't even know. My stop on this currently is like that prior structure high, like 130 or 339, so that might be a bit presumptuous. Yeah, we'll move this to 15-minute prior, so that's fine there. It'll stop out ITM. Not that that necessarily matters, but you know, just so you guys kind of know what my process is right now. We are going to get out the rest though of this ASML here because I do not like what we're doing in the book. We're out of ASML. Please just punch. Happy to be here with you all. Thank you to Cookie. Hope to see you every day. I'm here every day. I'm just over on that news desk. So if you want to know what I'm doing, please feel free to tag me in the chat. I don't always look at the chat, but if I happen to be looking, I will absolutely answer any question you have.
Nice. Thank you very much, Dara. I'm waiting for this core weave to potentially roll over as, again, market's just chopping around in that lower end of the range right now. I'm looking at a few different time frames here. SoFi does look interesting to me as well. Yeah, a little bit of an extension to the highs and then pulling back in. So maybe the break of this little structure that we've been holding could bring us a little bit in towards VWAP, looking for a reversion to the mean. And looking for that reversion not to be very mean on the way as well. So we'll see. We'll wait and see if that comes in. I don't know if we need borrows for SoFi at the same time. Let me just make sure. Is that no, I'm on the wrong stock here. SoFi is $27. That was SIDU. Okay, so SoFi, let me just throw in an order and see if we need any sort of shorts for that. Okay, cool. No, we got free shorts. So I'll wait and watch this SoFi core weave coming into that $80. Let's see if buyers can defend that 80 once again, as they have done maybe once or maybe twice, 3 times, 4th time's the charm. I don't know, but looking for those morning buyers to start to get a little exhausted, some size on 80.15s here. Let me pull up the book for you guys here as well. Core weave trades on the Nasdaq. Okay, cool. So, and we'll throw up a bit of a size filter. So 99 lots is what I'm looking at. And let's see. Ooh, that's not what I'm looking for. Is that guy on 19s now? How come I don't see him? I see him on one book, but not the other. Oh, you know why? That's because it's not size. It's just a gate. No, there he is. Nasdaq book right there. 94 lots. And I think buddy just got taken out. Or, yeah, no, okay. Not yet. 80.15s is where Buddy's sitting at right here. This is what I'm looking at. 94. So that even that 99 filter is not going to highlight him, but I can just bring that down as well. I can just be like, okay, we can just go to like 85 lots. So highlight anything and everything that is above 85 lots. So let's see if Buddy shows back up there. He's kind of popping in and out. Is it the spoofy man? I don't know. We'll wait and see if there's a bit of spoofing happening there on the bid on CoreWeave as it tries to roll over. I'm looking to take maybe some more here. I did ask Neil for some more. Let me just make sure I have those. Have that inventory. I should ask for more earlier, but it is what it is. Nope, rejected order. Okay, so I have what I have right now, but we'll see. Let's see if it cracks that 80. And SoFi also coming in. So SoFi at the same time. So SoFi right here, a little bit of a pull in. I'm willing to give it a shot here. What is the high? I need to see that first, because what is my risk? That's what I need to figure out before I even get in. Boom. Let's go with a little bit of that and a little bit of this as well through the stop. So SoFi incoming here, 80. Oh boy, wish I had more. But Neil's not at his desk right now, so fortunately I can't borrow my own shares. Maybe one day. But 80 potentially coming in. I think that definitely deserves a bit of an ad there on the day. There's a hey Neil, can you please check your message real quick? That 80 is coming in. I should have asked for more earlier. I didn't. That's all. So just look for if 80 is gone, I'll look for a different reason to get in more. But that 80 crack does give us some potential. There it is. 85, 95's there. So taking out whatever size that was on the bid. Let's see if 80 holds. Right. I need more information here right now as this 80 attempts to hold. If we kind of false break it, bid back up, then we've held range on the day, and maybe I don't want to stay involved and stick around too long if it's not really working right away. So we'll see. 80 hold as of right now, bidding right back up. I'll give it some room there. SoFi as well, kind of coming in and breaking that structure that I just pointed out at the same time. But again, some of these stocks are very strong on the day. I do want to respect that as well, even though I really do like the reversion. There goes SIDU. There goes SIDU coming into its lows as well, or towards VWAP. So 419s printing on SIDU as of right now. Oh boy, there's a bit of a bid. 80-20s ripping right back up. So yeah, a little bit of turbulence definitely expected, but I want to see. It took forever to kind of come in. And when I say it should go right away, like, yeah, expect a little bit of turbulence, but every time it bids at this point now, I want to see sellers stepping right back in, and we're seeing some of that happening here as we break below $80. Here we go. VWAP all the way at 78s. I don't know if we're going to get down to 78s. That's ideal scenario. But let's see if we can revert to any sort of a mean here. I'm looking at different moving averages, and players like to use moving averages, and when it comes into some of those levels, I'm like, do I see selling going on? If it's been holding a moving average and we come into it and we break it, I want to see some of that confluence, because I guess people use some of these moving averages as levels of risk or just as perspective. If the price action and so some of the action on the tape starts to confluence with players stomping out of their positions or sellers coming in at those levels of moving averages, I know that, okay, this is confluence for me to stay in the position and stick with it, because longs have been winning all day, and I do want to take the other side of that trade. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. So we shall wait and see how well this works out as we pull back in, break trend, so break of trend, then break of structure. Let's see if we can pull in with some level of aggression here. We could also just make a higher low as well if buyers, again, choose to step right back in. I do have to respect that a little bit here. So CoreWeave with a bit of a curl to the downside. SoFi not really working right now, but being patient. You can see I was in this position for a very long time. I got in, well, initially I got in around 11:40, got stopped out at 12 o'clock, got right back in because I was like, yep, you're not going to do that to me. I want right back in if you're gonna do a little bit of a wick shimmy, stop out, false break of those highs. Like, that's just even more reason to get back in. A stronger level of confluence, I think. And as it comes down, let's see if the market can also bring us a little bit lower here, 79.80s here on CoreWeave. So you guys know I like to work with quarters. Can you hold the last quarter, which is the 75s, and print the next quarter, which is 50s? That's the next question that I'm asking here. What do you got going on there, Darren?
Yeah, what I have going on here is I added to my Palantir short. And I added it low of day, and I want to say this because I know some people earlier were asking me, and I understand it, because I said this when I got into the trade too. Why would you short Palantir low of day, or why would you short anything low of day? I think sometimes there could be, flat bottom breaks, valid setup. I think in this case, as I mentioned, just the fact that we were in a situation where once again, we were rejecting an area a couple times and then breaking down to a new low. Now, why did I add at this low of day, you may ask? Well, I liked that 168.40 level, right? 168.30s more or less. So we get this level, I took some profit there for a reason, and then we kind of see this like chip chop.
Chip chop.
Then we almost see like we're gonna break out of that chip chop, OB. We actually get a fake breakout. This candle is a lie. The actual level was like 169.20s or 169.10s, but either way, we do get a fake out higher, and then we quadunk to the downside, new low here just below 168s. So I add as we get that quadunk. As of right now, I move my stop to, again, that prior kind of like chip chop high, so just above 169s. And I thank you very much to Sean for fixing my history log. So now I do not have to worry about the mental stops. All the stops are nice and firm. They're going to the gym and they're getting their weight up. So thank you very much, Sean, for assisting me with that. Because like I said, I was still put in hard stops. The issue was I couldn't move my stop. And I'm someone who does move stops, so it does change you up a little bit. Here is UNH, a pal of mine. And United Health here and I are united. And at first I tried this long, and I appreciate Obi because we had this conversation too, where it's like, I have no problem trying the long here. I thought it was gonna break out in the weekly. The stop was in the right place. I cannot be sad about this trade. Neil says this too, like resulting, right? You can't be upset because your trade lost. What you can be upset about is if your process was incorrect. My process was right. I was right with my process in terms of following my rules, et cetera, et cetera. So I cannot be upset about that. So UNH here, maybe bouncing off VWAP. I've got a stop in. I'm not going to be too cheesed about that. I showed it to the cheeseburgers at Cabanos. Not a sponsor unless they want us. But either way here, what I'm trying to make is I'm just going to let this happen and ride it out. WSM, AKA the trade that time forgot. Chip and chop and chip and chop. Now I mentioned earlier, like there's a lot of, pros and cons with trading these spready tickers. Now one of them I did mention is you have to be very patient. Another one I might not have mentioned is sometimes just nothing happens. You just sit there all day. And maybe it works for you. And maybe it doesn't. And in the end, you kind of stop caring if it does or not, because you're like, as long as my trade's still valid, I'll be here. But could you be valid or not valid, like a little faster? But no, all jokes aside, what I like to make my rule is that just stay in the trade as long as it's still working for you. I don't like to give myself time stops, like, oh, leave if it hasn't worked in X number of candles or X number of minutes. What I like to give is structure stops. And as I was mentioning earlier, not always perfect with that, but that is always the goal. Shout out to TSLA, Tesla, driving lower here. So Elon Musk be kind of sad about this with that 440 breakdown right now, bouncing a little bit off that 439.20s. I also have to address something that I know you guys saw on camera. Some of you mentioned to me about it. This stir stick that hit my eyeball. We're alive, guys. We are alive. It just briefly bumped my eye. I did make a face. You were talking, so you didn't notice it.
Okay.
But people were asking about it. I'm alive, guys. And we're ready to take more trades, live more life. Please tag me in the chat if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns. Hopefully not concerns, but like, hey, let us know. And again, get in that chat, do $, whatever ticker you're looking at, and we can join you. I did get out of ASML, and here I think is the benefit of trusting your tape read. Like I said, I was like, if I don't like what I'm seeing around 164 halves, I'm yeet. Indeed, I did yeet, and I think the yeeting was the right call because 1164 was also a level, as I mentioned, of a support and resistance, specifically in the book, in this chip earlier today. So if we can't hold that, I don't really want it. TBH, ASML, not sure what else this is going to be doing all day. I'm happy where we are with this. OIH wants to break, says Commodity Kings. So Commodity Kings, hopefully we can, crown this a mover. Really, really bad plan, guys. They're not all going to be winners. OIH is on the Amex. Where are you at, OIH? I've been looking for you. OIH is on the Amex. Let's go.
Nice.
Pretty ticker. I'm going to make a guess. Less than 400K volume on the day. Maybe 5. 243,000. Let's go. Okay. This is how well I know how these things move. This is too low liquidity for me. The spread is not bad. But when I see the chart like looking so kind of dead-eyed and despaired, like, a waif, like a sad child, I don't really want this. You could be low liquidity and have fun action here on the chart. This is not for me. That being said, I do like this technically, and I do have to shout you out very much for looking at this Commodity Kings. I will send us back over to Obi, but in the meantime, let's take a look at Snowflake. Now, I like trading Snowflake sometimes, mostly on earnings. It's not like a regular ticker that I look at. But Raheel Anwar asking for my thoughts on Snow. My thoughts on Snow is I wouldn't touch it today. I'm going to be honest. It's not that exciting. We did have that little baby VWAP projection and then like a slight rounded bottom. This chart doesn't know what it wants to be when it grows up. And I need a chart that's going to be a little bit more confident today. Snowflake, assert yourself. Tell us who you want to be, and maybe you'll find a spot on my chart and in my heart. For now, I got to say sayonara, though. And I think one thing, too, with that in mind is, like, someone was asking earlier, and I forgot to mention it, like, Tesla, long or short. The thing is, sometimes the answer is neither. And I need to get better at that. Truthfully, for myself, which is why I'm saying it now. It's like, sometimes you just don't, it's a no-go. You just don't touch it. You just don't trade it. And that I think is important to remember. I would say Snowflake right now is a no-go, and that's why I brought this up. Apple as well, a little bit, kind of, as Sharif and I used to call it, the dead one. Not super exciting. Looks like Joseph Calder just showed up here because he said, it's Adara. It is Adara, but it's also Obi.
What's up, guys? So we're coming back into that 80 level here on CoreWeave. So I did cover a little bit there, got back in some more. But again, this 80 is going to be a little interesting to me because of how it held in the morning. Is this a false break of this 80 level? That's what I'm asking right now. Market also taking a little bit of a pullback up from the lower end of this base that we've been holding, I guess, since what time is this? What time did we start holding in and around here? Around, I guess, 11. Is that 11:30 or 10:30? I can't really see. Okay, yeah, 11 o'clock. Around 11 o'clock, we start holding these lows. And since then, that 25,300 has just been holding, chopping around here on the Nasdaq as well. So we'll see. Again, this thing took forever to start to roll over, so I do have to give it some time. I do have to give it some space. I do have to be willing, if I do get aggressive, to get out, get back in, you know, kind of dance with some of this action here. On the day, also looking at some of these names that you guys mentioned in the chat. Rigetti also pulling up pretty strong on the day here, a little concerning, I guess, for longs off of the open as we come in and break into some of these prior days levels, but buyer step right back in, holding VWAP, pushing even higher here, 23.17s currently on the day for Rigetti. I remember when this thing was very much in play and kind of moving around pretty aggressively almost every day. I remember trading it more often than I do now. I don't, you know, some of these names, they come and go. They come and go. It's like fashion. Sometimes things are in play. For example, silver was or is kind of very much in play right now. And you know, there'll come a day where it's not as much. There's not a lot of attention. There's not the same kind of attention happening, and attention would have moved over to something else. So yeah, that's why I kind of want to see where everybody's looking, what everybody's getting involved with as well. Where's the party at? That's what I normally like to ask, and that kind of goes back to the concept of trading in play stocks. And one of the tools you can use to find in play stocks is relative volume, because right away that tells you that, hey, over here there is there's more participation than average. So maybe that's where the party's happening. That's where you want to take a look and stay involved with that one here. So 80s coming in. I did add again, getting a little aggressive here, so I do have to watch this pretty closely. If the buying steps right back in and 80 holds, that might be a false break of that 80 consolidation low, and buyers are just stepping in. You know, there's different kinds of buying and selling. There's passive and active. You know, you had very active buying during the morning session here. I don't know if this is passive buying just yet, but again, I need to see more information. But the sideways consolidation near the high day, definitely an interesting look here on CoreWeave as we drop down. I think the low right here of this current dip down is 79.60. And we pop back about 40-50 pennies, and now holding or chopping around this 80. And what did I say before? I want to see some confluence. I want to see that every time we do pop up in and around this area, back into this range, do sellers step in? That's the question I'm asking. On the initial break, sellers did step in pretty decently, but now holding that 80 as a resistance is the question I'm asking. This level was a bit of support for multiple hours. Now we're coming back into it from the downside. Does support turn into resistance and then we continue lower? I have no idea, but I'm watching some of this price action to see if that'll come into fruition here. SoFi seems like it's probably going to stop me out, and kind of stronger than the rest. So I'd just rather not be in there anymore. Maybe wait a little bit later for that. Again, market bid happening right now. Bitcoin as well. We talk about some of these stocks being related to BTC. Just check what that's up to. Okay, a little bit of a hold above that 90K level as of right now. So just a little bit of a chop happening here. So nothing too crazy, but yeah, something I do want to maybe keep in mind or just have on the side while I'm watching. We also have SIDU. That thing has definitely been in play over the past few weeks to days, as it's run up all the way from sub-dollars to 444s now, and still holding higher highs and higher lows on a larger time frame. So shout out to anybody who's been swinging this. Shout out to any shorts as well, man. Like this thing intraday, I think, has had some pretty decent short opportunities on SIDU. I'm still waiting for some sort of capitulation, some sort of crazy move, so that I can kind of start to position in for a potential backside. Let's see what's going on with SIA.
Thanks, guys. So the yen weakness is still visible. The yen is trading near roughly around its 10-month low, around the mid 156 area over here. My bad for that. Even after the Bank of Japan hiked its policy rate to 0.75%, which is the highest in decades, it still continues to trade on a 10-month be on a 10-month low. Also, I want to quickly mention here, Australian dollar and the New Zealand dollar are actually starting the year on the very solid foot, just like it ended the year on a solid foot, and is posting solid gains in 2026 for the first day as well. That's all. Nothing major happening today. Back to the desk.
Guys, let's take a look here at PLTR. Rusty does ask. Oh yeah, sorry, I ate a piece of the burger, that's why. My bad. Not for eating the burger, but for forgetting I was on mute. So you look here at PLTR. Rusty Dutch saying you're still short. Yeah, I'm still short PLTR. My average did take a little bit of a hit, but that's because, as I mentioned, I did add to this at that low of day at 168.30s, and I have no shame in doing that because I don't I used to have like a stigma, like if I took profit at a level, why would I want to add at that level? Like that's just like admitting you took profit too early. What does that even mean, Adara? Like sometimes we have these little conversations with ourselves, or at least I do. Maybe I'm the problem, you know. But where you're like, you try to like either justify or like blame yourself for stuff you do while trading. Maybe you're like, oh, this doesn't make sense. Why would you do that? And it's like, A, don't beat yourself up. It's just a market. It's there tomorrow. And B, like I think maybe I would even argue if you thought it was a good profit-taking area, that might even be even more impetus for you to add there. Why? Because that was clearly a level you thought was of interest. Now, if you really thought it was of interest and now it's coming in or up, makes total sense to add at that area, in my humble opinion. That being said, as long as as long as your risk is right, as long as your stop is being moved accordingly. Thank you, Palantir, Alex Carp. I'm going fishing for some more profits. I'm in full fun mode today, guys. I'm just so stoked to be here. It's a new year. It's same Dara. That's what we're going over here at Trader TV Live. However,
there he is.
Okay, why do you have hearts around your name? Did you put yourself in my contact, Alex? Goodbye. That's all I have to say. Also, I guess you got your wish with the Department of Defense because they changed the name on that. So I guess you and Peter buds, but okay, bye. Anyways.
Have you seen his interview where he's going absolutely crazy?
Oh yeah, where he's
I don't know how much of that is like real, but like the dude's definitely on some amphetamines. A portion
of it is real. There have been memes, but a
lot of amphetamines going on in that interview there for sure. But yeah, no, that was absolutely crazy.
And they released it.
Yeah, that's funny. I mean, hey man, whatever it takes to perform, and his company and the business definitely performs. Let's say that. SoFi coming back into its highs here. We're still chopping around 80s here on CoreWeave, so I'm watching that pretty closely. Bitcoin kind of pulling back in as well. So yeah, it is kind of in step a little bit with the action of Bitcoin. Let's see if Bitcoin can pull back below that 90 level on the day here. I guess that'll add some decent confluence at the same time. I still have 2 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print. And the open is 79.69, and the current price we're trading at is 79.99. Does that sound like a good deal? I have no idea, but again, I'm keeping eyes on, watching at the same time. Let me know what what stocks you guys are looking at so I can pull up the chart at the same time and take a look along with you. Meta starting to curl downward, saying pumpkin head. Okay, cool. Let's take a quick look at Meta here. Curl downward, yeah, a little bit of a VWAP hold. That's interesting, right? If you're looking for that continuation. NVIDIA did something similar, not the exact same thing, but like a little bit of a pullback into VWAP, and sellers step right back in. We've just been consolidating sideways, not really doing anything too crazy as of right now here on NVIDIA. Meta, good look, man. That's solid stuff there, coming back into a level of interest potentially and holding this VWAP off of multiple touches. That VWAP is coming in at 652 as of right now. 652 on Meta, currently trading at 650.77s. TTD recovery in 2026. I don't know if I would be 10 toes down with this one, but we shall see. Let's look at the higher time frame here. We'll go to a weekly here, get that VWAP out of the way so we can get a better perspective of this. Okay, cool. Recovery, I don't know, man. does it look like? I mean, okay, we're coming into some prior levels here. This was support in, I guess, 22 as well as 23, and then maybe some more support in 25 as well. So yeah, it seems like this has been a bit of an area that's all the way back in 20. So yeah, this area has been bought up multiple times over the past 6, 7 years. Didn't mean to do it that time, but 6, 7. Okay, so yeah, buying happening in 20 as well. So, but is this time distinctly different? Look at the selling that we're doing, and look at the volume that we've been doing on the selling on to the low of this multi-year consolidation, right? So I have no idea, but what it's telling me right now is that sellers have definitely been in charge over the past couple of years, and we're slamming with some speed and volume and a little bit of aggression back down into a multi-year low. I don't know. You can interpret that how you want. But yeah, that's my perspective on the trade desk. Adobe, why the quote-unquote crash? Okay, let's take a quick look at ADBE, Adobe, as yeah, this is the Adobe show right now. Okay, so this is the weekly. By crash, you mean intraday? Let me take a look at the intraday 15-minute. Oh boy, look at that! Wow, that's looking quite nice there. Coming into the day low, cracking that a little bit just now as we speak. So yeah, a little bit of a strong selling action happening here on Adobe. Crash, I don't know. But take a look at this 350 prior day break. That is absolutely solid, breaking multiple weeks. I want to go to the daily real quick, and then we'll move on. Wow, yeah, that is just beautiful. But you can see here, bigger picture, we've been in this range, right? It's like it doesn't have to happen at the pace you're looking at or the pace you're expecting to, but like price can kind of just knock around this range at any speed that and volume that it wants to, right? So on a day like today, I guess we're selling off pretty aggressively. I don't know if this thing had news at all.
I just looked. There's nothing. There's the social media attention on it is like nuts for a spready stock. It's so many people.
Yeah, I mean it's like 5% down, and you know people like the stock. People they have a good business. Their products are widely used around the world. So yeah, maybe it makes sense that a lot of people are invested in this name, and a strong sell on the intraday can definitely get people talking here. Let's see if 7960s can break here on CoreWeave. That's the next move that I'm looking for. Other than that, yeah, Bitcoin. See, we talk about Bitcoin having a little bit of a confluence. Look at that. That's what Bitcoin's doing right now, pulling back into this prior structure. So there's Alex Karp once again. What's going on, man?
Yeah. Who's calling my phone? Apparently Alex Karp. Is it Elon? Is it Jensen? Is it Satya? Is it Alex?
There you go. Nice.
Thank you. I was trying to do Make 7 guys, and apparently my brain. Also, I love that I remembered Satya and not like Andy Jassy or anyone else like that. Not the point. The point is, we trading, and we live in life. App11 was mentioned here. App11's a good friend of mine. I already mentioned this stock earlier because I do like how it moves, much like the ASML when it has news. Right now, Ryan Elmo, thank you for bringing this one up. I don't like it here. This reversion, though, once it gets above, prior reversion here, we already missed it, but it's already getting too excited there.
Yeah.
That's 613 base. That's prior low of the day. We make a lower low at around 610s. And then once we break up above that 613, I think that's a good entry. You do have to risk a couple dollars, but it gives you like a $20 bounce. That's the thing with these types of stocks. You have to recognize you're risking a bit more. You have the potential, though, to make a lot. Jason Financial, thank you for that $5 super chat. Can we talk SPY and TLT daily charts? Sure. Take a look here at SPY. I'm still in 2 stocks. We'll talk about those after, because I want to make sure we get to the chat that is super. SPY here. What am I? Okay. I'm spying double top. But a double top can mean many things, Obi. We've talked about this, and you say it a lot, and I do want to give you mad props for that, because a lot of times, like, things will happen on the chart, and they mean something. Other times, they mean absolutely nothing. In this case, what does the SPY chart mean? I mean, 690, it's like a triple top now, more or less. We made, I think, a slightly higher high last week, but I digress. We're still making higher lows. Now, I want to see here, I know this is boring, because you have to wait. I want to see, do we break above that 690 level decisively, or do we go back and break below 670s? We just 670'd again. But anyways, that's the point I'm trying to make.
It's unavoidable.
You're literally just talking and you're doing it. It's so unfair. TLT, I'm not. TLT on the NY, is that in the NQ? It's not on the Amex. I'm not seeing it.
I think it's.
I thought it was Amex. Oh, it's on the NQ. There we go.
Yeah.
I found it. Just so I can answer the rest of the super chat. Jason, TLT in the daily. I'm going to be honest. There's not a lot here. It's a lot of chop. I'll just be real with you. I don't want to try to make patterns where there aren't any. In my opinion, right now, not a lot happening here on TLT Daily. But we do thank you very much for the super chat, and I stand by my thoughts there on SPY. Palantir, I also stand by. I think it was a question. I believe Omar in the chat, not a question, but more a comment. Like, Adara, like, it's nice to see you more confident in and defending your position. And here's the thing, like, I think a lot of that comes with, if you guys didn't realize this, I'll tell you, I had never traded before I was on the midday. That was like the only time, that was the first time I'd ever traded. So it's like, I was learning live in front of you guys. I remember there was a Birkenstock IPO, I traded on the sim, and I was saying, I don't know what I'm doing, because I didn't know what I was doing. I was literally brand new to it, right? So I think now that I've had time to take a breath, to learn a lot more about the market, to appreciate the market more, and I think most importantly, to be able to trade off camera, I've come to a place where I understand myself better, especially as a trader, in terms of how I think, and I think that's like one of the biggest things about trading. I think when you're trading on screen, especially when you're learning to trade on screen, it can be easy to like kind of get into like, oh, you want to be performative, you want to show stuff. And I think that's very valid. But I think from a trading perspective, it can kind of hinder you, especially because again, that is my first exposure to trading. So with that in mind, I did used to apologize for my positions a lot. I wouldn't understand my positions necessarily, or I'd feel like, I feel like if someone in the chat questioned me, like I was doing something wrong. Now you realize all these traders are different. We're all in an awesome ecosystem. We're all very lucky to have each other. I think you have to understand we all do our own thing. So that is what I want to say here on PLTR. And so yeah, thank you very much for that comment, Omar, and for the kind words. UNH stopped me out a while ago, and I forgot to mention it. I love this. You put your stop, it wicks you out, and it comes back. I wouldn't want to get back involved in this, though. I think it's kind of choppy unless it breaks above that 335 60s, or it breaks below VWAP. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. In the meantime, though, what's the signal telling us?
Yeah, we gotta wait and see if we get any signals. So guys, traders, listen up. First month free, that's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder, upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. So don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. All right, so I was looking at some of this prior structure here, or not really structure, but just that prior candle. 79.60 was the spot. We pull into it, we knock on it a couple of times, and then we're bidding back up with maybe a little bit of aggression here. So I got eyes on. I just want to be as nimble as possible. Again, the range is all the way up to 81s, I think. If we're going to chop around here as of right now, let's see if we can get back above 80 as well. But I did get a little aggressive back into this 80, or I guess a hold below this 80. So I'm maybe looking for more of the same, but things could change, right? Let's see what Bitcoin is up to. We've been watching that one as well. So we did pull back in to that 89. We did break that 90K level, and then pulling right back in, maybe at an area where there were some buyers there before. Maybe that resistance from the morning session turning into support as of right now here as well. Who knows, right? Again, I'm not the only one looking at some of that stuff, so I got to be nimble on this. If it's going to give me another opportunity, I'm more than willing to get right back in here. So here we go. Comes right back up to my average price. Oh boy. So yeah, probably going to be done with this one soon enough, as it shows me that this might not be working right away anymore, but it took forever to roll over. Let's see if things have actually changed, and we're gonna pull right back up to some of those highs right now. So 80, 30, so we did kind of bid right back above 80 with some aggression at the same time. So maybe some covers, I have no idea. Just watching some of this action here as of right now. Louis Martinez in the chat saying, look at Tesla puke all over itself. Okay, all right. That's, I don't know if I want to be looking at that too closely, but let's check it out regardless if you're going to point it out. Yeah, a little bit of action here to the downside, strong selling, 440s breakdown. So yeah, some of these stocks have been just straight grinding to the downside. Again, Palantir, kind of one of them as well. Are you still in that Palantir?
I'm still in it, but I was just going to type in the chat here. I think it might be trying to make a bit of a bottom here, actually, OB.
Okay.
like, look, we get that 167.40s, and now I think we might be trying to curl. You guys know me. I'm not leaving until I have a reason to on a technical standpoint. So I'm gonna still chill here. And did you have anything else okay, perfect. So I just want to make sure there. So yeah, Palantir, for break above 168s, I will not necessarily love it, but again, I won't have a reason to leave. So I'm straight chilling like a villain. Let's talk about WSM because I'm not so you're on this WSM. My stop is at 187.50s. Due to slippage, again, low liquidity on this name. And I'll switch back to the WSM book so you guys can see what I mean. 865,000 shares traded on the day. Slipped me 50 cents. Not bad. I will, again, I don't look at my P&L intraday just because I don't want to be trading on P&L and I don't want the temptation to be trading on P&L, even subconsciously, so I just don't like looking. That being said, just because I can math it, I lost a little bit over 2 risk units on WSM. Do I think it's worth it? Arguably not. Do I stand by the technicals of the trade and the reasons I took it? Absolutely. Now, the reason I bring this up, because otherwise I would just tell you guys, like, I stopped out and that's that. The reason I bring it up is because that 187.50 was the level I liked. That was more or less where my stop was. But because of the spready tickers, you might not always get stopped out right away, right? So I'm watching the spread. You've got like 187.14 on the bid at the time. Ask 187.76s. And I'm about to just manually punch out. I'm like, I don't want to get slipped, right? But then the ask starts to creep down. And I'm like, okay, maybe we're good. Maybe we stay. Then it, wicks out, slips you out 50 cents. And it's like, you kind of have to understand lesser of two evils. Should I have waited? Should I have punched out manually? Or should I have let the stop hit? I have not come to that decision yet. I think it's probably a case-by-case basis. And I only bring this up because it's something I'm going to be thinking about when I'm doing my review, when I'm doing my reflection tonight, because I do that, like, did this make sense? Did I make the right call? And I think that's an interesting thing to do with trading because it's moving so quickly. You kind of have to make the decision, like triage, right? You're in the hospital, like you're Meredith Grey in Grey's Anatomy. Oh, we need a pulse thing, check, we got to do that. Stat, I know nothing about doctors, I don't watch Grey's Anatomy. But the point I'm trying to make is, it's like a very active, in your face, type field, right? So that's why you have to do that review after the fact. And I'm not someone where I think any type of review is better or worse. Whatever works for you, I think works for you. I've always very much been a proponent of the fact that I think trading is very individual. No two traders are alike. So your process is going to be different depending on who you are and depending on what works best for you, for your style, for what type of trader you are, et cetera, et cetera. So I am still short PLTR for the time being. All of that is to say. And with regards to WSM, I'm going to think about it. But in the meantime, I like to do a thing. And if you guys see me doing it back there, you'll probably notice and be like, what's that? I like to shake hands with stocks sometimes. It's like a business transaction, right? I think you get a lot less emotional if you're just like, okay, that didn't work. Whatever, good game. And I'll do that if I get stopped out in the money, out of the money. It's not about profit or loss or whatever. It's just about recognizing this was a transaction. You got the better end of the deal. I'm Apple losing another AI employee to Meta. You're Mark Zuckerberg. Good job, stock. So that's kind of why I like to do it. DJ 2 a.m. here, the more I'm getting things down and catching my own mistakes, the more I'm starting to feel analysis paralysis. It sucks, but maybe I'm just being more picky. I can't tell. I love that question because truthfully, I feel the same, and I was just thinking about this. DJ 2 a.m., I think it's okay sometimes to have a little bit of, pause for analysis. And I say that because I think what matters is if you're taking those times to be thoughtful, when it hits, you will know. Like today in ASML, I knew that I had to take that long, even though I was risking like $5 per share, even though it was early in the day, I knew, and it was low volume as well. I saw that, I was like, let's go. And I think when you learn what you're best at, you're gonna be really confident in those things, and you will have the confidence to take size, to take those trades. And I think that's what it's kind of about, like being discerning when it's kind of chop, when you're not really sure, but when it matters, you're gonna know. And so I think that analysis is important. You'll find a balance as you go. At least I hope that's the case. That's how I feel personally. Thank you to Sergio, and thank you also to Adam James talking about Data Vault. I know you were mentioning Data Vault earlier, Adam James. And yeah, this thing like pole vaulting to the upside here, does it want $1? I don't know yet. Will $1 make it holler? At this point, no clue. As I mentioned earlier, some 85, almost 86 cent resistance here, then we push higher. And like this is what price action's fractal, right? Now this is the type of tape action I'm not used to. Maybe I'll take some time getting better at it. But we just broke $1, so good job, Data Vault. I feel like Sharif over, no, I'm joking, I'm not trading this. But I'm talking about dollar breakout. So thank you, Adam James. Nice. Shout out to anybody. Shout out to I Got 5 on it from New Loon mentioning that the way that song was used in Us is amazing. But us refers to more than one people. There are more than one person on this desk. Obi, What are you looking at? These transitions will continue to get weird. Just go with it, guys. How you doing, Obi?
No, I'm watching this core weave pretty closely here. Bitcoin did this craziness just now where, it kind of dipped below that 90 pretty aggressively all the way to, 88.8s. That's 88,800. And then just wicks right back up. So this is what I mean, like a shorter time frame, you're gonna do some craziness. Yeah, let's see how this kind of pans out here. CoreWeave kind of coming back into its prior kind of sideways consolidation there. So it seems like, yeah, maybe this was a bit of a false break of that 80, and we're just gonna hold here for now, right? I'm still holding on to this position as of right now. We'll see if sellers can step right back in. I'm looking for, again, aggressive pop. That was an aggressive pop right here from 79.50s all the way to 80.50s within a few minutes, about roughly 9 minutes here. Wasn't watching it as close in and around here, but I can imagine what kind of happened there. Attempted to break, and it just doesn't go after looking like, we kind of slammed through that 80. So I'm just being a little patient here, waiting for it to give me the next piece of information. SoFi going through the day high right now as well. So good thing I got out of that one when I did. And yeah, because it's still very much in a very strong uptrend on the day here. Market taking a little bit of a pull up at the same time. What are you guys looking at? I would love to know. DVLT, I know Adara just covered that one there. Pretty aggressive move on DVLT, looking quite nice there. I'm still watching some of these stocks that are bleeding out, Palantir being one of them, Tesla being another one of them as well. You can see here both of them looking very, very similar here on a 5-minute chart as we print fresh lows on the day. Now, sellers on both of these names have been pretty dominant over the past couple of days, so that's something I wanted to keep in mind. I didn't really stay involved, and I haven't really been staying involved as best as I can over the past few days as well, because I'm just like, sells off in the intraday session, sells off in the Blue Ocean session. I think Blue Ocean was, I mentioned earlier that Blue Ocean was pretty solid overnight. But coming into the day today, some strong selling happening as well. So those are the things that I have on watch right now. Let's see, Sergio saying, my first win of the year, PAA has been on fire. Okay, let's take a look at this PAA. I don't know what this is. Plains All-American Pipeline. Okay, interesting. Cool, nice, yeah. Coming in with a little bit of a bid. I don't know how much volume this thing's doing. Okay, 1.34, not too bad. Happening on the day right now. What else you guys going on? BA, Boeing, didn't they have news recently as
they
well?
They always have news recently. Yeah. I'll pull up the most recent. They'll give me
so very strong bid on the day today on Boeing happening right now. So good stuff on that. LCRX, let's see what this is up to. LRCX, yeah, that's the one. LRCX, okay, that's interesting stuff. Are we doing relative volume here? Yes, we are. Definitely doing some relative volume, 3 times roughly our vol on the day here. Lam Research taking a quite a strong push off of the open here on the day. So yeah, getting involved. Again, if you have a relative volume scanner, it'll pick up stuff like this in the pre-market. And it's always good to kind of keep eyes on some of the names that are doing a decent amount of relative volume. Anything on that BA today, or is it just a continuation?
Yeah, I think. Apparently there's a $2.7 billion Apache deal. They had a deal last week. That was their most recent news I knew about. So, excuse me, guys, that was not fun. More defense deals here. Excuse me.
I can take it if you want.
Boeing. Yeah, I might have some water. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so market, looking like sellers are stepping in here. Do sellers step in at 80 halves? This is the question I'm asking. And we kind of talked about this with a few viewers last week. Man, some of the trading I do sometimes, I just got to sit on my hands. It's like, it's not exciting stuff. A lot of times it's like, I wouldn't say boring, but it's not as exciting as some would think. I like the slower movers a little bit more, but they talk about the best trades going right away. I find that sometimes for my trading, that's some of the playbooks should go right away, but some of them I just have to sit on my hands, wait for the right opportunity, get in at the right spots. Just very not so exciting decision making, right? That's what I'm trying to go for.
That's good.
Let's see if we, I mean, you just got to be patient. Let's say, I think that's a better word to use here. A lot more patience required. But low of day probably coming in here as both the ES and the Nasdaq pull back a little bit here. 25 threes. We've been holding that pretty much all day since about 11:30. On both the Nasdaq and the ES. So those consolidation lows, let's see if that can pull back in. Bitcoin, what are you up to? Let me take a quick look at this one and see what's happening here. Okay, a little bit of a pullback back through 90s, interesting. SoFi, what are you up to? Are you pulling back as well? Yes, we got to a high on SoFi of 27.49. Day high was 27.50. Got about a penny away from that. And now pulling right back in 27.30s. Is this range low? Ultimately, the low is 27.28. So that's what I'm looking at here on Palantir. No, not Palantir. SoFi. SoFi. Let's see, what else is on watch? Wow, Palantir, man, absolute grinding sellers. So sellers are very much in charge today with the volume looks absolutely beautiful here as well. As take a look at this. What chart is that? Yeah, we can go to a 15-minute right here. Yeah, boom. Steady selling. Yeah, decreasing volume. But take a look at these volume bars. All of them towering way above some of the volume coming in the past week, right? Some of them even higher than the opening and closing prints on the day. So that's very interesting to me. There's definitely a little bit of a seller on Palantir today. I want to wait and see when and if that seller lifts, if there's a strong enough conviction that I have to take it the other way for a potential mean reversion. But if it's going to be this aggressively sold on the day, I think I already tried it once. Earlier today, I did trade it once. No, yes, I did. So let's pull that up. I think I did try this long. I tried another long, which did not work. I left it alone after that. So this was the long on 74s that I tried earlier. We got all the way up to 76s and some change. I tried once again here. Didn't really work. I'm like, all right, well, if you're going to extend, sellers are in charge over multiple days. I do have to respect that and be like, okay, well, you know, it's definitely not a long here. Is that reason to sell a good reason to get short? Probably, maybe. Back through 170, maybe back through the structure at 171, back through this low at 173s and some change as well. I think you can, if you look at it closely, there seems like there were some interesting places to take the continuation for joining in with some of those sellers on the day. So that's what I really have going on. Tesla, what are you doing? Yeah, exactly. Affiliated or nerd affiliated. What are you doing? Why are you running? Where are you running? What do you mean exactly? Yeah, Palantir and Tesla look like exactly the same chart. I flipped through these and I was like, did I actually change charts?
I did the same.
Yeah, Tesla looking like that, Palantir looking like that. So, you know, some strong selling at the beginning of the year. Now the question I ask is, are we imprinting that bottom wick? You know, last year we had a bit of a bottom wick, right? We had a 17% pullback in the first few months of the year.
Yes.
And then guess what? We reverted that, and we did multiple measured moves, I think. I think we did a few measured moves, and then we ended off the year being up 17% roughly, right? So, yeah, something I'm definitely watching here is the bid still on? That was a pretty strong reversion, pullback, whatever you want to call it, V-shaped recovery. And it all started to happen when President Trump in April was just like, this is a great time to buy.
Yeah, he
like that.
He said that.
He basically told us when to buy. And how many of us actually listened?
But did you listen?
But did you listen? Exactly.
But yeah, no, I think the thing too I wanted to mention with Tesla, which is also funnily enough related to President Trump, is the Twitter storm. The Twitter storm heard around the world on, I think it was June 5th of 2025, when our friend Elon and our friend Trump went back and forth on social media. Now, as someone who was a news person trying to cover that, it was insanity. It was name calling. There was a lot of, honestly, mostly it was just name calling. But it was, that was a wild moment to live through. Probably if I had to pick my favorite news moment of 2025, it's actually going to be that. Gravel Culture asking me for rationale for my entry on Tesla didn't make sense to me. Yeah, I was short, long Tesla. I explained that. And guys, I honestly do stand by why I tried this. So Obi, Reversion man, I want your thoughts on this as well.
Yes.
So we have this base here, right?
lower highs, lower lows. Then we tried to break out of it. I thought it made sense to try, risking to low of day.
Yeah.
I didn't take crazy risk on this, so you know what I mean? I took unit, it didn't work. I can live with it not working. So I do understand gravel culture, the weirdness of how that looks. But I think hopefully if you look at it in the 1 minute, you kind of understand what I was trying to do on that. I did like it as like kind of a reversion, and I've tried stuff like this on the 1 minute before, and it's worked. So I had some reasons for it. There was a Scotia confluence. It didn't work, and I'm not going to cry over it. I'm going to shake its hand. As I said, always shake hands with your tickers. I'm going to look for the next trade. Now, the next trade is actually the same trade I've been in since 12/21, and that's Palantir short. We're still short Palantir.
Great short.
We live. Thank you very much. So my average in this obviously has gone down. I initially got in 169.70s because I added at 168.33s. My average is now 168.33s. But yeah, like I said, I'm just basically using structure here for my stops. I'm not getting too excited to leave this. I'm pleased as punch with where we are. Right now, 168 very much looks like here, both on the book and as you can see on the chart across every time frame, that's resistance. So when I get up and I finish this burger in 5 minutes, I'm not moving my stop from 168. Error reversion is something funny. Mike DeRider saying, yeah, that almost looks like the error reversion here when I tried on TSLA. It worked, swoosh, it missed. I am not Spud Webb. I am not an NBA star. And I'm actually taller than Spud Webb too, which is funny. But yeah, there we go. It is what it is, and there's a new day. I forgot though, I'm also in UNH. So, oops. No, I'm joking. That trade was not an oops. Me forgetting it is just an oops. So why did I get back in UNH here? Well, it looks kind of weird on the 1 minute. On the 15 minute, I hope you guys can see, we broke VWAP. We broke that level we tested a couple times there, 334.70s. Now, it could be easy to be like, Adara, did you just get short here again because you got wicked out earlier? No, I waited a long time. I liked what I saw in the book. I liked what I saw on the chart. We're about 30 cents out of the money, but who's counting? I'm not, because I'm here as long as the trade's valid. Now, what I do worry about is it's trying to kind of curl a little bit with this double bottom at VWAP. Time will tell. Like I said, I'm not moving my stop. I'm not getting out unless I have a reason to do so. Because guys, what you have to follow is not, your heart. What you have to follow is not, oh, like whatever. What if I'm wrong, blah, blah, blah. Listen to the chart and the tape. Because there's nothing else you can do, and I mean that. What are you doing over here, Obi?
I'm watching again, CoreWeave. Nothing crazy, nothing really distinctly different than what I was doing before. The market actually broke, though. We broke below that consolidation low, that multi-hour low here on both the S and the Nasdaq. Now the question becomes, do we have a little bit of a follow-through? I got Palantir on watch here in front of my screen as well at the same time. Let's see if that comes into fruition as well. Take a look at some of these Mag 7s at the same time. Wow, NVIDIA is the place. Neil just messaging me about NVIDIA as, yeah, coming into day lows. Makes sense, bit of a beta move with the rest of the market here. Coming in at the same time, so that low is 88.30s, and that came in pretty aggressively as of right now as well. So yeah, maybe we are poised to print some fresh lows. You got to remember, prior day we're still in the range of prior day's price action here. Prior day low, let's just take the after hours low here, 186.26s. So that's a long ways to go. Here is the day low getting broken here on NVIDIA. Let's do a quick run through of all the other ones as well. Softy, wow, this is looking very similar to that of, again, Tesla, Palantir. At the same time, all day selling. Again, couldn't get through 500. And since then we've been seeing some selling coming in here on MSFT. Let's see what our friend Amazon is doing. Amazon very similar. That short was absolutely prime in the morning session, and continuation definitely happening right now through the day lows on Amazon. What else? Who am I missing here? We talked about Tesla, Google. Got to look through this one as well here. Yeah, sellers dominant on the day, lower highs underneath the VWAP, so interesting stuff happening here. Not as close to its day low as some of its other Mag 7 friends. 310.35s is the day low. 313.63s is what we're trading at right now here on Google. Am I missing anything? I think I got all of them. Let's go to Apple, of course. How can I miss Apple? Wow, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. When that buying is finished, that buying is absolutely done. for a majority of the day. We only have about a couple hours left in the trading day, and 269 is the day low when we hit a high on the day of 277.80s. So great stuff happening here in terms of price action, of course. Now, I hold Apple in the personal as well, so yeah, sure. You know, I'm not really too phased with intraday chop, because on the higher time frame, this is absolutely just noise. Take a look at the monthly, the multi-months. You know, you guys know I like to look at multi-months right here. Yeah, starting off the year with a little bit of selling. But take a look at this. Boom, 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 boom. The structure is absolutely solid on the monthly. Structure holding, right? Resistance turning into a bit of support, resistance turning into a little bit of support. See if this resistance now turns into a little bit of support on the way up. So I like that. But yeah, if you're going to sell off aggressively intraday, that's fine. If we have a 15, 20% pullback this year as well, I'm willing to buy maybe some more. But until that stops working, yeah, I want to stay involved with some of the best names in the market. SIDU rocketing apparently. Well, I don't know about rocketing, man. Let's just take a look at SIDU here. Back at its day highs here. 44s was that day high. 438s currently being traded on as the current price on SIDU. So yeah, higher highs, higher lows. Good stuff happening here on SIDU, SIDUS space. So interesting stuff. Let's see, it's 2 o'clock.
I can't believe it's 2, guys.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Time flies when you're having fun, indeed. Thank you so much, Obi, for the Adobe reunion tour. But unfortunately, we have to say, that's all, folks. Showed it to WBD and that sweater.
Oh yeah, I was gonna show the back.
Stand up and show the back before we.
Well, I don't know if they're gonna get all of it here, but boom, right
there
here.
There we go.
Let's
hello, folks.
Right there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff going on there.
Yeah, there's a
lots happening.
stutter.
Both in the market and on that
Wile E.
sweater.
Coyote or something?
I'm still short UNH, probably gonna get stopped out. Still short Palantir, but guys, definitely go long Trader TV because there's another show here.
Yep.
It's Sean and it's Neil. They're talking Warner Brothers.